Guten Morgen everyone and welcome to the 2024 video recap, which is like a video summary. So this year I did a lot of videos and also traveled a lot. I started this year in Italy, making focaccia in the Amalfitan coast, and then went to Roma to visit my friend Stefano Callegari, who prepared me a special cacio e pepe pizza which was delicious. I also visited this year for the second time my friend Richard Bertinet in Bath, UK. And I'm still not yet finished with the Bertinet method. I need a few lessons more. And maybe next year I'll go back to his kitchen and practice a little bit more. We'll see. And I also recorded with Richard a masterclass in sourdough and in sweet dough, which is a very versatile dough. He did a lot of incredible things with that dough. Don't miss it. And this year, and for the first time, I organized a tour with subscribers to Spain. Yes, we've been in Madrid and Barcelona, visiting bakeries of my friends, also restaurants, markets, cooking together. It was really fun. And in 2025, I'm also organizing a new one. And between all these trips, I've been recording a lot of videos that you're going to see today, the recap. One of the craziest one is a video that I recorded in Austria, in the middle of the Alps, baking a rye bread. Yes, that was awesome. Then I came back here to the Gluten Morgen lab to record more videos. And then for the first time, as me being Gluten Morgen, I visited Mexico, where I did two incredible masterclasses with my friend Irving Quiroz. And then I also traveled to Brazil, to Sao Paulo and Rio with my friend Alex, and there we did two wonderful masterclasses too. And since we are reaching Christmas, I finally recorded my secret recipe of the Panettone, the easiest recipe that you can find on the internet. Or maybe. Now, the thing is that I use my kind of sourdough, liquid sourdough, not the Italian stiff sourdough. So you should check this recipe, which is this. So I want to thank you for being part of this channel because we are almost 250,000 subscribers. I would like to make a toast with this is the champagne. Okay, so I want you to write me in comments what kind of content, what kind of videos, or where do you want me to go to record a video somewhere in the world for the next year. So I hope you enjoyed this 2024 recap. Merry Christmas and may the gluten be with you. Is there more of this? If you want to learn how to bake this 100% hydration focaccia and something else, stay watching this video. Guten Morgen everyone, today we'll be baking focaccia. Yes, I know that in my channel I have many other recipes of focaccia, but not this one. This one is going to have 100% hydration. And what that does mean? That means that in 1 kilo flour we have 1 kilo water. So it's going to be an almost impossible mission. The whole idea of this quest is to get a focaccia very light, super airy, open crumb, and if you stay till the end of the video there's going to be an incredible surprise. So let's get started. But before we start with the recipe, we need to do something. Since this is a very hydrated dough, we need to check what flour are we going to use. So I am going to check 3 different flours and see which one is the perfect for this focaccia. The first flour for this test is going to be the all-purpose flour. 100 gram flours and 100 grams water. We are not kneading, just mixing till the flour gets all hydrated. Now I cover it with a lid and let it rest for 1 hour. The next one is bread flour. We're going to use equal parts flour and water again. Put the lid on and done. Time to rest for 1 hour. This flour should be the one for this kind of focaccia. So we have 100 grams of flour and we add 100 grams of water. Mixing and done. We cover it and let it rest for 1 hour. Good, it's been an hour, so it's time to check the flours. How did they respond to the Autolyse? Okay, let's go first with the all-purpose flour. I wet my hand and now I pick it up and I'll try to stretch. No. There is no gluten development at all. It was too much water for this flour. Let's move on to the next one. Now time for the bread flour. Okay, I wet my hands again and remove it from the bottom. I thought it was looking a little bit better, but not that better. 100% hydration is too much for this flour. Maybe around 70, 80 could be okay. Now to move to the last one. Now we are going to check the membrane of the high gluten flour. And I pick it up, looking good. Here we have some gluten development. Check my fingers, it's so translucent, and yes, I like this flour. So we are ready to start with the focaccia. And now that we have the flour, let's check the formula. And here it is. Remember that you can add it into my app, Gluten Morgan Baker's Percentage. It's totally free for Android or iPhone. Have you seen the formula? This focaccia is made with biga. But the interesting thing about this recipe is that 100% of the flour goes into the biga. Yes, we are going to pre-ferment the whole flour one day before. That's going to make it super tasty, super light, and super airy. And the other thing is that we're using 100% water. This is an extreme recipe. So let's start with the biga. For the biga we need the flour that we already know, which is some water, yeast, and a container. So we put in the container all the flour. We add the yeast, and now we add the water. Remember that in the biga we use 1 part of flour and then half part of water. The rest of the water is going to be incorporated in the final recipe. So at the beginning this is going to be a very dry dough. We shake it a little bit, or we can use a spoon. We are not kneading at all, there's no gluten development. We're going to get all these chunks of flour. It's perfect. As soon as all the water is incorporated, that's all. So that is the texture that we're looking for. Now we cover it and we leave it there on the counter until tomorrow. And here we have the full fermented biga. As you can see, it hasn't grown that much, but it is all full of bubbles. So now we are ready to continue with the recipe. So now it's time to start with the final dough. As we're working with the biga, I recommend you to use a stand mixer if you have. Of course you can do it by hand, because sometimes you get these little chunks of flour or biga that keeps in the dough for longer time. That's why I recommend, if you have a mixer, use it. Okay, let's start. And the ingredients for the final dough are, of course, the biga. So we need the rest of the water, some salt, and a good olive oil. I feel like an Italian making gnocchi. As usual, I am going to use the paddle instead of the hook, because we're working with high hydration doughs and this is much more efficient. So now I'm going to add the water little by little. That's called bassinage in French. It's going to be hard. And almost at the end, I'm going to add the salt and finally the olive oil. So let's start, and may the gluten be with us. I still have all this water left, but now I move to speed number 2. So we are going good. We still have all this little water to reach the 100% hydration. Whoa. So the key is always to keep the dough hooked to the paddle. And we still have this little last amount of water to go in. And here I have the last drops of water for 100% hydration. And now that the gluten network is almost developed, time to add the salt. And last but not least, the olive oil. We've got it. Wow! And now that it's on the counter, a few stretching and foldings, kind of Bertinet style. And now that the dough is in the bowl, I'll cover it and take it to the fridge for cold fermentation until tomorrow. See you. Good morning everyone, and here I am again, 24 hours later with the dough already proofed. Let's take a look. It's a little bit scary, but let's go. On an oven tray, we pour some olive oil. But some no. A lot of olive oil. Yes, believe in me because it's really important. And wow, this dough is so sticky. So we stretch it a little bit with our fingers and let it there. Okay, now that the dough is unmolded, I have to stretch it very, very little. The thing is to wait till the gluten network relaxes a little bit. Otherwise, I'm going to break it. Now another drizzle of olive oil, and we do the final adjustments. Always doing it very carefully. Now that the dough is already stretched, it's time to bake it. I have my oven preheated at 480 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's going to be there for around 15 minutes. Let's go. Are you lost with all the sourdough bread recipes that you find on the internet? Would you like to learn all the tips and tricks to make your own sourdough bread at home? Then I have the solution. I have designed the perfect masterclass of sourdough bread just made for you. By clicking the link on the description, you will learn how to make and take care of your sourdough starter, how to knead, shape, ferment, and bake your sourdough bread, how to use and read the baker's percentage, all the basic techniques to bake like a pro at home, and how to read and understand your dough. Don't miss out on it and click the link on the description right now. Oh, and now the crucial part of the video, unmolding the focaccia. Haha. Okay, I've got it. And now that the focaccia has cooled down, it's time to slice it. Oh, this is really, really light. Okay. Oh. Wow. I can't believe it. It was almost a mission impossible, as I said, but it really was worth it. This cannot end like this. I have an idea. Follow me. Hi, Willie. I brought you the focaccia.
Oh, how you doing?
This is the best place for a super sandwich.
Bellissimo. Para el primer sándwich me parece que tenemos que ir para el lado italiano. Lo vamos a acompañar con un queso toscano que se hace en Neuquén. Podemos elegir entre el culatello o este rumpeto. Los dos son de cerdos duros y tienen 1 año y medio de maduración. El culatello es la nalga, el pelleto y la cuadrada, y el rumpeto lo hacemos con el cuadril. Lo salamos, lo maceramos y después al secadero a madurarse y secarse por 1 año y medio.
1 año y medio. Wow.
Limón y aceite de oliva bueno. Un poquito de rúcula. Para el segundo sándwich vamos a poner algo más clásico. Stracciatella, un aceite verde que preparamos con botatay. Vamos a usar la mortadela con pistacho. Es una emulsión que haces con carne de cerdo y grasa de cerdo. A eso le sumás los cubitos de tocino, el pistacho tostado y después al horno por 9 horas. La mortadela se asa, no se cocina. Vamos a usar tomates secos y pistacho tostado. Para el tercer sándwich vamos a usar algo especial. Una manteca que hacemos con ajo negro y café. Queso morbido. Un salame que hacemos nosotros, que preparamos con jamón, guanciale y tinta de calamar. Es un salame que picamos todo a mano, maceramos una parte del magro de la carne con tinta de calamar, mezclamos o ensamblamos todo y lo embutimos en tripones de vacuno. Son productos que después se secan, fermentan y maduran por 4 meses.
The world of pizza has many secrets, but I have many more. So today I'm going to show you the 40 hacks about pizza that you didn't know that you had to know. I'm going to show you some classics that maybe you have already seen in one of my videos. But today you're going to see the best ones. And I'm also going to show you some new ones that you have never seen before and that I discovered during my years as a pizzaiolo. Or something like that. But what I am sure is that most of them, I learned them by chance. So if you're ready, let's get started and may the gluten be with us. Firstly, as always, preheat the oven very well. We should do it for around 45 minutes to an hour. And the temperature has to be quite high, 480 to 850 degrees Fahrenheit. Of course, depending on the oven you're using. What I recommend if you want to achieve better results in a home oven is to get a pizza stone, and even better if you can get a baking steel. But you can also use the oven tray upside down. That way you'll achieve a similar effect. What a pizzaiolo wants to achieve is a pizza with a super cornicione. Yes, that thick, airy crust. To achieve it, the secret is to make a good fermentation of the dough. And then when you stretch it, you always have to be very careful not to press the edge too much. That way you will be degassing it, losing all the air inside. Wow, I'm getting hungry. When we want to make a pizza dough, the first thing that we need are the ingredients. And then we have to mix them. There are many ways to do that. The first method is using our hands. The second option is to use a mixer. We place all the ingredients in the bowl, start the engine, and a few minutes later, and without much effort, we end up with this completely kneaded dough. And finally, we have the method known as Autolyse. We also place all the ingredients, then we integrate them with the Danish whisk. Everything is well mixed. I want you to see this. Now I cover it, and I leave it here on the counter for 1 hour, and you'll see the difference. So what did I say? It mixed by itself. And talking of the advantages of the Autolyse, we are also going to apply it to discover what is the ideal hydration of the flour we have at home. In this case, we'll do a test of 70% hydration. Cover it and let it sit doing Autolyse. After that time, and with wet hands, we're going to take the dough and start stretching it, forming a very thin membrane. If we manage to stretch it quite a bit without it breaking too quickly, it means that the hydration we calculated is the right one. But on the contrary, if we stretch it and it breaks immediately, it means that the hydration is not the correct for the flour that we are using. So we should lower it. When you're about to stretch a pizza and you realize that the dough ball is not very round, simply with your hands, reshape it and it's round again. And then you stretch it like a true pizzaiolo. It can also happen that some dough balls have over-fermented or been forgotten in one of the containers. In that case, what we have to do is to reshape it, let it rest for an hour, and it will be ready to use again. How many times do we calculate a bit more and have some leftover dough? For that, what I recommend is to partially cook them. We cover it with a little tomato or simply just olive oil, and then take it to the oven, but only have the cooking time. That way they will remain quite white, to then let them cool, place them in bags, and we can use them at another time. And now that they are at room temperature, to the freezer. Another option, if you don't feel like pre-cooking the dough, you just simply freeze the dough. And you can also do that with the leftover tomato sauce. If for the pizza dough you're using a very strong flour, what I recommend is to add 10 grams of olive oil per kilo flour. And that way, you'll weaken the gluten network a little bit, which will help then to stretch a pizza much easier. If you're a lover of crunchier pizzas, what I recommend is to replace a part of the flour with fine semolina. And when it comes out of the oven, you'll have a super light and very crunchy pizza. Listen to this, please. Sometimes tomato sauce may bring a little more water than recommended. So what we have to do is simply strain the sauce using a strainer and keep only the pureed tomato sauce and discard the water. If you don't have any canned tomatoes or a bottle of tomato sauce, but instead you have some fresh tomatoes, I'm going to teach you how to make a very easy tomato sauce. And take them for a few minutes to the microwave until they soften. We transfer them to the blender, add a splash of olive oil, a pinch of salt, and mix them. Now to flavors and basil leaves, and tell me what you think about this tomato sauce. If the dough is too tense and you have trouble stretching it, I recommend to let it rest for a few minutes.
5 minutes later.
And now see how easy it is to stretch. You can repeat this a couple of times if necessary. The same thing can happen to you when a dough is very cold.
Much later.
Is take the dough out of the fridge at least 1 hour before using it. It can also happen that when stretching the dough, you make a few holes. But don't worry. Yes, don't worry. What we're going to do is a little stitching like the one you're seeing. Problem solved. If you're entering the professional pizzaiolo mode, I recommend using this style of steel peels. It's much easier to lift the pizza off the counter, and also with those grooves, any excess flour or semolina doesn't stay on the pizza base. But if you still don't want to invest in a pizza peel, you can perfectly replace it with a wooden board. The way to use it is almost the same way as a peel. Problem solved. And if you're going to use the wooden board as a peel, I also recommend placing a piece of parchment paper on it and making the pizza on top of it. If you're afraid of using the peel, this hack is for you. Once you have the dough stretched out on the counter, you take a sheet of parchment paper, fold the pizza, and pass it over the paper very easily. And now you can finish with all the toppings like a pro. For those who ask all the time which is the equivalence between dry yeast and fresh yeast, this is really simple. 1 gram of dry yeast equals 3 grams of fresh yeast, and vice versa. 3 grams of fresh yeast equals 1 gram of dry or instant yeast. Remember that the yeast can also be frozen to use later. When stretching the pizza dough, it is a classic to use flour on the counter to prevent the dough from sticking. The thing is not to overdo it, because otherwise all the excess flour will go along with the pizza into the oven. And when baking, it might burn a little. Be careful. And also, not to mention how the pizza base turns out. To prevent these things from happening, what I recommend is replacing the flour with fine semolina, also known as semola rimacinata in Italian, and you'll see that the result is totally different. And now that the pizza is already baked, I'm going to show you a hack for when you are a little hungry and want to keep an extra slice without anyone noticing. This never happened, and I never told you. Ready to go? Who doesn't have an extra slice of pizza from the day before? We place a pizza slice in a preheated skillet and then add a splash of water. We cover it and immediately steam will be generated, and it will be crispy and hot. If there's something we don't like, it's moist pizza. And for that, I recommend placing the pizza right out of the oven on this cooling rack. That way, the moisture will dissipate and you'll end up with a much crispier pizza base. If there's one important ingredient in pizza, it's cheese. If you grate it and distribute it more evenly over the pizza, the result will be much different. If you want to achieve a pizza with a more golden crispy base, I recommend adding a drizzle of olive oil into the pizza tray, and this will be the result. You always ask why you cut the pizza with scissors. Okay, let's find out why. And here you're watching the secret, which is the cornicione. I know we're all pizza fans, and that includes myself. But sometimes we have to be a little bit more moderate with the amount of toppings. If we load it too much, this may happen. And we'll end up with the calzone. And speaking of baking temperatures, if you're more fan of a crunchier pizza, more like Roman style, I recommend doing it at a lower temperature. 570 degrees Fahrenheit would be the ideal temperature for that. So you've wanted a crunchy pizza? I'm so full. But on the other hand, if you're a fan of Neapolitan pizza, then the ideal temperature is around 840 degrees Fahrenheit. and you'll achieve this kind of Leopardine pizza, with a huge crust, but a little softer. So this kind of pizza, you have to fold it and eat it like this. Leave in the comments which kind of pizza do you prefer the most, crunchy one or this more Napolitan. Another way to bake pizza is as they do it in Rome. You stretch the dough, put a little olive oil and give it a pre-cook. Oh, it's hot. Now that we have this pre-cooked pizza, we can store it for later, or maybe we can put whatever we want, take it back to the oven for 3 or 4 minutes. Good morning, everyone. In this bowl I have Neapolitan pizza flour, a flour meant for pizza Napolitana. The thing is that the original Neapolitan pizza recipe has around 62 till 65% hydration. That means that in 1 kilo flour we have 620 grams water or 650 grams water. But what would happen if we go higher? Yes, really high, 80% hydration and even 100% hydration. Which means 1 kilo flour, 1 kilo water. So today we're going to find out if it's worth it to go higher in hydration or not. Let's do this. To give us an idea of how much water we're talking about, here we have the first jar with 65% hydration, which is 65 millimeters or grams of water. Here we see the one with 80% hydration, which is 80 millimeters, and here we have the 100% one, 100 milliliters or 100 grams of water. So let's start with the first recipe, 65% hydration. And here is the formula. Remember that you can upload this formula into my app, Guten Morgen Baker's Percentage, free for Android and iPhone. The first thing we're going to prepare is the biga, with flour, a pinch of yeast, and water, all in one container. We shake it well, mambo! And we're ready. And this is how it would look, like breadcrumbs. We're going to leave this covered overnight at around 65 degrees Fahrenheit. And the next day, we'll find this biga totally fermented, which will add a lot of aroma, a lot of fragrance, and a lot of lightness to the dough. We cut it in small pieces and add it to the mixer. And now we'll make the final dough. We add the rest of the flour, turn on the machine, and we're going to add the water very slowly. Okay, let's go with the last drop. Now we continue with the salt and immediately the olive oil. The dough is almost ready, and it took us around 11 minutes. We have it. Very well. We lower it onto the work surface and give it a few final touches, making ourselves the pizzaiolo. It looks great. Now we divide it into 4 pieces. And we're going to shape the pizza balls to about 250 grams each. Place them in a covered container and leave them there until they double in size. While the oven is getting preheat, let's prepare the ingredients. Like a good fior di latte mozzarella cheese, some tasty parmesano, some good San Marzano tomatoes, and let's not forget the fresh basil. I think it's time to make pizza. So we sprinkle some semolina on the joints and take out the first pizza ball. Now we pass it through more semolina and then on the other side. And we start stretching that pizza. Of course, there are many techniques to do it. I love this one that I call the wheel. Now we cover the pizza with tomato, a pinch of salt, and some basil leaves, a touch of grated parmesan, some pieces of fior di latte. Yes, that's enough. And now we'll take it to the hot oven for around 5 minutes. Here it is. And now we add a few more basil leaves to give it that fresh green touch. A drizzle of olive oil and it is ready. Look how great this pizza looks. Time to cut it. Let's see how that crust is. And here we have the first slice, which looks very crispy, very light, and with a very good crust. What do you think? Here comes the best part of the video, tasting pizza. It was really good. It's a classic hydration for a homemade Neapolitan style pizza. Time for the 80% hydration formula. And here we have the formula, the biga and the final dough. And don't forget to download it. It's very easy to use and super useful. Alright, let's go with the mixer again. We are going to switch the dough hook for the paddle. You'll really see that it kneads much better. We place the biga in the bowl, which I prepared exactly like the biga from the previous pizza, but yes, following the proportions of the new formula. A little flour and a little water. The secret is to add it very slowly, as the dough is very hydrated. As soon as we see the dough starting to embrace the hook, we add the salt, and a few minutes later, the olive oil. Almost 11 minutes of kneading. And look at that dough, tremendous gluten development. And we are at 80% hydration. Now a few final touches on the work surface. Time to divide it into portions of about 270 grams each. Now we shape the balls and transfer them to the container. Alright, here we have the balls ready to be baked. So with a little semolina and very carefully, we transfer the ball onto the work surface and we start stretching it. It really feels like much more hydrated dough. You can really feel the air in it. And let's go with the ingredients. Tomato, a pinch of salt, basil, a little parmesan, and of course, mozzarella fior di latte. And it's ready to go into the oven. It's incredible how much this pizza grows in the oven. Look at that crust. Now we add a few more basil leaves and a little more olive oil. And what a fragrance this pizza has. Time to go with those scissors. Do you also use them to slice pizza? Let me know in the comments. But I can feel that it is very, very light. And this cornicione looks incredible to me. Wow, look at that. Yes, I can tell you that this slice is pure air. This pizza is totally approved, and as usual, the best part of the video, tasting. And I would even say it could fly because of how light it is. And now it's time to go to the final level, 100% hydration. And this is the formula. Okay, here we have the recipe in front of us. I don't want to scare you, but this dough is going to be complicated. For kneading, we're going to use the paddle. No doubt about it, because otherwise it's going to be quite complicated. And with the biga, we're going to do the same. The last drop. And that's it. Now let's go with the salt and then the olive oil. It was exactly or almost 14 minutes of kneading. But take a look at this gluten network. I think it measures almost like 8 meters. We lower this dough, well, or whatever it looks like, onto the counter and we give it some final touches. 100% hydration. I can't believe it. Little by little, we can shape the balls. The secret is to do it very quickly and without looking too much. We got it. Now I transfer them to a container. Well, and after some time, they are ready. They are looking quite sticky and flat. As always, a little semolina on the ball edges. Okay, it's about time. May the gluten be with me. I lift it, and this has to be done very quickly. It feels very soft and it's very easy to stretch. And you have to be careful not to break it. But slowly, we're mastering it. Let's continue with the tomatoes. A touch of salt, some basil leaves, parmesan cheese, and fior di latte. And it's ready to go into the oven. And it's looking so good. I like how it's rising. And off we go. Here we have the 100% hydration pizza. Something I thought was almost not going to happen. But yes, luckily. Let's continue with the scissors to cut that cornicione. It looks so good. And you don't know how light it feels. It is very airy too. It doesn't resemble the dough we started with it at all. And this slice was amazing too. And finally, we are at the third best part of the video. Tasting again. 100% hydration. I cannot believe this. Wow. But here in front of us, we have today's challenge, the 3 pizzas. 65, 80 and 100% hydration. I won't tell you which one is my favorite, but in summary, the 3 pizzas baked in home oven turned out really well. As we added a little more water to the dough, it became more challenging to work with, but the results speaks for themselves. What I recommend is that you try them and see which one you like best. But I can already tell you that all the 3 are very good. Although my favorite, well, you know which one it is. Make them and tell me in comments which one was your favorite too. And as you know, may the gluten be with you. If you love thin and crispy pizza, today I am going to show you how to achieve that at home. Let's start with the dough. But first, let's go with the recipe. Remember that you can download my app free for Android or iPhone. Here's the link. We put the flour in a bowl, then we add the yeast, the salt, and then the water. We mix everything using this Danish mixer until everything is well combined. And now that we're done mixing, check this. There's no gluten development by the moment. So now what we're going to do, I will cover it, leave it here on the countertop for 1 hour. Okay, it's been an hour and I want you to check the dough. So let me wet my hands and I want you to see this. It's already kneaded and I didn't do anything, just wait a few minutes. Now I am going to do a few stretching and foldings, cover it and let it rise till it doubles in size. So before we start baking pizza, we need to preheat the oven. That's really important and we need to do it at maximum temperature. Yes, the maximum temperature that your oven reaches, that is the temperature needed for baking pizza. And I'll be also using this baking steel, which is going to help us to get the very, very thin and crispy and crunchy pizza. And in case you don't have a baking steel, you can easily buy online any pizza stone that you find. But even though you don't have a baking pizza at home, you can use your oven tray upside down. Yes, you've seen that hack in my 40 pizza hack video. Time to preheat the oven. I'll put the baking steel in the lower part of the oven. We get all the heat from the bottom and we'll get a very crispy pizza. We'll set the temperature of the oven to maximum heat. In this case, this oven reaches around 530 degrees Fahrenheit. If it reaches a little bit more, better. And if it's a little bit lower, it's okay too. And here we have the pizza dough perfectly proofed. And now it's time to stretch it. We could do it as usual with our hands, but today I'm going to use the rolling pin. But what are you doing, gluten? That is not Napolitan style. But who told you that we're baking Neapolitan pizza? We're doing a very thin and crispy one. Now we put some semolina on the countertop and we unmold the dough. I know, this dough is full of bubbles and air and it's a pity to smash it with a rolling pin. But believe in me, I know what I'm doing. So now we start searching it with the rolling pin without looking too much at the bubbles. We need to try to keep a rectangular shape. And now that the dough is already stretched, I'm going to reveal the secret of this video. We're going to make a laminated pizza. Yes, like a croissant, with very thin and crispy layers, and to do that, we're going to use olive oil. So now we're going to paint with olive oil half of the dough. And here comes a critical part, folding into itself. Okay, it's not easy. So now let me do the final adjustments. Let me arrange it again. And we paint it one more time till the middle of the dough. And we fold it again. Let me stretch it a little, always keeping that rectangle shape. Now some semolina on the parchment paper. Now we leave it there resting for around 15 minutes. And now that the dough is relaxed, I'll do the final stretching and partially cook it in the oven. If you stretch it too much, cut it with this. And now we smash the edges. And now with this fork, I'm going to spear the dough so we don't get those bubbles when we bake it. And now we are going to partially bake the pizza for around 5 minutes. And now that it's pre-cooked, thin and almost crispy, let's put it upside down on the peel again. Let's go with the first pizza, which is kind of Roman, potato and bacon. I slice the potato and the bacon in cubes, and with a little of olive oil, I pre-bake them for a few minutes. Now on the pizza, we put some shredded mozzarella cheese. Now we go with the potatoes, the bacon, and in a few spots, some stracciatella cheese. And now some rosemary leaves, salt, pepper, and a drizzle of olive oil. And now we take it to the oven until the cheese is already melted. But before I take the pizza out of the oven, I want to tell you that if you want to learn more about baking, for example, sourdough bread, you can easily find my sourdough bread masterclass. And here's the link for you to subscribe. Do it now. Oh, you should smell this pizza. It's incredible. If that's not crispy, what is crispy? And as usual, the best part of the video, tasting. It's so thin and crispy, and the potatoes and the bacon, wow. But let's continue with the next one. Let's go with the second pizza. We're going to do the same as before. Now that the dough is relaxed, we stretch it again with the rolling pin and do the final adjustment, cutting the edges so we can keep that square or rectangular shape. And now we do the fork thing. Now we're going to pre-bake it for around 5 minutes. And we put on top some San Marzano tomatoes, pinch of salt, and mozzarella di bufala. And now we take it to the oven until the cheese is melted. And here we have it back. Now we go with this incredible Italian prosciutto, some more stracciatella cheese, and a few basil leaves. Now a drizzle of olive oil, and that's not Italian. Let's see how crispy it is. Oh, I need to try this. Take a look at those layers. Wow. Let's go with the third pizza, a classic, pepperoni. But if the Italians hear me saying pepperoni, And here I have another pre-baked pizza, and now I brush it with tomato sauce, pinch of salt, and some shredded mozzarella. And here comes the pepperoni. Yes, a lot of pepperoni. And totally out of the recipe, a few slices of chives to the oven. And now some shredded Parmesan. Time to try it. And take a look at this pepperoni slice. Wow, thin, crispy. Wow, and that pepperoni. I need to try it now. Why are you speaking like this? I don't know, but I'm still hungry. So this thin and crispy dough is incredible, without those crunchy layers. And what about the toppings? Tell me which one was your favorite, the potato, the prosciutto, or the pepperoni? All with P, right? Potato, prosciutto, pepperoni. Yeah. So that's all for today. May the gluten be with you, and I'll see you on the next video. Guten Morgen everyone, and welcome to Rome, Italy. I am here to visit my friend Stefano Callegari, one of the best pizzaiolos of Italy, and out of Italy too. And he's going to tell us a few secrets about pizza. So come with me and let's meet him. Stefano Callegari and pizza have a relationship that has lasted over the years. At a very young age, in 1992, he got involved in the world of pizza by making deliveries for a bakery. Later, he left the dough work behind to become a flight attendant. Traveling around the world, he had the opportunity to learn about plenty of dishes from many different places. Knowledge that would later come in handy to create fusion cuisine dishes. By taking courses and with his experience in the bakery, he continued his training in the art of making pizza. And in 2005, he opened his first restaurant, Sforno, in Rome. In 2008, he began to create his own pizza empire. That would soon be known as Trapizzino, his famous sandwiches or pizza cones, where he combines the best of Italian gastronomy with different convenience dishes from all over the world. The fusion cuisine does not end only with pizza sandwiches. He's also the creator of the famous cacio e pepe, better known as the pizza with ice, inspired by the traditional Italian pasta dish. Today, he's one of the world's leading pizza chefs and has more than 4 restaurants open around the world, including his Trapezzino, which has reached places like New York. Stefano?
Oh, Morgan! Good Morgan! Quanto tempo?
Tanto tempo?
Un anno? Due?
2, 3, 4.
No, 2 anni, 2 anni.
2 anni. Bueno, il forno!
Sì. Andiamo a fare la pizza?
Vamos.
Dai.
So fare Stefano. Here we are at your restaurant with the oven behind us, and I'm here because I want to learn how people want to know the secrets of the maestro pizzaiolo. Oh, so we are at the right place.
Sì, certo.
See? Okay, so well, you can show us making pizza. Ok?
Facciamo 3 pizze.
Bam.
Per cominciare, per fare la pizza, guarda, il primo segreto è usare la semola di grano duro perché è gialla, si attacca di meno, è più grossa e brucia meno il forno. E viene un colore, è proprio adatta per spianare. E dato che faccio un impasto molto morbido, queste qua sono fatte 2 ore fa e dopo qualche ora diventano così. Noi usiamo molta farina, molta semola, perché l'impasto è molto idratato e queste in particolare sono quelle di ieri sera e la spianiamo piano piano. Io di solito dopo vedrei che la prossima pizza la farò così, lascio molta differenza, invece questa è una pizza, deve essere tutta para, un pochino più piccola delle altre, perché andiamo a fare una pizza cacio e pepe. Se conoscete la pasta cacio e pepe, non prevede un sugo, non prevede quasi nulla, ma è solo pasta scolata e poi sopra c'è pecorino e pepe e con l'umidità della pasta appena cotta il pecorino e il pepe formano un sugo, una crema. E noi facciamo lo stesso con la pizza, la cuociamo col ghiaccio perché il pecorino non lo cuociamo come nella pasta, lo aggiungiamo quando la pasta è cotta, ossia quando la pizza è cotta. Per fare questo, solo in questa pizza, io evidenzio il cornicione, mi assicuro che il cornicione sia mantenitivo e poi metto i miei cubetti di ghiaccio. E adesso andiamo in forno. Che il ghiaccio si scioglie in acqua e forma, apposta io ho fatto tutto il cornicione più grosso, così mi mantiene l'acqua che si forma perché il ghiaccio si scioglie col calore. E poi cuoce e diventa una focaccia come se fosse una pizza rossa, però poi quando la metto sul piatto la pizza è calda, croccante, ma sopra è umido, no? Perché è come se il pomodoro fosse evaporato e non ha sapore l'acqua. E quindi quando metto il pecorino mi si va ad appiccicare sul primo strato di impasto umido, ok? E poi lo metto così diventa pizza cacio e pepe. È più di 400 gradi, Vedi che si forma l'acqua? Cerco di rimandare l'acqua un po' dappertutto. Il forno è molto caldo, perché l'abbiamo scaldato bene. Fosse un po' più basso sarebbe ancora meglio, ma appena. Ed ora la faccio tostare, diventa croccante, perché questa qua è una pizza che condividiamo, ognuno prende un pezzo e allora se cade tutto il pecorino, invece rimane dritta. L'hai mai mangiata?
Sì.
Sì. E ora quando ho messo il pecorino, vedi che si è attaccato, no? Quindi questo è un segreto per fare la pizza cacio e pepe, perché solo così viene, altrimenti dobbiamo mettere la mozzarella, però non è più cacio e pepe. Un pochino più di pepe, un giro d'olio extravergine d'oliva, così se vuoi il cliente può aggiungere un po' di pepe alla pizza. E questa qua è vedi, sotto è croccante.
Croccante.
In mezzo è cremosa, quindi quando mordi senti tutti e 3. Croccante, cremoso e sopra asciuga, perché la cacio e pepe nasce in osteria. Doveva essere sapida, piccante e poi doveva asciugare, che così beveva il vino.
Sì.
Faceva,
Una birra. E qui il cornicione puro aire.
è la consistenza dell'impasto, non tanto l'alveolatura che dà.
È incredibile. Il leggero.
Sì,
Oh.
molto leggero. E adesso andiamo a fare la pizza Greenwich. Perché questo nome? Una usanza che hanno in Inghilterra di mangiare il Blue Stilton bevendo il vino porto. In questo caso l'impasto lo tocco diversamente. Di non tirare la pizza, così in mezzo è alta uguale, non è troppo sottile. Almeno quando andrò mozzarella, Blue Stilton, mettiamo la parte più vicino al bordo in cottura, che è più forte, poi quella più bella aggiungiamo a crudo. Un altro segreto nel mio impasto è che uso anche un lievito madre oltre 200 anni di vita, viene da vicino Taranto, in Puglia. Questa qua ha poco cornicione perché sono le pallette di ieri sera. Allora c'ha meno tensione l'impasto. Ora la prossima la facciamo con quella fatta alle 5, che ha solo un'ora e mezza. Sarà un po' più dura, però crescerà tutta gonfia. I pani che sforniamo hanno sempre aria, se no così il primo calore sfoga. Se toccasse subito il piatto ci sarebbe umidità, capito? Bastano anche 5-10 secondi e è fatto. Mettere le parti più belle dello Stilton sopra, vedi? È il vino porto e questa è la pizza Greenwich.
Molto bella.
L'assaggiamo?
Sì.
Ti piace?
Ok.
Prova. È un pochino dolce, però sta bene con lo Stilton, no?
Stilton, molto buona.
Mangia, dai, perché no?
L'impasto incredibile.
Proviamo le pallette appena fatte.
Ok.
Fatte un'ora e mezzo fa, saranno pronte fra un'ora. Però proviamo.
Perfetto.
La prossima la facciamo così.
And the dough is so light and crispy. Incredible. Il maestro.
Ed ora facciamo una bella margherita con bufala, classicissima. E usiamo le pallette fatte, ancora non sono pronte, però vediamo poi la differenza. Sempre molto morbido. Cerco di non schiacciare mai o tirare il centro. Pomodoro, San Marzano. Di olio. Che foglioni hai il basilico?
Il basilico sempre dopo infornare o antes?
Come vuoi. A Napoli lo mettono sia prima che dopo. Qua a Roma lo mettiamo solo dopo.
Oh, che bella.
Sì.
Oh, grazie. Tante grazie por los secretos.
Prego.
Oh, questa è la migliore pizza. Classica, semplice, perfetta. Un pomodoro.
Buono, Fresco. Senti.
E l'impasto lo migliore. E il forno e la mano.
Poi come spiano io, vedi, non faccio tutto il cornicione. Se voglio faccio tutto il cornicione bello. Però a me piace che c'è l'impasto un po' dappertutto, vedi? Anche qua.
Sì, no, la fermentazione.
Così se la cuoci, regge.
Perfetto. Well, Stefano, thank you for having me here in your restaurant in Rome. Beautiful pizza, excellent tips and tricks. So people have to learn and to practice to learn more. The secret is in the hand, in the oven too, and you, of course. So, well, please leave us some comments, like this video, share it, subscribe if you are still not subscribed, and come here to Rome and visit Stefano here in Rome, okay?
Grazie.
Grazie.
Grazie, Crude.
Guten Morgen, everyone. Today we are going to bake a low-cost bread. And the first ingredient, of course, is flour. And it could be any flour, the first one that you find at the supermarket. And then we'll make some bricolage or DIY using this milk carton or juice box to make an ecological Panettone. And finally, and according to this low-budget bread, we're going to bake it in this oven bag. And the other important ingredient that we need is this sourdough starter. That should be always active. In case that it's not that active, you can always replace it using a pulley like this. The pulley should weigh the same as the sourdough starter. We add half of the weight with flour, and we add half of the weight with water. Now we add a little pinch of yeast, and we start mixing until everything is well combined. Now we cover it and leave it there at room temperature till it doubles or triples in size. And the best part of all is that we are not going to waste our precious energy, because we are not going to knead at all. The dough is going to knead by itself. But first, let's see the formula. Remember that you can download my app, free for Android or iPhone. In a bowl, we put the flour. Now we add the sourdough starter. Take a look at those bubbles. Now the salt, and finally the water. Yes, all the ingredients at once. Good. And as I told you before, we are not going to knead at all. We're just going to mix everything using this Danish whisk. That's all, or the only thing that we've done. Now we have to leave it here on the counter, covered for around 4 hours at room temperature. Meanwhile the dough kneads by itself, I'll have a nice cup of Colombian coffee without milk. But I'm thinking about something. Let's make some recycling and DIY at the same time. We're going to open this milk carton, or juice box if you have. With the scissors, we start cutting by the edges. And we're done. Haha, what do you think? And now that the Panettone is ready, we need some kind of linen, but instead of that, I'm going to use this mop cup. Haha. Okay, let's take a look. So as you can see, the dough is already fermented, has double or triple in size, and it's already kneaded. This is called Autolyse. The Autolyse is a simple process in which the proteins of the flour, when they get hydrated, they just knead the dough by itself. It only takes time, in this case 4 hours. So now what we have to do is to shape the bread. We dust the counter with some semolina. And now we try to unmold the dough slowly. Wow, take a look at all these bubbles. And we haven't done much anything. And now time to shape. We're going to make a batard. So we take one side, and now we do the same thing with the other side. And now we roll it into itself like a sushi roll, giving it some tension. Perfecto. And now some semolina on top of it, and to the Panettone. Bread shaped. Now we have two options. We can wait for around 2 hours more and then bake it straight into the oven, or maybe we can do some cold fermentation and bake it tomorrow. That's what I'm going to do. See you tomorrow.
Are you lost with all the sourdough bread recipes that you find on the internet? Would you like to learn all the tips and tricks to make your own sourdough bread at home? Then I have the solution. I have designed the perfect masterclass of sourdough bread just made for you. By clicking the link on the description, you will learn how to make and take care of your sourdough starter, how to knead, shape, ferment and bake your sourdough bread, how to use and read the baker's percentage, all the basic techniques to bake like a pro at home, and how to read and understand your dough. Don't miss out on it and click the link on the description right now.
And here's the bread, which has been cold fermenting for 24 hours. Okay, I know that I'm dressed just like yesterday, but that's the magic of the gluten. Okay, let's take a look. So it's time to bake. And since this is a low-cost bread, we need to continue in that way. So I'll be using these oven bags. But maybe you're asking yourself, what is an oven bag? Like the word says, it's a bag made for oven. These oven bags were originally created to use them with meat, poultry or maybe fish. But we're going to use them with bread. What we're looking for is to emulate these Dutch ovens that we use all the time, but using an oven bag. So what we're looking for is to keep all the gases that will evaporate from the bread, to keep them to maintain them inside the bag during the first half of the bake. And then put the bread again in the oven till it gets golden brown. So let's do this. On this peel I put some semolina flour. So what do you think about this Panettone? It kinda looks good, right? And now, using this super professional scoring tool according to the low-cost budget, we do the scoring. It's always easier when we do it on a cold bread. And now it's time to put it in the bag. And we go straight into the oven. And now we take it straight into the oven, preheat it at 460 degrees Fahrenheit. Good, 15 minutes. Let's remove the bag. Back to the oven, 15 more minutes till it's golden brown. Okay, the bread is ready. So now that the bread has cooled down, it's time to take a look at it. First of all, it's really, really light. That means that we did a good fermentation and it sounds hollow. And on the outside, I know this is not the best bread that I've ever baked, but since we did it just with the first flour that I found in the supermarket and we hadn't knead at all, so we just waited a little time, I think it's an excellent piece of bread. So let's open it up and check the crumb. The crumb, since this is a no-knead bread, it's perfect. Regular, airy, and well fermented. It is the perfect loaf for those breakfast toast. So now it's time to try it. Time to try it. Oh, it's really, really tasty. Not acid at all. The crumb is moist, tender, creamy at the same time, and the crumb is so thin and crispy. That's what I love. I hope that you don't do this bread at home too, and leave me in the comments how did it turn out and maybe some pictures. So I hope you have enjoyed this new video in which we haven't kneaded at all, and please share it, like it, and I'll see you on the next one. Guten Morgen, everyone. With this kilo flour and this kilo water, I'm going to bake a bread. Guten Morgen, everyone. Today I'm going to talk about high hydration, but yes, really high hydration. I mean 100% hydration. What does that mean? That means that per kilo flour, I'm going to use 1 kilo of water, or 1 liter of water. It's the same. 1 kilo water, 1 liter water is the same thing. So it's a lot of flour and a lot of water, equal parts, 1 kilo and 1 kilo. And today we are going to do everything in real time. I'm going to start with the sourdough starter, mixing, fermenting, shaping, and baking. Here I have the dough, which is already fermented and proof ready to be shaped. Take a look at this, 100% hydration. But first, since I said that we're going to bake today on real time, I am going to turn on my oven, in which I have these two Dutch ovens. Both are still cold and I need to heat them. The oven, I preheated it really, really hot, around 480 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 250 degrees Celsius. And this is going to take me the preheating time around 40 minutes. Let's put 40 minutes. So while I preheat the two Dutch ovens, we're going to start with everything from scratch. So first, what I need to do, let me put this aside, is to start shaping the dough.
here's the dough 100% hydration. Let me unmold it here on the counter. Woohoo! And take a look at this. Oh. Wow. Here it is. As you can see, it holds its shape. It has a good gluten development because I am using strong wheat flour, strong with a huge amount of gluten, around 14-15% of gluten. So this is a flour especially prepared for this kind of hydration, 100% hydration, a lot of water. So here I have 1.5 kilos. So here I'm going to split it in two and shape 2 loaves. Let me do it like this. You don't have to be afraid of this kind of dough. It's a sticky dough. It is complicated, but if you do it relaxed, you won't have much of a problem. So let me put one of this aside here so I can work more comfortable. Wow, I can't believe it that we're working with 100% hydration dough. Just more flour here. Put this one, and I'm going to use 2 Panettons. I have 2 Panettons here, common Panettons. So I'll put some flour in them too, because this is a really sticky dough. There. So I'll shape them, and we're going to bake them all today. We are not going to proof this much longer because this dough, because it has a lot of water, it's going to ferment really fast. So I did some testings before this, and my final thought is that when you work with this kind of dough, 100% hydration, you need to shape them and bake them on the same day, and not too far from the shaping. Around 40 minutes, 45 minutes should be the perfect time in order to get a bread with some shape. Otherwise, you get a bread over fermented, which should be a little bit flatter. So my idea is, if we can, is to achieve some kind of oven spring in the oven, some ear or kind of an ear. So that's what we are going to do in this experiment today. So I need to shape this bread, and in a few minutes we're going to bake it. The dough is fully fermented. It's fully fermented, and it's ready to be shaped. Wow, take a look at this. It's pure water. Wow. Okay. And now I need to give it some tension. Like this. There. Wow, looking really good. I like this dough. You don't have to think too much about the hydration. If you think too much, then you'll get afraid of 100% hydration, and then you get some problems. But if you take it relaxed like this, the dough is going to work good. So I think I have the final shape. I don't know if I can give it. Looks okay. I think it's okay. Maybe I could give it some more tension. Maybe on the next one. Let me finish this one like this and put it on the Panettone really fast. This way. There. Maybe I can make some stitches, some more stitches here, but it's looking good. So, as soon as I finish this, I need to start checking when is it ready to be baked. Take a look at this. Wow, pure water. So now, I have one already shaped, and now time to shape the other one. You have to work fast with this. So, one side, another side. Let me remove this. And now, time to shape it again. Tension. There, like this. Let me close this end. Oh, this is sticky. And now this side. I really like the shape that it's getting. It's not that flat yet. But this is the secret. We need to to shape it and bake it on the same day. The dough, of course, can be fermented overnight or cold fermentation. You can do cold fermentation, perfect, but always in a bulk fermentation, not shaped. That's what I've been testing, and that's the best results I got them when I shaped them and baked them really fast. I can keep it, of course, in bulk fermentation, in cold fermentation from one day to the other one, but the moment that you shape the bread, you need to bake it really, really fast in order to get some kind of decent bread with the shape of a bread. Otherwise, you'll get like a pizza. Okay, it's ready. Let me finish the stitches here. And here I have both breads ready. There. Okay, so now what I need to check is this. I need to poke the bread like this, and if it comes back really, really fast, like it's happening now, that means that the gluten is still strong. I need the gluten network or the gluten membrane to relax. So when it's relaxed, it's going to be the time for the bread to be baked. Not yet, but this is going to happen really fast. So both breads are okay. Let me cover them with these shower caps that I don't use. So I'll put this here. I have another one here. And we'll bake them today in the same video that we're starting now. Let me put this aside here and clean my counter. And we'll start with the recipe from scratch. Good. So, as I said, today we're talking about 100% hydration. And here is the formula, as you can see. Remember that you can download my app, Gluten Morgan Baker's Percentage, for free for Android and iPhone. Then you install this application and upload my recipe. It's really, really fast. It's in Baker Percentage. So, let's start from scratch. So, what do I need? My sourdough starter, which is here. Look at my sourdough starter. This is my real sourdough, the one that I use every day to bake bread, which is kind of active, but maybe not that active. Of course, I have a second one, a small one, the baby sourdough starter here on its side that I'm going to use for this recipe. But here I want to show you my real sourdough starter, the mother of all my sourdough starters. This is the one that I use daily. So, in order to use your sourdough starter when you start baking bread, the secret of all is this. Remember that the sourdough starter is yeast. It's like the yeast that you buy in a shop, the supermarket. The thing is that this is another kind of yeast. This is an artisan yeast. This is a natural yeast that you make at home, just mixing flour and water. In my channel, you have many videos on how to start your sourdough starter. So now, sourdough starter is already started, but I need it to make it active. So this sourdough starter needs to be active in order to start baking bread. If it's not active, if like you were using an old or a not active yeast, when it's expired, the yeast, you can use it. You can't use it in a bread because you won't have your bread won't ferment. But the same happens when you use sourdough starter. The sourdough starter needs to be active. And how do I make it active? Just feeding it and I feed it with what? With water and flour. That's what the sourdough starter needs to eat in order to get healthy and ready to work. So here I have a spoon, and as I said, this sourdough starter is not that active. It's quite active. It was active yesterday, so I see a few bubbles there, not too many. So what I need to do is to feed it and let it grow again. There are a lot of recipes on how to do this. Most of the people uses 1-on-1, which means 1-1-1. That means 1 part of sourdough starter, 1 part of flour, and 1 part of water. All equal parts. My version or my recipe is to do it by the eye. Yes, no measuring, no weighting, anything. Just use your eyes and try to find a creamy texture, like really creamy, dense, not too hydrated. That's the secret. Because if you keep your sourdough starter a little bit lower than 100% hydration, which is equal parts of flour and water, if you keep it lower, around 90, for example, I am doing it by the eye. But if you keep it lower, the hydration of your sourdough starter, then you'll make it work a little bit slower, so you can keep it more longer active, and you can see better when it is active or not. If you have it always hydrated at 100%, the activity is really fast, and maybe it could get to the peak really fast, and then it's not active in a few hours later. If you keep it a little bit lower, your hydration a little bit lower, you'll make you'll keep it active for longer, and that's good. So what I need to do now is, as I said, by the eye, we're going to put a few spoons of flour, the same flour that I'm using for the bread. I use it here. I'm not counting, not weighting anything, no measurement, just a few spoons of flour. Now I'm going to add water. And here comes the eye method. You need to start mixing this and try to look for this texture. It needs to be creamy. Not too hydrated, not too dry. Something in the middle, like this. Yes, it's good. Take a look at this. This is a texture that I'm looking for. Creamy. It's like mousse. I don't know. It's not that dry. It's not too wet at the same time. That's why I said you need to do this by the eye. If you keep it like this, you'll have it more active for longer. So that's good. And it's easier. Just take a look at the texture and it's going to work. Now that the texture is done, I have already fitted. I can use it right now, this sourdough starter, because it needs to ferment. And when it is ready to be used, it's going to double or triple its size. It's going to be full of bubbles, like a mousse. Yes, like a mousse, like a chocolate mousse. This is a sourdough mousse. So this is going to take a few hours. And something else that is important to have your sourdough starter really active is the room temperature. It shouldn't be too cold or too hot. It should be warm. If you keep it in a warm, maybe in your kitchen, that's a good temperature for you, for your sourdough starter to be active. So this should take around, it depends on your sourdough, but it should take around like 2 or 4 hours to get ready to be used. Of course, I have another one ready to be used, so don't worry. But this one is going to be ready to use in a few hours. So remember this method, which is easier than waiting or using measurements. Just use your eyes to check the texture. If you keep it like this in low hydration, you'll have a healthy sourdough always ready to bake bread. Yes, good. So, oh, it's really sticky. So this is my real sourdough starter. Let me clean this mess a second. And now we'll start with the recipe, with the bread. Good. So, what I need? I need a bowl here. I need flour, water, sourdough starter, and salt. These are all the ingredients. Let me check the recipe, as I have already shown you, which is here in my phone. Boom, boom, boom. And today I'm going to make 700 grams of dough, which is two of this. These two ones that I have here, these two ones weigh around 700 grams, which is a good weight for a loaf. So I have flour, water, sourdough, and salt. And I'm not going to use a mixer. I could of course use a mixer, but today I'm just going to make an Autolyse. What is an Autolyse? If you don't heard about it in my channel before, it's really simple. It's mixing the flour, the water, and also I can mix the sourdough starter and the salt, let it sit for around 1 hour and you'll get the dough already mixed by itself. This is called Autolyse and it was developed by a French guy a long time ago, Raymond Carbel. There are 3 methods to mix your dough. The first one, or the one that you've done all your life, is mixing with your hands. Mixing, you mix, you start mixing. The dough is going to be hard, it's going to take some time, but you can do it. The second method, most common, is to use your mixer. Like this, you can use your mixer and you'll get your dough mixed. And the third method, not that well known yet, is the Autolyse. Just doing nothing at all. Mixing like this, just combining or integrating the dough, just hydrating. What we're doing is hydrating the flour and let it sit for an hour around, and then the dough will mix by itself. This is because what we're doing, mixing by hand, but with Autolyse or with a machine, is to develop the gluten network. The gluten has 2 proteins that are already in the flour, and when they get hydrated, they start to connect themselves, and they start building this gluten network, which when it is ready, then is when you say that the dough is already mixed. So we can do it in 3 ways: by hand, with the machine, or with the Autolyse. That's what I'm going to do now. So with this scale, I'm going to start. Let me put it in grams. Okay, I'm going to start with the dough. As I said, 700 grams is going to weigh 1 bread, but I shaped 2. So you can easily, with my app, calculate the amount of bread that you want to do, or the amount of dough. Then it's really, really easy. So I recommend you to install my app. Okay, so I have 350 grams of flour, strong wheat flour. You could use, if you want whole wheat, a little bit of whole wheat flour too, if you want to. Today I'm just using white flour for all, but remember that it should be a strong flour, because in this case using a regular bread flour won't work that good because it's a lot of water. The same amount of flour and water. 315 grams of flour. And now sourdough starter. I want you to check this. This is the baby sourdough starter. With another spoon. And this is the texture that it should have. Take a look at the bubbles and how creamy it is. Super active. It has double or triple in size. And as you can see, all the bubbles through the glass jar. That's why I use a glass jar, a clean glass jar, to see all the bubbles. So I need 60 grams of sourdough starter. Put it here. Always check the activity of your sourdough starter in order to use it. Otherwise, you won't go much longer. Okay, good. There. And now, what else? Salt. 6 grams of salt. I'm putting all the ingredients at the same time. Everything. Really, really easy. There's no need to add them later. Of course, there are a lot of methods that add the sourdough starter later, and finally the salt. Today I'm adding everything from the beginning. Much better. Okay, and now comes the water. 315 grams of water. That's why I weight the water, because it's much easier and exact than using volumes or something else to measure the water. 315, the same amount of flour. I'm adding the same amount of water. 315. There, good. So, all the ingredients are in the bowl. Let me put this here, and here with my Danish whisk, I'm going to start mixing. Just mixing or integrating. I'm not developing any gluten, no kneading, nothing, just mixing. Like this, take a look at this, it's a mess. It's like a lake of flour. Lot of water. But don't be afraid. Good. there. Let me integrate everything. I need to see that there's no flour, dry flour left. So as soon as I see that everything is well mixed, like this, there, I'm done. That's all the work that I'm going to do today. That's all. So, what I do now is to let it sit. I'm going to let it sit this dough and let the Autolyse do all the work for us. Of course, I could knead with my hands, but this dough 100% is going to be hard to do it with your hands. You could do it with a mixer. It's okay with a mixer. It's going to take a while, but I think that I've done it many times. The best thing that you can do is doing this, Autolyse. So you let this sit here on the counter. Maybe you can watch a movie or something while this Autolyse happens. And here, of course, I have it already Autolyse for you. Let me grab a bowl and put some water here. And I'm going to use my wet hand. Good. So, this is the one that I just mixed. And this is the same dough mixed 1 hour before I started this video. And take a look at this. Let me water my hand. And I'll pick this one. Look. By the moment, there's no gluten development at all. I can tear it apart. As you can see, this is not yet a dough. It's just like a puree or something. And here, take a look at this one. 1 hour later. Whoa. Look. It's really wet. It's sticky. It's wet. But now there is gluten development. This is a dough. And it's done by itself. Look. Let me put it here on the counter. And here I have it. Look. 100% hydration. And it has mixed by itself. No mixing, no machine, no hard work, nothing. Just let it sit for an hour and let the gluten do its magic. Look, beautiful. 100% hydration. 1 kilo water, 1 kilo flour. And it holds its shape. That means that we have a good gluten development. This is good. This is looking good. So, give it some more shape like this. It's sticky, don't be afraid of it. Always use your wet hands. And now I'll put it here on the bowl again. Now, what we have to do is let it proof. We need it to or ferment. We need it to work and let the fermentation goes on. That's going to take, if always your sourdough starter was really active. If it's not that active, it's going to take a while or maybe forever. But if you have your sourdough starter really active, this should take normally around 3 or 4 hours. If also the room temperature, it's warm, not too cold or not too hot. So if it's warm and your sourdough starter is healthy and active, this should ferment in around 4 hours. So take a look at this. It's full of water. And what we need to do in the meanwhile is to check how is the gluten developed. If you see your dough that it still holds its shape, you don't have to do anything. But if you see that the shape, the dough starts to relax a little bit and you see that it's a little bit flattened, you can wet your hands again and make some stretching and foldings to give it some more tension, like this. Don't expect to be like a rock. This is 100% hydration dough, really sticky, really complicated to work, but it is really satisfactory to work with this dough when everything is going good. So the dough is by the moment ready, so I'll cover it, and now we need the dough to let it proof, to do its bulk fermentation. That I said it's going to take around 4 hours, more or less. It depends on what I said, the sourdough starter and the temperature. So we don't have to wait 4 hours because I have it already here with me. and it is here, ready. And as you can see, I put some oil here so I can detach it from the bowl easier, but now it's fully fermented. This is the dough that we started at the beginning of the video, the one that I divided in two and shaped the breads. This is the same dough that I used. So that's how I started. And before I shape it again, let me check how are our breads. We still have a few minutes to wait. And take a look at this. Wow. I think they're almost ready to go. Not too much. Yes, we have 15 minutes left, so that's what we are going to do. Good, looking good. So let me shape this another bread again while we wait, and we'll be ready to bake them really fast. Good. Let me put some flour or semolina on the counter again, and you'll see how I shape it again. Here it comes. Wow! You have to be fast. Okay, so again here, and now, and I finish it like this. Ready? Close one end. Let me close the other end. And it's done. Good. Sticky. There. Good. So, now a little bit more flour. Another Panettone that I have here. Good. And I'll transfer it to the Panettone. Good. Have to be fast. There. Final stitches. Good. Covering. And I still have around 13 minutes to start baking. Let me clean this mess and we continue. Okay, the oven is ready and the Dutch ovens are ready. And first of all, I need to check if the bread is ready. Okay, so, wow. Take a look at the bubbles that this bread has. And let me check this. Okay, I don't know if you can see it. If I poke, it comes not that fast. The secret here is the secret. We need to get a balance between if it's ready or not ready to be baked. This happens really fast. If you let it sit too much time, we're going to end up with flat bread. So I think it's okay. I have bubbles. It has relaxed a little bit. In some points, not that much, but here it looks like it's okay to be baked. So let's do it and let's see what happens. So let me grab both Dutch ovens. Use my gloves. I think I should change them. No? Yes, it's time to change, to buy some new ones. And let me bring both. Wow, this is hot and heavy. Both Dutch ovens. Wow, here. And I'm going to do it fast. Wow, good. So some semolina, bottom, on the skillet, and some semolina also on the bottom of the bread. One here, and here comes the other one. And as soon as I unmold them, I need to cut them or to use my lamb to slash it and try to open it in order we can get some kind of ear. And there's also something else that we're going to do in a few minutes that I'll show you later. Let me unmold them first. There goes one. As you can see, they don't hold their shape that much. They are pure water. And now let's do this slash really fast. Good. Sometimes when you slash the bread, you don't get this ear that easy in this kind of really wet dough. So The normal thing that you do is to cover them and then open them at the middle of the baking. And you should get beautiful overspring. This kind of bread, which is really complicated, I'm going to let them sit there or bake for 3 minutes, and then I'll open them. I will try to adjust or to help again this scoring so we can get some kind of ear. So let me put 3 minutes here, and in 3 minutes I'll open them and slash them again. Let's see. Okay, 1 minute, and I'm going to take them out for a second. I'm going to slash them again. Just, this is a new technique. I hope it works. So I help the oven spring a little bit. Oh, there. Dun dun. 3 minutes. Here comes the first one. Another one. Oof, this is kind of an exercise. Let me see. And I see if I can do this and help it. It's growing. But I'm going to open it. It looks good. It's not looking that bad. I don't know. Let's see what happens if I can cut this a little bit more. And now I'll cover them again. Oof, I made the gluten. 1 and 2. Okay, now let them here for around 10 minutes. Okay, time's up. Let me see what's happening here. I'm afraid. Whoa. 1. Oof, what an exercise this is. Another one. Oh, it's hot. I need to change these gloves. Let's see what's going on here. Wow. Not that bad. Not that bad. It looks better than this one. But what I can do now is again to try to open it a little bit more again here. As I said, this is a really complicated bread to get, but it's looking good. 100% hydration. Good. Let me open this if we can get a little bit more oven spring. This one is almost closed. Who knows? But they're not flat. The good thing is that they're not flat. Remember the amount of water we're using. Good. Okay. Let me put them there. And I'll keep them just 2 more minutes with this on. Let it on. 2 more or 3 minutes, and I'll take it again out, and we'll have them ready. Now they're looking good. They're looking good. Wow. 3 minutes more. It's complicated, I know. We're working with 100% hydration. Okay. Last time that I'm going to take the Dutch ovens out of the oven. 1 minute left, less than a minute. This last minute is always, I think it's longer. No, not that longer. Okay, wow. 1 out again. 3rd or 4th time, I don't remember. But this is complicated. I said from the beginning, this is not an easy dough. So let's do it again. Wow. Well, look a little bit better. They're not flat. That's the main issue, most important thing. Okay, shut up. There, just 1 second more. Let me put my glove again. Ooh, it's hot. And now, yes, finally, let me get them golden brown. And now I'll put them around 20 more minutes. And we'll finish this. But hopefully no. Finally, we have some decent bread. 100% hydration. Okay, maybe I can change my gloves. 1 minute. Ta-da. What? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Ah, there. Okay, let me put my gloves again. Oh, aha, I told you. New gloves. Okay. Oh. Nice, thank you. Okay, so, here. Let me bring back the Dutch oven finally with the bread, and let's take a look at it. Wow. Ooh. It's hot. Here they are. Both. Well, quite good. Oof. And light. Is it not flat? It's not flat. Wow. That's the main thing. Here, another one. Checking. Great. Okay, so now let me put them on this cooling rack and I let them cool down a few minutes and then we slice them up. Beautiful. Take a look at that. Okay? Yes? No? Okay, more? There? No? Okay, there. Okay, so, let me see. They're still a little bit warm, but it's time to slice them up. Okay, let me put them here. And here I have this cutting board and both breads. So, what do you think about them? Which one you like the most? This one or this one? They really look quite nice, since they have a lot of water. If you let them ferment more time, maybe if you do a cold fermentation with the loaves already shaped, my experience is that you end up with a flat bread. You won't get even this small ear that they have, you won't get this kind of ear if you bake them overnight. That's my experience. I would like you to try them. It is complicated since it has a lot of water. This dough ferments really fast. So it is better to, maybe if you want to make the bulk fermentation in the fridge, it's okay. But then as soon as you shape them, you need to bake them quite fast, as I did today in this video. That's my experience. Try it. Let me see in comments what did you find out. And another thing about the 100% hydration bread, they're okay, but if you do a 70% hydration, it's okay too, and I think maybe it's even better. This is just like a test, like I'm testing more on an experiment. That's what I mean. This is like an experiment to see that if we can bake a 100% bread, but it's not the main thing at all. A 70% hydration bread is it's okay too. So let me open this one and see how's the crumb. Oh, beautiful. Since we did it really fast, beautiful crumb. Great. Let's check the other one. Wow. Great. 2. Easy bread. The secret here is to do it fast. You need to do it fast and bake it fast. Shape them and bake them really fast. That's the main thing in this kind of bread. But they're looking good. They're good bread. But if you, as I said, if you make a 70-80% hydration, you get the piece of bread like this one. So, mission accomplished. We did it. We did a good job. Let me see in comments what do you think about this, or what kind of another experiment you want me to do. And that's all by the moment. Thank you for watching this video, and I'll see you on the next one. Guten Morgen, everyone. Guten Morgen, everyone, and welcome to my lab. Today we are going to bake sourdough bread from scratch. But first, let me get these 2 already shaped bread that I've been cold fermenting since yesterday. Wow, here they come. Follow me to my lab. This is my lab. Welcome. Turn on the lights. Come on in. And here we are. Okay. So, I have these two already shaped bread, as I told you at the beginning, and we're going to bake live. Yes, two breads on their Panettone. This one was made in a 3D printer, and this one is just to put some bread that I stole from home. So now I have these two full fermented bread that I'm going to bake right now, and then I'm going to start this from scratch and return to this same point. So first of all, here in my oven, my electric oven, which is preheated at 480 degrees around Fahrenheit, which is in Celsius 250. It's an electric oven, preheated, it's been like an hour, and inside I have a Dutch oven, which is an iron cast skillet with a lid that I'm going to put one of the bread there, and I'm also going to use another technique, maybe you don't know yet, which is using an oven bag. So I'm going to remove from the oven this preheated Dutch oven, which is really hot and heavy at the same time. Complicated mission. Wow, here it is. Let me close the oven. And here I am going to bake one bread, and the other one I'm going to use this, the oven bag. Maybe if you don't know them, these bags were meant to bake first chicken, poultry, or meat, a piece of meat, fish too, but you can also bake bread inside. How? Well, this is a plastic bag prepared for high heat. So if you buy one of these bags, you know you have to check if it's suitable for high heat. So what is going to happen here? I'm going to put some semolina here and unmold this first bread on it. Do it. This is really hot and hot. Wow. This bread has been in the fridge for around 24 hours, and it's fully fermented and ready to be baked. Now, using my lamb, I'm going to score it and open it here. There. Perfect. And as you can see, let me put again my gloves. And as you can see, it is fully proofed. You can see what is going to be the crumb in a few minutes and all the bubbles there. Okay, so I'm covering it and I'm taking it to the oven. Wow. There it goes. Now I have to put the other bread immediately. But now I'm going to use this bag. I'll do the same thing, some semolina on the peel, some more semolina here. And there I go. Wow. Oh, I forgot one thing, the timer. 15 minutes. There I go. Ding, 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 ding. 15 minutes. Okay, let's go back here. And now check this. I'm going to open this one, score this one too. Ooh. There I go. Good. Perfect. Great. And now I'm going to put it in the bag. Please write me in comments if you have ever used this one, or if you knew this kind of technique, which is the same thing as the Dutch oven. The thing is that one is plastic and the other one is iron. So there it goes. Wow, 15 minutes both. What is going in there? In order to get an year, to get an oven spring, an interesting oven spring in the oven, we need steam in the oven. This steam is going to come from the water that evaporates from the bread. This water evaporates from the bread, and since we have all the breads inside of the iron cast or in the bag, all this water, this steam, retains there inside the bag or the cast iron, and keeps the crust, or what is going to be the crust, moist. This way the bread doesn't dry that fast, and let it have this oven spring, let it grow, because all the inside of the bread is not yet cooked. So it needs to expand, to grow, and it's full of air. If it dries really fast, then you lose this beautiful ear that we are trying to have now. So both methods are the same, working with steam. There's another method that you can do, is using directly steam, or pouring some water on the bottom of the oven, or maybe using ice or volcano stones. You can use that. But both methods for me are the best. The Dutch oven or the new one, the oven bag. Both methods are okay. So in 15 minutes, I'll open the lid, and I hope we have a beautiful oven spring. And of course, with the bag too. The thing with the bag is you are watching online at the same time. At the same time, what is going on on the Dutch oven? You don't know what is going on inside. But with the bag, you can have a peep to know what is happening in there. So okay, now we need to start and to see which kind of bread are we going to make today. So I told you this is a sourdough bread, and here is the formula for you to write and use. This formula comes from my app, which is free for download for your iPhone or your Android. It has 90% bread flour, 10% whole wheat flour, 60% water, 20% sourdough starter, and 2% salt. Here it is. You can download my app free, which is called Guten Morgen Baker's Percentage, and install in your phone and use it. But if you still don't know what is Baker's Percentage, it's an easy way for you to understand the recipes. It's really easy. You are not weighting anything. You don't need to use grams, ounces, or nothing, just percentages. The thing is that the main ingredient here in this kind of recipe, since we're making baking and making bread, is the flour. The flour should be 100. In this case, we're using two kinds of flours: white flour, bread flour, and then whole wheat flour. So you've seen I'm using 90% of one and 10% of the other. That means it's 100. So since it's the main ingredient, we need to use 100% flour. That's the main ingredient, and all the other ingredients will depend on this one, on the flour, on the weight on the flour of the flour. So, for instance, if we have 1 kilo flour, where if it says 60% hydration, it means that it's 60% of the weight of the flour. That means 60% of 1 kilo flour. That's 600 grams of water. 20% of sourdough starter. That's 20% of 1 kilo flour. That's 200 grams. And 2% salt, that means 2% of 1 kilo flour. That's 20 grams of salt. So that's a way to understand this Baker's Percentage, which is really easy, and it's more like neutral. You don't have to remember all the grams. You just say, for example, this bread is 80% hydration. That means that in 1 kilo flour we have 800 grams of water. Or this bread is 100% hydration. That means we have equal parts of flour and water. That's 1 kilo flour, 1 kilo water. A lot. Today we are doing just a 60% hydration, which means 600 grams of water per kilo flour. That's not the weight of the bread. That's the weight of according to the flour. So I wanted to show you my recipe and my app, which is called Guten Morgen Baker's Percentage, and here I have it. You open it here, and here you have it. It's in English and in Spanish. It comes with a few recipes already loaded, but you can make your own recipe. In this case, I'm going to make this one. For example, I press plus, and here I put the name of the bread. I put bread 60% hydration. So hydration here. And as I said, it's 90% bread flour. Bread flour. There. Now I add a new, is it flour? Sorry. Flour. Now. And now I write 10% whole wheat flour. Whole wheat. I need some glasses. Wheat, wealth. Wheat. Wheat. How do I write wheat? With H. That's why. Wheat flour. And now I said 60% hydration, which is water. There. And now I use 20% sourdough starter. And finally, 2% salt. There. So here's the recipe. 90% bread flour, 10% whole wheat flour, 60% water, 20% sourdough starter, and 2% salt. Now it's time to record it. Press there, and here I have it. Go to the bottom, and here's the recipe. So now it is really easy to calculate the weight of the dough. For example, I'm going to make 500 grams of dough. There, instantly I have all the grams here, and the percentages are always the same. And now, for example, I want to make bigger dough. I don't know, 2 kilos or 2 kilos and a half. There, I have it instantly, everything calculated. So, as I said, all the percentages are always the same. And then what changes are the grams, but the percentages are always the same. That's easy to remember. So now I'm going to make just 500 grams of bread, which is this one. Here you have it, the formula. And it's really easy to keep all the formulas. You can back them up, you can share them. It's really easy. It's an easy, interesting calculator, or a bread calculator. Baker percentage, this is. So, the main ingredient, as I said, is flour. But the other ingredient today, which is the sourdough starter. So, I have a few sourdough starters here. This one, another one here. This one, and also this one here. Do you want me to open one? Let's try this one. They're fully fermented and ready to work. I don't know if... Ooh. Let me see what happens here. It's hard to open. Oh, I can open it. Oh. Oh, here. I heard something. I heard something. The gases. Oh. Wow. Wow, take a look at this. It's super, super active. Wow. Take a look at that. Full of bubbles, ready to work. It's like a mousse. It's like a cream, I don't know. Full of air. And it smells incredible. Wow, take a look at that. So, when you start baking bread or making bread, you need the sourdough starter to be fully active. It's like yeast. Remember, this is yeast. This is yeast, natural yeast that we've done here at home, and it needs to be active. For instance, if you were using an old yeast that you bought at the supermarket and it's old, so it's expired, then you can use it. That's the thing. So that's why you need to always use your yeast, this natural yeast, really active. When you feed it, it needs to double, triple in size and explode. It doesn't need to explode like this one. But if you see it, it's full of air, airy, like a cream. And let me check, we can do some kind of experiment. Just a second, let me get a bowl. Here, wow. Here's a bowl, and we try a little test to see if it's floating. I pour some water here, and let me put 1 spoon of this sourdough starter and see what happens. Wow, it's floating. That means that it's really, really active, full of air, ready to work. Leave it there. That's a good test. If you are not really sure if your sourdough starter is really ready to start working, this is going to help you to know if it's ready to start baking. That's a test. If this is okay, then you can start baking. So here it is, incredible, but I have a few more sourdough starters here too for you to see. This is another one that I use. Always take a look. Has exploded many times before this video. Let me open it and see how it is. Wow. Ooh. Take a look at that. Really creamy, full of air, airy, perfect. Really healthy. When you use your sourdough starter regularly or daily, on a daily basis, you'll have it super healthy. If you don't use it that much and you have it forgotten in your fridge, then sometimes you can get this kind of liquids that you watch here. These liquids that appear on top of sourdough are just telling you that the sourdough needs to be fed. It needs to be fed, but it's okay because you can feed your sourdough starter every day when you don't use it every day, when you don't bake bread every day. So when this happens, it's okay. What you can do is the following. But first of all, I need to tell you the story of these two sourdoughs that I have here. This one, if you can read here, says Ushuaia. I don't know if you know where's Ushuaia. It's at the end of the word. Deep South America, almost near the Antarctica. There's Ushuaia, which is a beautiful place full of woods and sea and mountains, and I went there to ski a few years ago, and I started this sourdough starter using snow. I melted some snow, and with some whole wheat flour that I had there, I started from scratch this sourdough starter down there. And then I took this sourdough starter, or they invited me to Belgium, to the sourdough library here. This is the sourdough library in Belgium, and they wanted to have my sourdough there for the eternity. And I have the number 146 in this sourdough library, which my friend Carl Schmidt accepted my Ushuaia sourdough starter, and it's kept here in one of these fridges there at the sourdough library. You can watch the video here if you want to. So Carl Schmidt, which is the sourdough librarian, travels all around the world looking for new sourdough starters that he finds interesting. So once, a few years ago, I think last year or the year before, he went to Greece to find this other sourdough that I have here, which started 240 years ago in Finland. Yes, this one has 240 years old, and it was built by some people, I don't know who did it, in Finland 240 years ago, and then he took it back, someone took it to some Greek monks in Greece and kept there for 200 years. And then last year or the year before, when my friend Kardash met from the sourdough library to Greece and brought a piece of this sourdough to Belgium, to his, this bread is calling me, to Belgium, and then he stored it in his library. And then I'll tell you what I did. But let me first open the bag and remove the lid here. Wow, 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 wow. It's been 15 minutes. Yes, the peel. Let's open first this one in the bag. Wow, beautiful. Look at that oven spring. Excellent oven spring. So here, and let's take this. I need to cut this bag. Be careful with that seam. That's the very dangerous part. Wow. And as you can see here, it's pre-baked. Look, beautiful. Beautiful oven spring. Whoa, it's partially baked. Now we need to make it golden brown. So let's go back to the oven, put it back again there, and let's open the Dutch oven. Come with me again here. Wow. Put it here, and let's see. Are you ready? Ooh, wow. Beautiful. Beautiful oven spring. Wow. It smells like bread. Okay, let's take it back to the oven. And there it goes again with his friend. Both breads there. Bye, see you in another 15 minutes. So we have 15 more minutes to wait. Baking in real time. Yes. Okay, let's go back here. So I was telling you about this sourdough started 240 years old. So, Bertinet, my friend, the sourdough librarian, went back with this sourdough starter from Greece to Belgium and stored it in the sourdough library. Then I went last year with my sourdough from Ushuaia. He gave me that certificate, and then I asked him if he could give me a piece of this sourdough starter. So I brought back here to my lab in Buenos Aires this little bit of sourdough starter from 240 years ago and rebuild it here. And here I have it. And I can open it again. Why? It's really hard. Let me see if I can open it. This is really... Let me use this. Whew. Some exercise. Wow! It will take me like 204 years to open this thing. I think it's going... I'm all red, right? I can open it. Can I open it? Okay. Let me see if I can see a way. Don't do this at home. It's been closed for years, 204 years. The thing, let me turn this up. Let's see if I can open it. Okay. My hand is wet. Wait. There. I think I can do it. Someone help me. Okay, we'll come a few minutes later. So, okay, let's start with the recipe, okay? Let's go with the recipe till someone opens that thing for me. So, as I told you, I have already my recipe there, and I want you to show you again the recipe. Oh, it's coming? Not yet. They're still working behind the cameras. Here's the recipe again. That's what we're going to do now. You have it? Okay, so let's start with a bowl. We'll start with a bowl, and we'll put first the flour, the water, and the sourdough starter. I'm not going to put at the beginning the salt, because what we're going to do is to do it by hand. We're not using a mixer. We could use a mixer, of course, or we could mix it by hand. The thing is that we are not going to need at all. We're going to do Autolyse, which is really easy. It's just mixing everything and let the proteins that builds the gluten network to hydrate slowly and build this gluten network by their own. That's called Autolyse. It only takes time. For example, if you want to knead with your hands, you can knead it maybe in 20 minutes. You can get it a full kneaded dough. Maybe you use a mixer and you'll get it ready in 10 minutes. But if you don't knead at all, you just mix all the ingredients, you'll get the dough ready in an hour without doing nothing at all, just mixing. So let's start with the dough. 250 grams of bread flour. I'm using a little bit of bread flour here. $250. Almost there. Here it's coming. Oh, thank you. Voilà, let me do the finish. I did it. Wow. Take a look at all this liquid that we have inside. Oof, it smells like 250 years old dough. Okay, I'll leave it here, this for a second, and I'll go back to the sourdough starter. So, when the sourdough starter is like this, you haven't used it like in 240 years, what you have to do in order to have it back to work it back is to discard a part. Of course, this liquid first. You discard the liquid and almost all the sourdough. Just leave a little bit. Just leave a little bit. This tiny bit is going to be okay. So now what you have to do is to feed it again. To feed it again, this sourdough is made with rye. So I'm going to use rye. 1, 2. I am not weighing anything at all. If you've seen many other of my videos, you'll see that I do this everything by the eye. Yes, by the eye. I'm not measuring. When I do the dough, the mix of the bread, the dough of the bread is okay. But when I'm working with my sourdough starter, I don't weigh nothing at all. Just trying to keep or to obtain a texture, a creamy texture. A little bit of water there, and I mix it. And I take a look at how it looks like. I have it. What we need to make to look is like a puree, like a mousse. It doesn't have to be that liquid. I know that many of you do it one-on-one. 1 part water, 1 part sourdough starter, 1 part flour. In this case, I don't mind. I just do it by the eye. And this is the creamy texture that I'm talking about. Making this creamy, you make it work slower. When it's not that hydrated, if you want to know what kind of hydration I'm using, maybe I am around 80, 85. The thing is, when the hydration is lower than 100, equals part 100, I use lower, the activity is slower. And then this way you can see what is going on a little bit easier. Maybe if you're a beginner, you're just starting with sourdough, this way you can see easier the activity of your sourdough. That's why I always say to use it, to make it by the eye and not weighing things, in this case in the sourdough. So now I did a refreshment, and this is going to take a few hours to come back to life as this one. If you, for example, left it more than a week, maybe a month in the fridge and you didn't use it that much, maybe you have to do this not just 1 time, maybe 2 times, 3 times, until it doubles or triples in size. When it's ready, when it has happened this, when it's almost had exploded, that's the moment that you can use. That's the right moment to use it. You need to see it full of air, fluffy, floating. That's what you need to see in order to use your sourdough starter. If it's like this or like this one, full of this liquid, don't use it. Please don't start a bread with a sourdough starter which is not active. So now this one is going to work maybe later, maybe on the next video, I don't know. But this time is going to, I'm not going to use this one. I'm going to use the other one. So let's continue with the recipe. But remember, if you want to know a little bit more about sourdough, starter and bread, there's my masterclass that you can access here. Here's the link, in which I'm going to tell you how to build from scratch your own sourdough starter, whole wheat or white sourdough starter, both of them from scratch, and also learn more about bread, not what we're going to do today. If you want to learn a little bit more about sourdough bread, more technique, more details, more tips, and everything, please go to my sourdough starter masterclass, and then you'll learn a lot about sourdough. So let's go back to the recipe. Let me open again my app, and here it is. So I had already weighed my white flour, and now I have to weight the whole wheat flour, which was only just 10%. Yes, I'm going to weigh 27 grams of whole wheat flour. Finally, I could open that sourdough starter. It was complicated, so I had some help behind cameras. It hasn't been opened for ages. 240 years ago was the last time. No, it was the last week, but it was really strong. Okay, so now I weighed both flours, and now I'm going to add the sourdough starter, which is 54 grams. I'll use this one here. Okay, 54 grams. Wow, take a look at this. It's beautiful. 54 grams. Here we go a bit. 32, a little bit more. Yeah, perfect. Good. It's here. And now I need to add the water. That's the only thing. I'm not going to add the salt now because, as I said, I want the flour to hydrate. And if I add the salt from the beginning, the salt will compete with the flour and will not hydrate that much the flour. So that's why I'm going to add the salt in a few minutes. So water, I have 165 grams, which is 60% hydration. 165. Yeah, 2 grams. Perfect. Good. And now I need to start mixing. Good. With my Danish whisk. How's it come? Oh, 5 minutes. Good. So I need to start mixing everything. This dough is really easy to do because it's not too hydrated. We're using just a 60% hydration, which is not that much. It's okay, you could also do this on 70 hydration, 80% hydration, also 90 or 100% hydration. That's too much. This is an easy bread recipe for you to try at home and to make it for your family or with your family too. It is really easy. So what I am doing right now is just to mix everything. I am not kneading. There's no gluten development by the moment. Just mixing all the ingredients, making the flour hydrate, and also the sourdough starter, not the salt. Okay, it's almost there, finished. I'll use this scraper to help me a little bit more. And it's almost done. So now the water starts moving all around the dough and start hydrating these two proteins that makes the gluten network, which are the gliadin and the glutenin and gliadin, which are these both proteins that make this gluten network. So when this gluten network is developed, that means that the dough is fully kneaded. As I told you before, you can do this by hand, mixing with a mixer, or just doing anything at all, just waiting. So here's the dough. Look, there's no gluten development at all. It is tearing apart, easy. Nothing. This dough is not kneaded, just mixed. So what I'm going to do is to leave it here on the counter for around 1 hour. Always remember to cover the dough. Don't leave it like this because it's going to get dry. So I use these shower cups that I don't need, but I found another use to cover bowls. So I have this dough here, and now we have to wait an hour. But since this is a non-stop video, really live video, I'm going to show you another one already autolyzed, which is this one. You thought you were going to have to wait an hour. Now, it's here. And take a look at this. This is a dough already autolyzed. And see the difference. Let me wet my hands a second. Always when working with dough, whoa, it's better to wash your hands and take a look. Wow. Now you can see there is some gluten development. The dough is already kneaded, perfectly kneaded, and it has been done just by waiting. And this is the other one, the first one, which is mixed. Take a look at this. No gluten development, tears apart, not ready, not what? And take a look at this one. And it's only 1 hour difference between both of them. So now what I have to do is to add the salt. This is what was missing. So I now add the salt, the dough, and now I give it the final mix. This was the last ingredient that I needed. Wow, 1 minute for the bread. Come with me. Oh. Ha. Looking good. The one on top is a little bit more golden because it's on top of the oven, and the other one down there is a little bit less brown. And I could put the other one up there and had both with the same color. But not today. Good. Great. So now, let me finish mixing this until I take the bread out of the oven. Good. Hey, wait a minute. The oven is calling me. Okay, I heard you. Just a second. There I have it. Wow. A few turns, and the dough is almost ready. This is really easy to do. It's a really, really easy bread for you to make at home. Okay, so now put it here on the bowl again and cover it again. Now we have to wait till it grows or until it doubles in size. But first, let's take the bread out of the oven. Just a second, let me clean my hands. And put the gloves. Okay, oven, there. And as I said, the one on top, it's a little bit darker because it has been on the upper side of the oven. And this one, it's okay too, but a little bit lighter because it was down there. But both are okay. So let me remove them from here. And let's put them here on the cooling rack, which is here. On the cooling rack, one and the other. Let me close this, turn it off, and I remove my gloves here. Beautiful. What do you think? Dutch oven. Oh, it sounds hollow. That means that the bread is hot and it's fully good fermented and fully baked. And this one, wow, sounds hollow too and light. That means we had a perfect fermentation. Which one you like the most? The one in the Dutch oven or the one in the bag? Choose your option. There you have them both there. Beautiful. So, I'll let them cool down for a little bit, and now we need to finish the recipe and reach the very moment in which we started with this dough. Let me organize this a little bit, which is a mess. We are working live here. There, let me move this and this. And now, let's continue with the dough. As I told you, this dough started fermenting and growing, this last one. And here I have it already fermented for you. So you can see how it has doubled in size and it's ready to be shaped. Take a look at it. This is fully fermented. It's been, from this one to this one, it has been around 4 hours at room temperature always, which is kind of warm. This one is ready, and this one is just finished mixing. And here is the first one, the Autolyse. Here you can see all the steps. Autolyse, bulk, this one's mixed, and this is bulk fermentation, ready to be shaped. And to put it again in the Panettone, in the point that we started today's video. So now, I'm going to put some semolina on the counter. And let me unmold this. Whoa, there, really fast. With a little oil on the bottom. Sometimes you can put some oil so you can unmold it easier. So now, take a look at the dough. I'm going to shape the bread. We're going to shape a batard. We're going to put this side on the center of the dough, and then we flip this other side on top of it. And now we need to give it some tension. Clean it a little bit. Now I roll it onto itself this way, there, and now I need to finish the ends. One end, here I go with the other end, and perfect. There I have it, some semolina on top of it, and I'll put it back in the Panettone. Always in the Panettone, some flour And take a look at this. It goes upside down. There. So this is how I started the video today, with this bread, taking it out of the fridge. That's what I have to do. I need to take this bread again back to the fridge until tomorrow, and then I'll bake this one. That's the bread that I had at the beginning, which are this one too that I have here. So this bread is going to go to the fridge again in a few minutes, and then tomorrow I'll bake it. But now it's time to check the ovens that the bread that came out of the oven, right? Let me clean my hands again a little bit, and let's prepare the cutting board to check out the bread. Here's my knife, the Gluten Morgan knife. Wow, there. Gluten Morgan. I brought this from Madrid, from Spain. Ole. And here are both breads. It is not the best moment to cut it when it's still warm. I know that warm bread sometimes is nice, it's good to feel it, but you won't taste the best out of the bread when you try it, or when you eat it hot. You need to let it cool down, but today I have no more time, so I have to open them right now. The crumb, maybe it's not going to be, won't look that great, because sometimes when the starches are not yet gelatinized, they look a little bit more moist. But it's okay. If we could have let them cool down for a little bit more, it could have been better. But take a look at this. Wow, all that steam. And it's so light. Beautiful crumb. Very even crumb, simple. This bread is ideal for making toast in the morning or in the evening too, with some butter, some jam. Let me get this other one. It sounds incredible. Wow. Beautiful. With all the steam. What do you think? Beautiful, nice bread, really easy to do. With sourdough starter, a little bit of flour, an oven, not too many things, just for beginners to start with the first sourdough bread. Really, really easy. So let me cut a piece of it and try it. Take a look at this. Golden crust, sorry. Beautiful crumb. Ooh, crunchy. Hear this. Try it. I definitely need some butter. Really, really good. I like this crust. But let me see in comments which is your favorite. If you want more golden or more lighter. Which one? Okay. So. Yes, I'm back. So, I hope you have enjoyed this small sourdough video lesson. As I told you at the middle of the video, you can watch my masterclass, my sourdough masterclass full with more details, more things to learn, how to keep a more healthier sourdough starter, how to build it from scratch, how to make another kind of bread, work with hydration, with many other flours and much more. Here's again the link for you to start today if you want. And of course, here in my channel, you have many, many other videos to keep on learning with me. So I hope you have enjoyed it again, and I'll see you on the next one. Guten Morgen, everyone. Today we are baking baguettes. Right now, I have the oven preheated at 480 degrees Fahrenheit, and here are the baguettes ready to be baked. So, what do I have to do first? Square them with my lamb. Take a look at my new lamb. Woo! There. Really sharp. Whoa, whoa. So, now I'm going to score them all along like this. They're ready, proofed, ready to be baked. Okay, here we go. We need to do it at 45 degrees. This is an angle. You shouldn't do a deep cut, just
on the surface of the baguette. Okay, follow me. Here you go. Wow. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Why 7, not 8? I don't know. Okay, let me check if the scoring is okay. I have to adjust here, there. Okay, here it's up. I think it's okay. Okay, good. Time to go to the oven. Follow me. There we go with that. 4 first. Left or right? Left or right? Left or right? Right. Okay. There. There you go. And now I come with the other ones. Bye. Good. And now some artisan steam. Always when you bake baguette for this kind of French bread, you need to add some steam or vapor inside the oven so we can get a good oven spring. I hope so, if the gluten is with us. So now, time. Around 25-30 minutes. I put 25 minutes and then we check what is going on. Okay. Now we're going to start with the dough from the beginning, so follow me. Let's go. Yes, you need to move first. Come with me. I'll show you the way. Okay. Welcome to my baking other part of the lab. Here I have 3 pre-ferments. No, I don't have 3 pre-ferments. I am about to make these 3 pre-ferments. So this dough has 3 pre-ferments, as I said, from to start with. But here I also have my sourdough starter, because one is going to be done with sourdough starter and the other one with a little bit of yeast. So maybe you know, when you make bread, you can use yeast, you can use sourdough, or you can use a pre-ferment. What is a pre-ferment? As the word says, it's something that it's fermented previously. It's a dough which we will ferment the day before we start baking. So what we're going to do is a polish, we're going to do a sourdough starter, and this is in French, it's called pâte fermentée, which is just like a dough, a bread dough, but from the day before. When you make a whole batch of bread, you keep a little piece of that dough and use it to proof the next batch of bread. But in this case, we are going to use 3 different pre-ferments in the same dough. Yes, that's something new, and it's going to make the dough, the bread, or in this case, the baguette, really, really light and really, really crispy and very airy. I hope so. So let's start with the pre-ferments. This one, I'm going to start with this one, which is the old dough or the previous dough, and I'm going to mix it here on the mixer. And the ingredients that we have are, of course, flour, bread flour, a little bit of salt, water, this small amount of yeast, I'm using fresh yeast now, and then some olive oil. Okay? So, in the mixer, we add the flour. There it goes. Now the yeast. Whoop. The salt. And I still have the water and the oil. The olive oil, I'm going to add it at the end. So now I stir it and slowly start adding the water. Why I'm using the paddle instead of the hook? Good question. Did you ask it? So I am using the paddle because this dough is a high hydration dough. It has a lot of water. So what I think is better for mixing is a paddle instead of using the hook. When I work with a high hydration doughs, I prefer using the paddle rather than the hook. It's much better. So, okay, start mixing. And I still have the olive oil. You need to go adding really, really slowly the water in the dough. This is called basinage. So you don't have to add the water all at once at the beginning. Just little amounts and check how the dough is developing. Okay, so as soon as the dough starts developing, I will add the olive oil. Good. There it goes. Okay. And leave it there, and we'll start with the other mixes. Those. Let me leave this here. And now we'll start with the polish. Maybe the polish, you already know it. It's a very well-known pre-ferment for baguette. And how do you make this pre-ferment? The formula is 1 part flour, 1 part water, and just a little bit of yeast. In this case, I am using fresh yeast, but if you're going to use dry yeast, use 1/3 of the weight of the fresh yeast. So here I have the flour, and now I'll add the yeast, and now comes the water. All the water, and I'll start mixing this. This is really, really easy. You don't have to do anything else. It's just mixing. It's both ingredients. Really easy, and this is going to give a lot of flavor to the dough. That's the best part of using pre-ferments in dough rather than using just yeast or maybe sourdough at the beginning. If you make pre-ferments, you're going to make the dough of the bread even more tastier, lighter, and super airy with, I hope so, big pockets, big holes in the crumb. So that's the idea of using pre-ferments. Good. Let me check if everything is well mixed. Good. So it's done. And this is a texture. Now we need to allow the dough to grow, to ferment. It's going to take quite long, a few hours, maybe 8 hours or even more. Depends the amount of yeast and the temperature that you are. Right now I am at at 70 degrees, I hope. 25 degrees centigrade. Let me check. Temperature. If you use Fahrenheit, let me see. To Fahrenheit, that's around 77 degrees Fahrenheit, the room temperature right now. That's the perfect room temperature for the pre-ferments to proof. So here is the polish. We're done. Now we'll start doing a refreshment to the sourdough. Of course, I have already here my sourdough starter, which is super active, full of air, as you can see. And now I'm going to make a new refreshment. I'm going to use a little bit of this one. I'll put just this small amount. Take a look, it's nothing, just a little bit, but here is all the power. And I put here with that amount of flour, which is 1 part flour, 1 part water, the same as I did with the polish, only that this time I'm not using yeast, I'm using sourdough starter. So now I add the water and start mixing again. Here we go. Slowly. And this is going to take also a long time to ferment. But this is also going to give a lot of flavor to the dough. Good. Let me check. Nothing's, still some dry flour at the bottom. Okay, I think we're done. Good. Here we go. Here's the sourdough. And now I'm gonna take this here. And let's check the dough. How's it going? Good. This is a very small amount of dough. So now I am going to add the oil really slowly.
all the ingredients are in. Just a few seconds, and we're gonna have it. It's a very hydrated dough, as I told you. Interesting.
What is going on in the oven?
We'll check that in a few minutes if we have some oven spring or not. The thing about the steam that I use, this artisan steam in the oven, it's because we need to make the environment inside the oven to be moist. Because if it's dry, the surface of the baguettes or the bread will dry instantly, and then we won't have oven spring. So that's why we add vapor or steam at the beginning. That should be at the first part of the baking, so the first 10-15 minutes. So we're going to check that in a few seconds. Okay, it's going good. Few seconds more and we're done. This dough will ferment also for a lot of hours, so perfect. In case you already have dough that you use from, maybe you're in a bakery and you bake bread every day, you could use one part of that old dough, which is in French is called pâte fermentée, for your bread. But in this case, I'm making this dough previously. Good. We're almost done. Meanwhile, while we wait, I want you to take a look again at my sourdough, which I always tell you it should be always really, really active. I want you to look at the texture, how creamy and airy it is. It's like a mousse. This is the kind of texture that the sourdough starter should always have. Something really important in the sourdough, that it shouldn't be that acid, because if it's too acid, the acid it's not going to be helpful with the gluten development, because it won't let the gluten to develop. That's why. So you need to keep it low in acidity. And how you keep it low in acidity? Well, the best thing is to use it. If you use it regularly every day and you refresh it every day, you'll make the acidity lower. In case you don't use it that much, then what you have to do maybe is discard, or as I'm doing right now, just picking a little bit of this sourdough and making a new one. This way you are going to make a sourdough starter really low in acidity. If you have a pH meter, maybe you have a pH meter, the acidity that you should be looking for is around 4.5. It should be between 4 and 5. In the middle, 4.5 should be the acidity, the best acidity of a sourdough. But to achieve that, what you have to do is use it. Or otherwise, take a little bit of this one, make a new one, or what I always recommend too is to discard. You maybe can discard half of your sourdough and then refresh it with a little bit of flour, more flour, less water, not too hydrated. Mix it, try to look for a creamy texture, and that's my method, done by the eye, not waiting, just mixing and looking for this kind of texture, really creamy. Okay, so we have this done. Let me clean this, just a second. And we have the 3 pre-ferments ready. Good. I think we're done. Let me check this. It's a little dough. Okay, I think we're done. Good. So this is going to be our mini dough. Good. There. Take a look at this one. Good. Now we'll make some little Bertinet method, like this. A few stretching and foldings. There it goes. It's really, really sticky, I know, but it's going to be much better with the time. Time will knead for us. As you know, maybe you've heard about the Autolyse, which is Autolyse. Autolyse is just letting the dough to knead by itself. You only need time. When you mix flour and water, you start with the dough, and then the water moves around all the dough slowly
and hydrating all the proteins that makes the gluten network. So if you give them time, you'll get a kneaded dough by itself. You just need time. And today we have a lot of time because we're making these pre-ferments ahead of time, 1 day before. So there we go. Perfect. Let me open this. Oh, the name, I don't want to make a mess. Well, so there we go with the dough. I'm gonna put it in there. Good. So now we have the 3 pre-ferments ready. Here, 1, 2. Everything's very sticky. Let me put this here and wash my hands 1 second while you watch the pre-ferments there. The Polish, the sourdough starter, and the pâte fermentée in French. Perfect. So here we are. This is a Polish. We need this to grow, to give it some time. Here we have the sourdough starter, just refreshed. And this is the pâte fermentée. The sourdough, this refreshed one, is also known as levain, which is in French, or levain. Yes, it's levain in French, because all the baker is mostly French. And here is the sourdough, which started this. So we have 4 pre-ferments. The sourdough, of course, is also a pre-ferment, an artisan pre-ferment, and these 2 were done with yeast, and this levain is sourdough. Okay, so we have the 3 pre-ferments done, and now what we should do is wait a few hours. What I recommend is to let them rise to double or triple in size at room temperature, as I said, around 70, 80 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 25 degrees Celsius. And then when they're done, if you don't want to start mixing the final dough, then what you should do is to put them in the fridge. Let them sit in the fridge to cold ferment from overnight. So at the next day, you mix the final dough, which is what we're going to do now. So I'll let these 3 pre-ferments to wait, I don't know, here. The sourdough, I'll leave it here because it's my favorite. And now we'll start with the dough. But first of all, I want to show you how are these pre-ferments, how do they look like at the next day. Yes, I know, these one are bigger. Yes, it's the same dough, only that I have more dough because we're going to mix now with this mixer, not with the small one, with the big one. So that's what we're going to do. And put this one there. Wow. And here are the 3 mixes. So which one do you want to see first? Polish? Okay, let's go with the Polish and take a look at the Polish. It has fermented like 8 hours at room temperature, and then I put them in the fridge till today. A lot of bubbles. You should smell this. It smells incredible. Polish is the first pre-ferment that you use, or which was used for baguette. It's not called Polish. The right name is Polish because it comes from Poland. Yes, the Polands were the inventors of the Polish, but the French people were the ones that used it for the baguette. So it's interesting. So this one is the first and the preferred pre-ferment that you use for baguette. But today we are using 3 different. Here is the levain, or the sourdough starter, already fermented. Take a look at all these bubbles that we have here. Wow. This was also cold fermenting in the fridge after 8 hours at room temperature. And here is the pâte fermentée, or this old dough, the dough from an old bread. Take a look at these bubbles. All these bubbles will make the bread or the baguette really, really airy and really tasty. First of all, what we're looking for is to have a really tasty bread. Crispy, thin, with a thin crust, with airy and creamy crumb, and super tasty. That's the main target that we're looking for. So here we have the 3 pre-ferments. With these 3 pre-ferments, we're going to make the final dough. For the final dough, I need for a few more ingredients that I have here. I need flour, need more flour. Then you need a little bit of sugar. Yes, a little bit of sugar, which is food for the yeast. We're going to add a little bit more of yeast, some salt, of course, olive oil, a lot of olive oil, and water. Why are we using olive oil? In the recipe, the olive oil is going to make the dough a little bit more extensible, and it's because it gets in between the gluten network. They don't let these two proteins that makes the gluten network. The oil stands in the middle, so it makes the gluten network a little more extensible. So that's what we're looking for in a baguette, because we want to make it really easy to be stretched. So, and also the olive oil is going to give more taste, of course, and it's going to help the conservation of the bread. When you use oil in the doughs, you make it's like a conservant. Also, the sourdough is a natural conservant, so this bread is going to last longer. Of course, there are two stages of the bread for me. The first one is when the bread, or the baguette in this case, is freshly baked. It's perfect. And then at the next day, it's going to be a good bread, but for toast. But this bread could last, I don't know, at room temperature, well kept, around 4 or 5 days, if you don't eat it first, okay, no? So, well, we have the 3 pre-ferments, but I think we should check what's going on in the oven, right? So I'll follow you. Let's see what's going on. I don't want to see. Oh, dun 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 dun. Wow, let's check this. Oh, 4 minutes left. Wow, yes, we have a good oven spring. Excellent. What I should do now is to let me put on my gloves. Whoa, here. I'm going to turn them around. Since this oven is a deck oven and has no fan inside, sometimes I like to do this so we get better. Okay, wow, and it's looking gorgeous. Haha. We had an excellent oven spring. There. Okay. Great. 3 minutes left, 4 minutes left. I don't know. What do you think? Should we give them some more time, or shall we wait 4 minutes? Okay, we'll come back in 4 minutes. You go first. Don't leave my gloves there. We go to the mixer, to the big mixer now. So, yes, this is a big mixer. This mixer can knead around 80 kilos. 70 kilos? Yes, 70. 15 kilos, but we're going just to mix 3 kilos now. So, what do we do first? We're going to put here all the pre-ferments. Take a look at these bubbles. I don't know. Wow. Ooh. The smell is incredible. I hope you could smell this. Wow. This is incredible. And all this is going into the bread. Wow. Okay, so let me put the first pre-ferment, the pâte fermentée, which is an old bread dough from the day before. This is how many bakeries, they use only just pâte fermentée, which is this old dough, to start a new one. You always keep a little bit of the first of this, the dough that you're doing to make bread, and then you keep just a little bit like this, and you use it every day to proof or to ferment the next dough of the following day. Okay, so we have the pâte fermentée. Now we go with the sourdough. Take a look at these bubbles. Wow. Beautiful. This is the power. This is the engine of our dough. This is going to give a lot of flavor and lightness and crispiness and everything. Did I tell you that the baguette is one of my favorite kind of bread? I started baking because I wanted to have this incredible baguettes. Yes, I started with that. Good. So, 2 pre-ferments in, we still need 1 more. And here comes a polish from Poland. Polish. Here it goes. Whoa.
This is looking incredible. I know it's maybe a little bit complicated to think beforehand all these kind of pre-ferments, but believe me, it's going to be really, really worth it. This dough is incredible. Takes some time, I know, but if you make the day before and you organize yourself, it's not that complicated. You just need to think beforehand, organize, yes, a little bit, but it's really, really worth it. Okay, pre-ferment's done. And now I'll start the machine. We still need to add the water. So I will start the machine at fast speed from the beginning, always at fast speed, which is in maybe this small one, like number 3. Okay, and now comes the flour. I like to add all the ingredients slowly, not all at the same time, just making like a rain, like a shower. Wow. There. And now we need to start adding the water. Little by little. That, as I said before, this is called basinage. So we start adding the water really slowly. Not all the water at the same time. Now goes in the yeast. There. We still have all this water left. The salt, the olive oil, and the sugar. Now I can add the sugar. Like I said before, this is the food for the yeast. And a little bit more of water. The oven is about to call me in a few seconds, I think so. Now? So let's check what is going on here. Good.
Are you lost with all the sourdough bread recipes that you find on the internet? Would you like to learn all the tips and tricks to make your own sourdough bread at home? Then I have the solution. I have designed the perfect masterclass of sourdough bread just made for you. By clicking the link on the description, you will learn how to make and take care of your sourdough starter, how to knead, shape, ferment, and bake your sourdough bread, how to use and read the baker's percentage, all the basic techniques to bake like a pro at home, and how to read and understand your dough. Don't miss out on it and click the link on the description right now.
Yeah. So let's add more water. There, we still have this little more. Good. Just add now a little bit more. Slowly, always go slowly. The gluten is developing perfectly. I like this kind of mixer with this kind of pigtail or a spiral pigtail, which is the first one that I love is the one with arms. I don't know if you have those ones, but then I prefer this one with a pigtail. More water goes in, and still we have this left. The oven should be calling me in any second. And now this, and yes, we're about to run out of water. Everything went in. The final hydration of this dough is around 75, 78, 75, which it's not too hydrate, but it's the high hydration dough. There, oh, great. So now goes the last drop of water. There you go. Woo. Done. And as soon as I see that the gluten development is done, we'll add the salt. This moment. Here comes the salt. Whoa! There. There goes the salt. Perfect. We still have the olive oil. Not yet, not yet. In a few seconds. I think we should go. Yes, I think the oven is calling us. Let's check. No, 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay. What do oven? I think yes, we have 1 minute. Let's come back again. And let's check if the gluten development is okay. It's going to take to make a membranes. Have some water here so I can work on my hands. Now let's check this. Wow, this is what I'm looking for. Good. Take a look at this gluten development. Wow, really, really strong dough. That's what we're looking for. So now that the gluten development is done, now we need the dough to let it sit here for a few minutes, and then we'll add the final ingredient, the olive oil. So now we'll leave this here. Now let's go back to the oven to see if we take the baguettes out of it. 12 seconds. So let's make a sneak peek. Hey. Wow. I love baguettes. Whoa, done. Really fast. Okay. What do you think about this? Oh, it's hot. Wow. Wow. Yes, we could leave them a few. Oh, this is really, really light out. Oh, and hot. But I think it's okay now. What do you think? Yes? Okay. We'll take it out. Oh, let me take my peel. Yes, just a second. There. What? I'll do it like this. Wait. Why? There it is. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Like we have a clean shot. There. Wow. No addition. No addition. Good. Beautiful baguettes. And what do I do? Well, okay. I'll put them here. Seconds. There. I'm going to take this paper. And now we go with the rest. Wow. Beautiful. Then so light. Wow. Good. We'll let them. Excellent. Wow. Hot. Oof. Look at this one. Ta-da! Beautiful. Sounds hollow. And let me check this. It's really hot, but I love this. I love baking baguettes. And we had a really open spring. They really look really artisan. They are really artisan. Maybe in France, they won't call this baguettes. It's my gluten Morgan style, but it's really, really light. So we'll let them cool down just a few minutes before we open them. And then we'll check the crown. So first, let's go back to the dough. We still need to add the olive oil. Okay, here's the dough. Let me check again. How's the gluten development there? Wow, take a look at this. Good. Take a look at this. Okay, so now it's time. And it's not that sticky. It's a little bit sticky, but not that sticky. So now we go with the olive oil. Okay, let's turn this thing on again and start. Olive oil goes in slowly. I prefer olive oil. In case you don't like olive oil, you could use canola oil or maybe sunflower or corn oil. There. Done. Put this here. Wash my hands. And here's the container where we're going to put the dough in a few seconds. Yes, great. It was done. I put some olive oil inside. Glutamoria. And yes, we're done. The dough is already cooked in the pigtail. Here I go. Wow. Wow. Can't believe it. All this amount of olive oil that we put inside. So now we need to cut it. Take it, let me see. Oof, this dough is beautiful. Let's take the first piece. Wow. Yeah. A little bit more. Whoa. There. And here. Sign out. There. See if I can do something in reverse. That. Last piece of dough. And that's all. Wow. And now what I'm going to do is just small stretching and fold, no, folding and stretching. There, looking good. This way too. Look how elastic is this dough. Really, really elastic. That's because of the olive oil that we used. Almost done. There. I could do this forever. I love doing this. Great. So the dough is done. Now, to cover it, always cover the dough. Don't let it like this. Just cover and cover because it's going to get dry. So now the dough is here, and we need this dough to rise. This dough is going to be. You could use it, as I do always, on the same day because we've been pre-fermenting these pre-ferments from the day before, from yesterday. So the final dough could be shaped and baked today. If you want, you could also put this into cold fermentation and use it on the next day. Not much more, just one day if you want. But you can shape the baguettes or bread. You can also make country bread with this dough. It's not just only for baguettes. You can use it in a few hours. Now what we need to do is to let this dough rise till it doubles in size, and then we should shape it. But since there's no addition in this video, is there addition? No addition. No addition. Yes, we had no budget for addition, so I have already pre-mixed or pre-fermented one smaller dough in order for you to look how should it look like. Let me get it for you. I'll bring this also, and here is the final dough, like this one, but I did it before I started this video. Here's the dough. This is 1 kilo, and here I have 3 kilos. I'll take a look at all the bubbles I have here. It's the same dough, but around 2 hours the difference. We have 2 hours of difference between this one and this one. So I'll let this one for making baguettes later. For me, maybe I could make a sandwich. But now I'm going to work with this one so you can see how I ended up with the baguettes. So I'm going to unmold the dough here with some semolina or flour on the counter, and take a look at all the air that we have here. Beautiful dough. It's a little bit complicated. You need to think and organize quite a few things before you start baking this, but the results are incredible. So in this kilo, I could get 3 baguettes. Those ones that I've already took out of the oven weighed around 350 grams. Here should weigh 333 grams each. I'm not going to weigh them now. I will just cut the dough into 3 pieces for you to see what I do.
I try to arrange it first, so it's okay, almost the same. And I cut in 3 pieces. There, 1, 2, and 3. Well, by the eye, no? Like I always do. So, let me put some more flour around here in a second. And I'll move the dough so I can work. Okay. What we always do when we work with baguettes is 2 things. First, we need to pre-shape. Pre-shape is the first shape that we're going to give to the baguette, which is just folding it into itself to give it some tension, but we are not still going to stretch it, because when we work with dough, this gluten network is still a little bit tight, so we need it to relax a little bit in order to stretch it like a baguette. So first, what we need to do is this pre-shape. So what we're going to do is this. Roll it into itself. Now it's starting to look like a baguette, but not yet a baguette. Okay, so this is a pre-shape, the first shape that we do. It's done, and we let it rest a few minutes here. There, pre-shaped. Now we go with the other one. I don't know if they weigh all the same. I think the third one is going to be smaller. So I'll do this again. I always do it this way, so doing the camera way, it's not the best way, and you can watch it better. There, take a look at all these bubbles. Those bubbles come from all the pre-ferments that we've done. So here comes the second one, sorry. And now we go with this smaller one. You always try to, when you cut the dough, try to make it kind of a rectangle. The more rectangle it is, the easier it's going to be. So you roll it again, and we're done. Yes, this one is a little bit smaller. Wow, this is all artisan. More semolina or flour there, and now we need to let them rest a few seconds. Now what I'm going to do is to put this here, and I'll bring the baguettes from there so we can start cutting them, and then we'll stretch this on. Okay, come with me. Hello, how are you? Wow. Let's take a few of them. Woo! There. This one. This one. I feel like I'm in a bakery buying baguettes. Okay, give me 2, give me 3. This one, which one? This one? This one? Or this one? This one. 4. It's okay, it's enough. Come with me. Whoa. Whoa. Here we are. And I'll put them in this cooling rack. There. So they're almost ready to be open. And here we have the not yet finished baguettes. So first, I still need to make something. When we stretch the baguettes, you've seen I use parchment paper. But if you don't want to use parchment paper and want to do the French way, I'll use this linen cloth that I have from my friend Richard Bertinet, which is one of the most well-known French bakers. He lives in England. That's strange, but he's French, and he makes excellent baguettes. If you don't know him, you should go and visit him. He lives in Bath, England. So, well, okay, this is the cloth, and now I put some semolina, or flour, if you don't have semolina, and I'm going to stretch the baguettes and put them here to rest. This is called in French couche, which means like a bed. It's like a bed for bread, a bread bed. Okay, done. And now I need some space. Put this here. Now it's time to stretch the baguettes. So the baguette was pre-shaped, and here I have it. So now what we have to do is just to finish the ends of the baguette. because we have of the shape. No, sorry. We still need to do something. Now, that's what I'm going to do. Sorry. We'll stretch it like this, find shape, and now we're going to stretch it like this, ting, 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 ting. Now we finish like this, give it more tension. There, and now it looks like a baguette. Some more flour there. Now we have the shape. Now we need to finish the ends. So we do it like this, not too much pressure. Take a look at these bubbles. There. And now we finish the ends like this. And see how the dough let us stretch it really, really easy because it rested a little bit. So let me move this here so you can have a better look. And now I'll bring this here and I put the dough there. Now we make a little place for the next one and we let it rest there for a few seconds. Now let's go with the second one. So we flip it over into the middle like this. The dough feels incredible. There, almost done. And then we give the final tension, bring this side there and closing these sides here. Let me see if I can watch this better. This way it's going to be complicated, but this is the way to do it. There. Okay. Here are all the stitches. Now some semolina, roll it a little bit. Now we give it the final shape. There, done. And put it here. Beautiful dough. I'll do this one. Yeah. More semolina. And let's do the final one. First, fold it into the center, to the middle, like this. Now we give the final dough, closing the dough and pressing here, like this. Oof, there's a lot of air going on there. Wow, beautiful. More flour, use it like this. The dough will pick the flour that she needs. Now I need to finish these ends. This one was a little bit smaller, but it's also beautiful. And we put it here. And the couche. Here are the 3 baguettes. And we let them rest for maybe half an hour. And then I score them and bake them, as you've seen at the beginning of this video. That's all the dough, that's all the procedure done fast because I had a few pre-ferments and dough done in beforehand. But that's how we do this kind of baguette, which is really, really airy and light. So I think it's time to try how did this bread came out of the oven. So what I need now is this board, knife, the Gluten Morgan knife. We'll open one of them, or maybe two. Wow, first of all, let's check this. Ooh. Ha, it's really airy, light. Take a look at this. I can hold it with just 2 fingers. This means it's really, really easy. Wow, it smells incredible. Wow. This one, beautiful. Okay, let's open this one. Wow. Take a look at this crumb. Wow. It smells amazing. Nice, nice crumb. What do you think about nice open crumb? The thing when you make a baguette, what you want is to have a really crispy crust and thin. It should be thin, and the dough, the crumb should be airy, creamy, very airy, because what you want to taste or what you want to bite in a baguette is the crust. The crust is the best part of the baguette. And the crumb is also important, but should be really, really light. But we're looking for a crispy and thin crust. You need more crust and less crumb in a baguette. Let's open another one to see how it developed. This one, it is still hot. It's always recommended to wait a little bit more till you open the baguette. So this one, wow, beautiful too. Huh. Oh, there's still steam coming out of it. It's really hot. Wow. I love it. So now the best part, you should taste it. But I think I should do it out of program with a little butter. Yes, I know. Just a little butter. Wow. See? It's really cold, but the bread is hot. Let me melt this a little bit. Like this, but too much butter. There. Now, oof. Here I go, the best part of the video. I don't know. Can we do everything again, all over again? Excellent. Crispy. The crumb is so moist, but so airy. But everything, the crust is everything. And as I said, the crust is thin, crispy. That's what you're looking for. And the best part of the baguette is this one, when it comes right out of the oven. It's the best moment. The baguette, in France, they bake baguettes 2 or 3 times per day because they won't always an excellent bread, but for toast. The toast are incredible too, but this moment is the best. So well, I hope you have enjoyed this new video, a whole video, no edition video, a real video of how I make this kind of bread. It's a little bit complicated using this pre-ferment, 3 different pre-ferments that I use for final dough. But as you can see, you get this incredible crumb, crust and taste. I hope you could taste that at home too, maybe. Just then send me a picture or leave me in comments how did it turn out at your house when you bake baguettes. If you don't have a deck oven like this, maybe you can make smaller baguettes and use a pizza stone if you have in your oven. Here in the channel I have a zillion videos about how to bake baguettes or even smaller, but definitely you should try this one. So I hope you have enjoyed. That's all by the moment. If you like this video, share it, give me some comments, and I'll see you on the next one. Oh, hi, good morning everyone. Today is a rainy day and it's also a baking day. Yes, today we are going to bake in many different ovens. But first, let me put on my apron and follow me to the Gluten Morgan Lab. Welcome. Today is a no edition video. Raw, as it should be. So, as I told you, we are going to bake bread today in many different ovens. I'll be using this one that you're seeing right now here, the countertop oven, which is an electric oven, simple oven, countertop. Then I have my electric home oven. And there you'll see, or maybe come and sneak peek with me. There I have 2 ovens. The deck oven on the right and on the left, an electric oven more for pastry. So we are going to follow me. We need to pick the bread, which is cold fermenting here in the fridge. Let me get 2 pieces. This is all the same bread. I'll show you the formula in a few minutes. Let me take this 2. Yeah, I think it's okay. They've been in the fridge since yesterday for around
almost 24 hours. Yes, 20 hours, I think. Oh no, 22, around 22 hours. The formula, in case you want to know, which is very simple. It's done with sourdough starter, a little bit of white flour, just a few of whole wheat flour. And here is the formula if you want to add it into my app, the Gluten Morgan Baker's Percentage, which, by the way, is totally free. So download it to your iPhone or Android. Okay, so I think I'm done. Here I have the first two breads of the rainy day. So the first one I'm going to bake it here, and the second one I'm going to bake it there. One very important thing when you bake bread, this kind of bread, which is kind of country bread or French bread, we need to use steam or vapor, which is water, in the oven, because we want, when the bread is being baked, we need it to, the crust should be still moist. It doesn't have to get dry too fast, because if the crust dries too fast, then we won't have this oven spring. We won't have an ear. We won't have those beautiful loaves that you see here in my channel. That's why we need steam. And there are many ways to make steam in the oven. So the first one, I'll show you how we make steam here in this oven. Yes, the counter deck oven. Then I'll show you another way there, and on the deck. On the 4 ovens, we're going to see 4 different ways of making steam in the oven. The first one, this simple one, let me show you the oven. It's very simple. It has, now it's already preheated at around 220 degrees centigrade, which is around 480 degrees Fahrenheit. And here I have the baking steel, which is also preheated, and there I have a tray. I'm going to put the fan. There's no fan working now on the oven. The thing is that there's a fan. There's a problem with the steam, because the fan is going to take all that steam away from the oven. So we need the oven to be to hold all this steam inside the oven while we are baking the bread. The first part of the baking, we could divide the baking, the process of a bread, which should be around 40 minutes. The first 15 or 20 minutes should be with steam, and then the second part, because the bread will be already open with the ear, then we just need to make it darker, or making it golden brown. That's the second part of the baking, which you don't need steam anymore. But on the first part, yes, you need some steam, and the way that we are going to make steam in the oven is, of course, with water. So I have here my crazy fireman, which is known in Spanish as el bombero loco, which is going to help me to make some moist in the oven. Yes, and also a little bit of water. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the bread inside there, use my bombero loco, and then a little bit of water in the tray. So, okay, let's start. First of all, here I have my peel, and one of the breads that we're going to use. This one. Beautiful fermented, slow fermented, cold fermented. As you can see, the air inside the bread is tight, it's compressed, because the low temperature compresses the air. That's why you see the bread when it comes out of the fridge a little bit compact. But it's perfectly fermented. So first of all, need to put some flour on the peel so it doesn't get stuck in there, otherwise we would lose the bread. And now I unmold it. Whoa, very carefully. Perfect. And now the good part, there are 2 good parts of slow and cold fermenting. The first one is that, as I told you, the bread is very stiff, very hard. So it's easier for me to make the scoring, which is going to be like a chirurgical cut. Now I'm going to do this. And the second thing, which is also important, is the taste of the bread, which enhances much more when you do, or you retard the fermentation. Then you get tastier bread rather than baking them without going through some cold fermentation. So those 2 reasons are the best. But the first one is that this cut is going to be, the scoring is going to be perfect. wow. Of course, you always need to use a blade, very sharp blade. So take a look, all the bubbles there. This means that we have a very good fermentation. So, what is important about baking with steam? That's what I wanted to show you. This is the crust. This is going to be the crust, but I don't want it to get dry so fast. So first, in the first part of the baking, we need to have some steam in order to keep this moist and let the bread grow inside the oven to make the oven spring and generate this year on the outside, which is also beautiful. So this way we let it grow, and then the crumb is going also to develop, to open, to get that open crumb. Well, that all comes from a good baking. So the first part of the baking should be with steam, and that's what I'm about to do right now. So the stone, this baking steel, which is kind of stone, is also super preheated, and the oven also, that's key, really important. So now I'll put the bread on the steel, the baking steel, gently. Now some water with a bombero loco, the crazy fireman, and also going to pour some water here, woo, on the tray. Whoa! And may the gluten be with it. Now I let it there for around 15 minutes and see what is going to happen in here. Leave it here. And may the bombero loco be with it. Now, let's move on to the second bread of the day. Now, it's time for the home oven, which is, this oven is an electric oven, like this one. Well, by the way, the 4 ovens, they are electric, but they work in different forms. So, this was the countertop oven, which is the easier oven, the fastest and the cheapest oven in the market. And then we move on to this one, to an electric oven, which it's more powerful, it has fan. I can also cut off the fan, but today I'll be using the fan because we're going to use this Dutch oven, which is another way to make steam with the bread, because all the water that's inside the bread while it's baking, all the water of the bread is going to evaporate, but it won't get out from the Dutch oven because it's going to be there, encapsulated everything in the Dutch oven. So all that steam will keep the crust or the future crust moist, and that will get, I hope so, the oven spring. So okay, let me put on my gloves, my Kevlar gloves, okay, because this thing is going to be a little bit hot. And I use this, help me, and let's take the Dutch oven out of the oven, which is also preheated. Remember to preheat everything. The oven, the Dutch oven, the tray, whatever you're going to use, always needs to be preheated. Temperature, the same temperature, around 250 degrees centigrade, which is around 482 degrees Fahrenheit, which is really hot. And also this is really hot and heavy. That's the difference. So, okay, the Dutch oven is preheated and ready. Is it going okay? I don't want to see. Going good? Okay, I hope so. So now, I'll put some flour here too. And I have another one, second bread ready. This one is bigger, and it's also well fermented. Take a look at this. But you can see here all this moist. If you put this on top of a peel right now, all this moist will get stuck onto the peel. So you won't move the bread from the peel and you will lose it. That's why I also put some flour or semolina, you can use whatever you have, on the base, because this is the base of the bread. So now time to mold it. Wow, it's huge. Wow, beautiful. Now the same thing. Time to make the scoring, which should be in angle. Remember, this is a batard. When you cut a batard, when you score a batard, you should do it at 45 degrees. That's the secret to get a beautiful oven spring. Good. Look at the crumb, all the bubbles. That's the crumb, which is perfectly fermented. So now I'm going to close with the lid this Dutch oven, and all the water that comes out of or will evaporate from the bread will keep there inside the Dutch oven and will help it to open, to grow perfectly in the other oven. So these are two ovens, two in one, two per one, I don't know, two ovens in one. Okay, wow, this is heavy. And now I'll put like, I don't know, 15 minutes. 15, 18, 20, it's okay, 15 minutes. We're going good. Let's check the other oven. Oh, yes. Oh, that's a good sign. Check it, take a look. It's not flat. There's some kind of step. There's like a little step which is going to be the ear. So let me just a little bit of more water. It's not necessary that, I don't know, by instance, 10 minutes left. Okay. Now we need to move to another oven. So let's get two more breads. Follow me. I don't need that. Okay. I have two. We can, yes, use a round one, a batard, and and one of this, which is a bowl. Two. Oh, by the way, have I shown you? Here I have all my sourdoughs. This is my sourdough that I built it using seawater from the Patagonia. I started with seawater and it worked. I also have this one, which is made with grapes. I started this with grapes. This is my last acquisition. And here you have another one from Ushuaia, from the end of the world. I made this using snow, with snow. I started this with snow. And what else? Oh, this one. This one, I brought this one from Belgium, from the sourdough library. My friend Carl de Schmidt, maybe you're watching. Hello, Carl, how are you? This sourdough starter has 240 years old. Yes, it came originally from Finland. Then a monk took it to Greece, and from Greece, the sourdough librarian took it to Belgium, and then I went to Belgium and brought it here to, where am I? Guess, leave me in the comments and tell me where do you think I am right now. Where is the Gluten Morgan lab? Okay, so let's go back to the lab. Follow me. Shoot. We're going to bake in that oven in a few seconds. Shoot, there. Okay, looking good. And now, the third oven of this rainy day. It's still raining? Yes, it's still raining. Okay, good. The third oven is an electric oven. Like this one, and that one, and the other one. They're all electric. And it's a convector oven which has a huge fan, not two fans. And I can stop them. So, if I can stop the fans in an oven, then I cannot bake like in this one just with water and steam, direct steam. I should do something in order to keep that steam while I'm baking the bread. So, what can I do? There's a trick which I am not going to do, and there's a video about that if you look here in my channel. If you have an electric oven with the fan, and you can stop the fan, because in this oven you can stop the fan. You can decide if you want to use it or rather not, you can do it. But in that other oven, which is a pastry oven, you can do that. You can stop the fan. So that's a problem when you want to bake with direct steam. So what I use, I am not going to do that now, I'm going to show you another way. But the hack to use that oven is to preheat it at maximum heat, around 300 degrees. That should be more than 500 degrees Fahrenheit. So you keep it heating very, very hot, and then you take the bread with a peel, like I did in this one, do the same thing. You then go to put the bread on the tray, you add some steam, and then you turn off the oven. Then turn off the oven, and what happens? You turn off the fan too, or the fans in this case. So in this case, you turn off the fans, and then there's no wind inside the oven, and then you can keep the steam floating inside. So there's a way to make the bread oven spring, to get an oven spring, and then when you see that around 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you get the oven spring, then you lower the temperature and restart the oven. Put it on again, and then you get both things. You did it with steam, direct steam, and then you just bake it the regular one. But today I'm going to make something in between. In this one, I use the Dutch oven, but now what I am going to use are these bags, oven bags, which are prepared for baking chicken or meat or fish, and should be ready for high temperature. This one can resist up to 500 degrees Fahrenheit, which is around 280 degrees Celsius. So you should check that the plastic bags, these oven bags that you are going to use, are resistant to high temperature. So the idea is the same as the Dutch oven. We are going to put the bread inside the bag, and we're going to keep all the moisture, all the gases, all the steam that comes out of the bread inside the bag. And then at the half of the baking, then we'll remove the bag and let it get golden brown like normal bread. So that's the same thing that I'm going to do. I just need 2 bags. These are one-time use. They are only one-time use. You cannot reuse this bag again. Okay, so I have 2 bags. I need my peel, which is here. And then I do the same thing. Some flour on the bread, like I said, here. Doo-doo. Some more flour here. There, this is a bowl, which is round, and this is the oval one, which is the batter. So now, let's go with the first one. Flour here. And unmolding. Whoop. Perfect. Now, scoring 45 degrees. And there, check, check, good. Open the bag, and here it goes. Inside the bag, ready to go into the oven. Wow, there. Now I need to close the bag in order the gases not to escape from here. So I'll let it just a few seconds there. I need to go fast with the second one. Let's do this fast. More flour, the round one. And when you use round one, you can go deeper. The cut can be deeper, the scoring. You don't need, you can do it deeper, no going on 45 degrees. That's straight. Okay, into the back too. And we need to run to the oven. Forrest, run. 1, 2, and let's go to the other oven. Woo, follow me. It's still raining. It's very dark here today. Okay, so this is the oven, which is also preheated at the same temperature, 250 degrees. One goes in there, and see the fans. Those are the fans that I can turn them off. They're working all the time. But if I put the bread in the box, in the bag, then you won't have a problem about the steam, because it's going to be there inside the bag. Oof, see how they're moving. Okay, 15 minutes, and we are ready to go. And this is the other oven that we're going to use right now, which is also preheated at 250. This is a deck oven. There's a stone, which comes with the oven, of course, and this is the bread. This is a professional oven, bread oven, which is not the best oven in the world. Of course, it's just a regular oven, and this one has no steam. There are some kind of deck ovens which has like a key that you can press, and then you get steam in the oven. In this case, I'm going to make the steam with this, with another Bombero Loco. Okay, so let's go back there. I don't know, now I can leave these ones here. No, I'll take them with me, I don't know. Come with me again. Ooh, wow, take a look at this. Wow, that's a good part of using this kind of oven. You can see the oven spring that we're having today. Beautiful, what do you think? Tell me in the comments so far which is the best method that you like. This one, that one, or the third one. And now comes the fourth method, which we are going to bake 6 bread at the same time. I don't know, I have to be ready. First of all, I need to bring all the bread. Let me put this here. There, come with me. We need to bring 6 Panettons. Do I have 6 Panettons? I have more than 6. 1,
2. Do you like spicy sauce? I have some spicy sauce if you want. Another one. 3, 4, 5. One missing, no, right? 3. And this one. 6. And now, oh, 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 oh. I think I can make it. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun. Yes. Mission accomplished. Wow. Okay. 5 minutes for the Dutch oven. This one. Oh, 35 seconds. Good. Now I need to prepare the other big oven, because the big oven, we're going to put 6 bread at the same time. Well, at the same time, exactly the same time, I don't know. But we're going to do it fast. We're going to be ready to run, but I think first I need to check this one, which is about to sound the set of the alarm seconds. But now I don't have to do much. I only need to check if there's some water. Okay, good. Now let me put 15 more minutes in order to get golden brown. What I need to remove now, if there's some steam there, let me check. No, there's no more steam. Perfect. If here I had some more water, I should have removed it. But it's okay. No need to do anything by the moment. Beautiful. The bread is beautiful. So now we need to get it golden brown. Perfect. 15 minutes and we'll check it. Here I have 4 minutes, so I have 4 minutes to run to the deck oven. So here I have a huge peels in which I should, I don't know. I know. Yes, I know. Okay, first flour. I want to flour the peel and prepare all this bread. I have these shower caps. I don't know if you discovered these are shower caps. Whoop, that are very handful when working with Panettones or even with bowls. I use it to cover the bowls. Okay, so now flour on the base of each loaf. Get here and there, and also this one. Good, and now time to mold to peel. One there. Wow. There it goes. Let's put another one here. Good. 2. And this is here. Here I can put some more. 2 more. Put this one. 1, 2. Good. And now I'll use this too. 4 peels or 6 bread. I could have used less peels, but since I have all these peels, I want to do it easier. Okay, there. So I should do the scoring, but this is about to sound. I don't know what to do. Maybe we can check how are the bags going. Now, follow me. Let's see. They're looking. Oh, looking great. We also have the. Let me open this quick. There, you can see there's here. Wow. As you can see, there's the step that I say. You can see mini ear about to open. So that means we're going good. We still have left almost 9 minutes to go. So let's go back to the lab and let's open. Let's remove the lid and see what's going on there. The good thing or the bad thing about these two methods with or even with the bag is that when you're using bag, you are seeing on real time what is going on with your bread. But in this kind of Dutch ovens, it's a mystery. You won't see
what happens till this very moment when I remove the lid. And every time I do that, when I see an ear, I say, thanks, the gluten that has been with me. But till this moment, I don't know. I just don't know what is going. Do you know what's going to happen? No? No? Oh yeah? Yes? Okay. Okay. Just a few seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, go. No? Almost, eh? Almost. So, let's see. Dun, dun. Are you ready? Go. Wow! What did I say? This is hot. Wow. Excellent. Good. So now back into the oven for around 15 minutes. I'll say maybe we need some few minutes more. I don't know. 15, 18 minutes is okay. Beautiful. Great. Wow. Now I can rest. No, the bread here. Oof. This is a rush. Okay. Let me remove the gloves, and now have to score 6 bread in a row. 1, 2. This lamb, which is this piece of wood, is from olive wood, and an artisan made it to me in Barcelona, Spain. Okay, another one. There we go. The thing is that in this oven that we're going to bake now, the deck oven, the secret to have a good oven spring is to have a lot of steam, but at the same time, you need to bake more than just one bread. You need to bake at least 6 bread, because if you bake just one bread, the steam won't be enough. Oh, this is heavy. Won't be enough, and then you won't have an oven spring. That sometimes it can happen also when you bake 6 pieces of bread, but I hope not. Whoa. There, let me go running from here. I'll be back with these 2. Here, the other 2. And now, let's bake all them together. Okay, let's go. When you use this kind of peel, you don't have to put the peel in the air and then do like this. Just put the front part of the peel and try to slide them slightly there. Now I do the same with this one. Don't take too long because the bread will stuck onto the peel. And now this one. And the last one, 6. I could have baked 8. Now comes the best part, the most artisan part, making some steam. There, a lot of steam. We need steam. The bread will also release steam, but I need to add some more steam so we can get an oven spring. Good. So now I'll put 20 minutes. What? This way. 20 minutes. Now, working. And some more steam. Here. Whoa. That's the downside of not having a bottom with steam. It works, but it should work, I don't know. There. Whew. Tired. Good. Let's see this one's. Ooh. Looking good. Take a look at the patate and the bowl. I think looking good. 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. And now we need to go back and see what's going on with the other bread. Wow, great. Oof, this one is looking gorgeous. This one looking gorgeous. Beautiful. So we have a few minutes. I think we can do something. What if we feed the sourdough starter? Follow me. Not the ones that I showed you before. This is the sourdough starter that I use regularly. This is my sourdough starter, the original, the one that I use to bake all this piece of bread, which I still have 2 more to bake later on another video. So come with me and we'll feed the sourdough. What I need is sourdough. How many minutes do we have here? 6 minutes. 11 minutes. And we need flour, starter, water, and of course, a spoon. Here's my starter, which I used and I fed yesterday. Well, it's been in the fridge for hours since yesterday, but check all the bubbles that it has. A lot of bubbles, that means that's a lot of activity. And how I use it. This is the way that I use my sourdough starter every day to bake bread. When I come here into the lab, like today, but today it's a baking day, I remove it from the fridge, as you can see, like this, active, and I use it. I make all the bread that I have to do, and then I feed it again with flour and water, always by the eye, you see it now. And when it starts rising, then I put it again in the fridge, which is around 5 degrees Celsius, which is in Fahrenheit. Let me check a second. 5 degrees centigrade to Fahrenheit, that's around 40 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's the temperature of my fridge. And I let the sourdough starter to grow slowly till it doubles or triples in size in the fridge. And then on the next day, I remove it again, ready to use. I use it, feed it, and then goes back into the fridge. So that's a cycle that I use every day to have my sourdough always active. And that's an important thing of the sourdough starter in order to have or to bake good bread. It's that it should be lower in acid. Of course, sourdough sourdough, of course, by itself is sour or acid. That's normal. But the thing is that its pH should be around between 4 and 5. So, to put it in simple words, we need to have the sourdough starter low in acidity. Because the acidity, if it's too acid, the sourdough is too acid below 4, then you have problem with the gluten network. And what is the gluten network? Is the thing that gives the shape of the bread. That's like the skeleton of the bread. So if you have problems with the gluten network, then you end up with flat breads. Maybe that might have happened to you a few times. One of the reasons could be because you're using a too acid sourdough starter. So in order to keep it low in acidity, you have to use it. That's the best way to keep it low in acidity. Why? Because you pick a piece, you just take a piece and take a look at the bubbles, by the way. You take a piece of the sourdough starter, you use it to make some bread, and then you refresh or you feed again your starter with more flour and water. And this way keeps always your sourdough starter healthy. That's the way to keep it healthy, because you use a part and then you refresh it every day. Ooh, there's an alarm sounding. Which one? That way. Okay, let's go. I think it's I'll take the gloves. I think it's I need another thing. This, the bags. Wow. Whoa, yes. Good. Let's check this. Wow, take a look at this. Beautiful. So, we need to be careful when I open the bag, because there's all the steam. Wow, that steam is really, really hot. And so now what I do, I remove the bag like this. We have this beautiful spring, oven spring. And now I do the same with the other one. Ooh, be careful with that steam. Remove the bag fast. And now that we have this beautiful oven spring, what do? Just let them end baking and get them golden brown. So I'll give them some more 15 minutes and see what happens. By the way, since we are here, I want to see what is going on. It looks kind of good. Just put another little bit of steam there, but I think we're going, I don't want to see too much, but I think we're going kind of good. The gluten might be with us. We still have 14 more minutes to return here, and 14 more minutes here too. So let's go back to the oven. We have a minute and 20. Maybe I can rotate here, since we are not using the fan here. Sometimes the color of the bread, it's not. Yes. Oh, look. Okay. Turn it around. Let it for around 1 more minute, or maybe one. I can add a minute more in a few seconds, but it's looking beautiful. So, and here we have 6 more minutes. Perfect. Good. Now this bread is being baked with a fan. Oof, looking really good. And turn it around again. This one too. Wow. I'll tell you about those bubbles in a few seconds, in a few minutes. Excellent. Good. So all the bread are kind of going okay. And I was here working with a sourdough starter. So, well, as I told you, the key to have a perfect sourdough, healthy and active and strong sourdough starter is to use it or to feed it daily. This is the basement, this is the skeleton, this is the base of the pyramid, which is all the baking process. If we use a non-active or not healthy sourdough starter, we'll have problems. Yes, this bread is almost ready. Well, it's done. I'll turn it off. I'll turn off the oven and let it cool down for a minute or two. Then we'll open it and see what's going. Sometimes I do that if I can, so we get some more extra crispiness in the oven, with the oven off. So, as I told you, the problem with the starter that it should be really active. So if it's not active, remember that this sourdough starter is yeast. This is just yeast. This yeast, artisan yeast, house-made yeast. So, but it's yeast. So it should be the same thing if you buy in the supermarket some old yeast and you try to use that yeast, you will have problems because the bread won't proof, won't rise. Well, the same thing is going to happen when you use not active sourdough starter. So, in order to keep it active, you need to feed it and use it regularly. That's why you are making sourdough from the beginning, to use it. So, pretend that I just use it. So now what I'm going to do is to feed it again. And as I told you, I feed it by the eye. I just add a few spoons of flour. I am using bread flour right now. Not using any measure, I'm not weighting, nothing. Just using flour and water. The thing is to keep it low in hydration. That's the secret. To keep it low in hydration, and when you keep it low in hydration, you make it work slower. So it works, if it's work a little bit slower or rises a little, proofs or ferment a little bit slower, it will be easier for you to understand what's going on and see the activity of the sourdough starter. That's why I always do it by the eye. Just checking the texture. But you need to check if it's too stiff, you add some more water. If it's too dry, or if it's too stiff, you add more water. And if it's too dry, no. If it's too watery, then you add some more flour. That's the idea. So you don't have to weigh, you don't have to measure anything. Just mix flour and water and see how's the texture. Take a look at this. Looking good. It's kind of stiff. I could add a little bit more water if I wanted to, but I think I'm going to keep it like this. So now it's already feeded. Now the second thing is to keep it at room temperature, which should be warm, around 25 degrees Celsius, which are around 70, 80, 75 around Celsius, Fahrenheit, sorry. So this is a secret to have the sourdough starter always healthy and ready to work. And this is a texture. This is the kind of texture that I'm looking always when I feed my sourdough starter. Always keep it like this. Don't be afraid. Use it. Do it by the eye. Don't go waiting. Don't use measures. Just a little bit of flour, a little bit of water. Mix it and take a look at this, the texture. Keep it a little bit lower in hydration. That's a secret, a little bit lower in hydration, and then you have it always ready. And of course, use it, bake bread. Make and bake bread, so you have this thing working perfectly. So now what's going to happen, this is going to start raising, like double in size, and then I'll take it back into the fridge, and I'll use it tomorrow, and then I'll refresh it or feed it again and use it again, and that's the way to do it every day. Oh, we're a minute away from the second bread. This one is ready, and now it's time to remove. Wow, beautiful, the second one. Let me put on my gloves, and oh, it's looking beautiful with all those bubbles. I love have to wait 1 minute. These bubbles on the crust are incredible. That means that it has an excellent cold fermentation. Yes. Just 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 3, 2, 1. Come on! Yeah. Oh, go. Wow. Take a look at this. Ooh. Ooh. And it's so light. Incredible. Let's take it out of the oven. Whoa. Put it here. Just a second. Wow. Take a look. It's beautiful. Let me turn this thing off. Good. Wow. They look incredible. Wow, the blisters. See all these blisters? This means that it had an excellent cold fermentation, which is awesome. So, what do I need to do? Let me bring the cooling rack that I have here. So I put the bread on it. Take a look. This is really important. It should sound hollow and light. Wow, perfect. I put it here. See what a beautiful, nice and brown color it has. Let me move this there. And we also need to remove this one out of the oven. We can check the color of each one. Wow, beautiful too. It's a little bit more, or slightly lighter. No, it's a little bit lighter, which of course a little bit smaller, but they're both looking gorgeous. Also, light, hollow, but this one is more like caramel, right? And this one is more light brown, really light brown, more golden brown. And this one is more brown with the blisters. I love these blisters. Beautiful, excellent oven spring. And I don't know, let's go to the other ovens and let's see how they're turning out. Oof, wow. This one is almost done. Take a look. Wow, good. Nice oven spring too. This one is beautiful too. 2 minutes left, and here we are also 2 minutes left. I want to take a sneak peek. Shall we? We'll do it fast. We still have 2 minutes left. Whoa, oh, yeah, wow. Some okay, another maybe. One didn't open that good. That's the thing with this oven. Sometimes the heat is not the same all around the oven, so some of them get an excellent oven spring, sometimes they don't. As I said, it's a professional oven, but not the best professional oven in the world, but it's good, okay, and it's cheap, so that's an important thing. I think we should, I don't know, but I think we should remove these ones. Okay, let's go back again one more time. Let's arrange everything here so we can bring the other bread from there. These are looking beautiful. We just let them cool down a little bit, then I will open one of them. Yes, let me remove this thing from here. Perfect. Put it there. Good. Ooh. And let's prepare more of this. And I have to bring the other two. Take this peel. Let's go. How many ovens do you have at home or maybe in your bakery? 2, 4, 1. There. Perfect timing. Ah, the other one is sounding. This one is good. So let's take a look. Wow. Let me see what results are we having. This is smaller one. Oh, nice. This one. Wow. Beautiful oven spring. Let me see this one. This one is okay too. Wow. Beautiful. And this one's okay. Let me put that back there. This one, no, this one, that's what happened. It tried to open, but then it had dried too fast, so we lost the ear. And here we have another one with ear, good. That sometimes might happen, or may happen. Another one, no ear. But it's okay, it happens, sometimes it happens. It's the same bread, the same everything, so the problem here was the oven. You've seen, many different ovens, no problem, but this oven, sometimes, that's why I say maybe you should have baked eight pieces at the same time, not 6. You need more steam. That's the problem is when you lose steam. So these ones are ready. Wow, take a look. Beautiful. The bowl, wow. And the batter, golden brown, also with blisters. Excellent. And let me turn this one off. And we have 4 bread at the moment. We still have 6 more going on there. Put them. Ooh, there, good. Oh, I forgot to set up the timer on the deck oven for another 15 minutes. Wow, let's go. 15 minutes, there. Okay, well, I'll see you in 15 minutes. Now, 1 minute left to take the bread out of the oven. So I have my peel here, there, and this cooling rack, which is, I don't know from where did I get this cooling rack, but it's bigger enough for 6 pieces of bread. So, about to sound. By the way, the rain is over, and now it's sunny. It's complicated, so did you find out where am I located? Please write in comments. And go making up your mind. Okay, this is almost ready. So which is the best method that you find in this video? Which is the best or the one that you like the most? There, no. I need to hear the tit-tit-tit-tit-tit. Getting ready. Oh, sorry, microphone. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Aha. Good. Wow. So we have lot kind of bread. They are looking kind of good. I really like the color, the deep golden color that they have. And here I have 3 ones with ear. Ow, this is hot. Beautiful. Wow, good. This one's looking good. Put them there. And now let's bring the other 3. And here, well, we have 1 with ear, good, and these 2, no ear. But a lot of blisters. Take a look at all the blisters. But this is the thing about the oven, because all the bread were the same thing, same dough, same fermentation, same everything. So sometimes you can get this slightly problem, but the bread is okay. Ooh, wow, it's hot. Okay, let me turn this off. Good. Let's go back to the lab. Wow, beautiful. Follow me. So now, this is today's baking. This is today's baking. So we really had very good results. And the gluten, I may say, has been with us. Take a look, we have sun. What? It was raining, and now the sun. I don't know. Okay. Did I show you my bombero loco, the crazy fireman? Okay, let's go back to bread. So, let's review everything. This one came out of this countertop oven, which is kind of good, still warm. This one came out of the Dutch oven and the electric oven. Beautiful. And these two came out of the oven bags. The bowl, beautiful, light. And the batard, also light too. The ear is it's not as big as this one, but it's a beautiful ear too. And here we have a mixture. Beautiful one, light, crispy, and hot. Wow! And the ones that did not open that good. But I'm fascinated with all the blisters. I love blisters. Did you know that a few years ago, I don't know how many years ago, the French master bakers hated the blisters. They said that was a mistake. But no longer, now it's not a mistake. Now it's something beautiful that you can get only when you cold ferment or retard the bread. This is because the difference in temperature when you take the bread out of the cold fridge and put it immediately in a hot oven. Then you get these blisters because of all the water that was on the crust. So we have all this bread, and please let me know which one is your favorite. The method that I told you before, which method is the best. We've started with the very homemade bread in this countertop, then we moved to the Dutch oven in this electric home oven, which was kind of better. Then we used a pastry oven, which is an electric oven with fan that we couldn't turn off, so we used the bag. And then at the end we used the deck oven, professional oven, but not the best oven, so sometimes you can get these problems with the steam, so you have to be more accurate, or maybe all the pieces should weigh the same and maybe bake more, but I just baked 6, I should have maybe baked 8 pieces. But the results are excellent too. Beautiful bread, beautiful crust, light, that comes from a very healthy sourdough. The key, the secret of everything is this, is in here, to have a healthy and really active sourdough. The sourdough start is not active and really strong, then you won't get healthy and good and light bread. So, what do you think if I open this one? Or shall I open this one? Or shall I open both of them? Or maybe this one and this one. Okay, this one. Yes, but first, hear this. Wow. Oh, great, and it's still hot. You shouldn't open the bread when it's still hot because of the starches that are inside the crumb, which is not yet finished to cook. That's why sometimes it looks a little bit a little bit like raw. The crumb looks like hell. It's not yet gelatinized. That's the word. So I'll open it up all the same. Let's hear this. Wow. Oh, look at all the steam coming out. Wow. Nice crumb, beautiful crumb. And you can see the steam, it's still hot. Great. And now let me open, which one? This one or this one? I want to open this one, the bad one. Let's see what's going on here. Whoa. Wow. Beautiful too. Nice open crumb. And if you let this cool down a little bit more, you have even better and bigger pockets because the starches are still working, not yet gelatinized as I said, but it's a beautiful crumb. Take a look. Wow, beautiful. Both are looking beautiful. And the crust are almost the same. This one was done in the Dutch oven. This one was done in the bag. Crispy, crunchy. And this one that was done in the countertop oven is also very good. And it also has blisters. The thing is that maybe I should have turned out the heat a little bit more higher on the second part of the baking. But it depends on you. If you like lighter crust or maybe darker crust, it depends on you. Sometimes in many bakeries in Northern Europe, they tend to bake longer the bread, and you get those deep brown colors which are almost like burnt. They are not burnt, but they look like burnt sometimes, and they like that kind of color. So it depends on you what kind of color do you like. So let's cut a slice and try it, right? Woof, take a look at this. Oof, it's really spongy, tender, humid, and hot. This is still hot. You should wait in order to taste the bread in its perfect state, you should wait for around 2 hours till you try the bread. That's when you're going to get the best flavor out of the bread. 2 hours, if you let them cool for around 2 hours. This one just stayed cooling 20 minutes, but it's beautiful. And the smell. Oh. Oh. It tastes like bread. Have a try. Well, I hope you have enjoyed this baking crazy no edition video. It started on a rainy day. Now, it looks like it's going to rain again. Okay, strange weather. So I hope you have enjoyed all the kinds of ovens. Please let me in comments what you think about each method. Tell me which is your favorite one, what you've done. Maybe you have some other method. Okay, so that's all. Share this video if you like it. Subscribe if you are not yet a subscriber. Like this video, and I'll see you on another one. And I'll finish my piece of bread.
Bada come la fuma, ma che sei grulli?
Good morning everyone and welcome to Firenze, Italy. I am here in the streets of the city looking for one of the best sandwiches in town called scacciata. What is a scacciata? It's something like a focaccia or it's another kind of bread. So why don't you come with me and let's find out what's the difference between these two breads, the focaccia or the scacciata, and also try some incredible combinations. Let's go. All'Antico Vinaio was founded in 1991 on Via dei Neri in Florence, Italy, by the Mazzanti family. They started as a small shop selling paninis, better known as sandwiches, with glasses of wine in a famous wine bar. In 2004, Tommy Mazzanti joined the family business and in 2007 turned it into an icon of Italian street food. Today, they have managed to expand from Florence and open permanent stores in Milan, Rome, Turin, and even took the business to the States. Opened 2 locations of their own, one in New York and the other one in Los Angeles.
Lorenzo, bueno,
Ok.
estamos en la cucina, ¿no?
Nella
la cocina.
sì, dove tenemos el nostro pan,
Acá.
que se abra la schiacciata,
Eso.
está muy similar como la focaccia,
Eso.
ma
Que
cambia.
la gente no comprende scacciata, focaccia. Mundialmente creo que la focaccia es conocida como la pizza, pero la scacciata no tanto.
La schiacciata es como la focaccia. Se puede abrir los ingredientes, se tiene dentro, non sopra.
Claro, como un sándwich.
Esatto, come un sandwich. La differenza è come che l'olio le si usa nella schiacciata después che è stato nell'orno. Quando il pan sta muy caliente, si prende l'olio e lo si spalma.
Ah, se pincela.
Se pincela, sì, se pincela.
¿Y la scacciata es más crocante que la focaccia?
Sì.
Molto más crocante, claro.
Sì.
Esa es la diferencia primera.
La differenza primera, poi anche perché la focaccia sta muy famosa e la
Mundialmente,
ligure.
eso.
E la ligure, la focaccia ligure un poquito più alta.
Y es más esponjosa, ¿no? Más-
Sì, assolutamente.
Y la scacciata no tiene poca miga, ¿no? Por dentro poca miga y crocante.
Fatta come il pan toscano. La nostra schiacciata non tiene muy sale.
Eso.
E
Ah, no
viene
tiene sal.
no, veramente poquito. Viene preparata come il pan toscano.
Como el pan toscano.
Solo con poca lievitazione e
Yes.
sta muy bassa.
¿Cuánto tiempo
Ma-
de fermentación o levitazione?
Viene fatto la noce e la mattina se termina.
Y una pregunta que todo el mundo quiere hacer. ¿Cuántas scacciata por día? En temporada alta y en baja. Molto.
sta molta. Solo in Florentia,
In Florenza.
nella bassa 700, 600
Per giorno, per día.
para día.
Y de la que está scacciata, ¿cuántos
Sono
sándwich sale?
6 bocadillo.
3, ok.
Sì, 3 per lato.
Y precotta,
Tiene una media cottura
media
che
cottura.
sta muy bianca. È mejor perché non te lo puedo fare toda la cocina, toda la noche.
Demasiada
perché poi noi
scacciata.
la diamo caliente.
Claro, esa. Que ahí da la famosa frase,
Bada come la fuma, mira come la fuma.
mira cómo humea.
Mira come umea. Sì, mira
Esa.
come umea.
Si la colocan en el horno,
La si coloca nell'orno, 5-6 minuti.
ok.
E después
Sale crocante, sí, va
esatto,
directo.
va directo al banco per terminare todo il giro del bocadillo. Se puede armar le tres más famose ricche bocadillo dell'antico vinaio. La más ricca, más famosa. Bada come la fuma, ma che sei grulli!
Increíble la miga.
Ahora, la más rica está la fabulosa. Se arma con el queso de oveja en crema de nuestra producción, la crema de alcachofa y la merenquena. Con un poquito de pimiento,
Melanzana.
no mucho. Sí, o la melanzana.
Pica un poco.
Sí, pica un poquito.
Briciola.
Sbriciolona es muy similar a la finocchiona, ma tiene una stagionatura minore. Esa es la fabulosa.
Es fabulosa mismo.
Después, si quiere probar, no está problema. El segundo más vendido está la Paraíso, que fuma, caliente, el pistacho, la crema de pistacho, la stracciatella y un poquito de pistacho. Vamos sulla mortadella.
Con más pistachos.
Sí, con más pistacho, siempre.
Todavía fuma.
Sí, sí, siempre. Para el tercer bocadillo ne fa uno che sta piccante.
Sí, picante.
La schiacciata infierno
Induya.
en duya. Siempre la merenquena, que está un poquito picante. La porchetta toscana, cerdo al horno en español, contiene arista, panceta y fegato.
Claro, el hígado.
Exacto. Un poquito de rúgula.
Para que sea más light.
Exacto, más light.
Para Tommaso. La mejor parte, como siempre, provare.
Provare, comer ahora.
And now here with Tommaso, the best part of the video. Tasting the scacciata. So first, I'm going to try the Fabulosa, which I think is going to be fabulous. Here I go. This is really, really fabulous. Incredible. The first thing that you know is that the scacciata is really crispy. The crumb almost doesn't exist. It's really, really airy and light. And the salami with the fenocchio is incredible. I need to try it again because it's really fabulous. I think that I could eat the whole sandwich by myself. Incredible. Time to try the second scacciata called Paradiso, which is paradise. I need to try this right now. The mortadella is everything. Mortadella, I think it's even better than jamon or prosciutto. Stracciatella, both together with the mortadella, this crispy scacciata. I think that you need to take the first plane and come here to Firenze because it's really, really, really tasty. And now the third and the last scacciata of the day. Let's give it a try. First of all, you feel the crispiness of the scacciata, and then comes Induja. Induja, goes into your mouth. A little bit spicy, it's not that spicy like I thought, but it's really, really tasty. And the porchetta, I can feel the wood. It's because it was baked in a wood oven, and this last one, this is incredible. L'inferno. Viva l'inferno, I'm going straight to hell. Wow. So after 3 scacciatas, I need to drink some Tommaso water. I really needed that. The scacciatas are really, really great. I thought because I saw many videos of people eating scacciata here in Firenze and Antico Binario. If you come soon to Firenze, Italia, you should come to Antico Binario and try the sandwiches. They are one better than the other. They're even more million combinations, and if you can, try to come not in season, because in season you'll have very long lines waiting for an hour. That's all, so leave me some comments, like this video, share it, and I'll see you on the next one. Guten Morgen, everyone from Italy.
Oh, with all this dough, I'm about to bake this incredible and light focaccia. Also, these crispy ciabattas. And finally, this gorgeous country loaf.
Guten Morgen everyone, and welcome to another baking video. As I told you before, well, just a few seconds ago, we are going to bake two breads and one focaccia. Yes, you know, well, maybe focaccia is another bread. But the best part of all is that we're going to make just one dough. And we are also going to use pre-ferments. Well, in case you haven't seen many of my videos using pre-ferments, here's one for you to check. In case you don't know what pre-ferments are, let me tell you really easy. We're going to pre-ferment, as the word said, a piece of dough, just using a little bit of flour, a little bit of water, using some yeast, and also sourdough starter. We're going to mix, let it ferment, and then use it in a final dough on the next day. That's going to give a lot of air and flavor to the dough. So, if you're ready, let's get started, and may the gluten be with you. And here is the recipe. Remember that you can download my app free for Android or iPhone. Here's the link. Time to start the pre-ferments. And here we are going to make 3 pre-ferments. Polish, pâte fermentée, which is kind of an old dough, and this is going to be a levain, which is a sourdough starter just refreshed. Very strong. So let's start first with the Polish. For that we need flour, then yeast, and we add the water. Slowly we start mixing everything. The Polish is going to give to the dough a lot of flavor, and it's going to make the final kneading much easier. Okay, that's all. Now we cover it and leave it there. Now it's time for the pâte fermentée, and for that we need flour, yeast, salt, the oil, and finally the water. And we start mixing everything. This is the only dough which contains salt, because it's a bread dough. We don't need to mix that much. We're going to do an Autolyse. So that's all. Now we're going to leave it there for a few minutes. Time's up. Let's open it and make a few stretching and foldings. That is all. The old dough is ready. And now we're going to make the levain. For that we need flour, of course sourdough starter, and water. This levain is going to be really strong, and it's going to help us to get an excellent oven spring. So now we have the pre-ferments already done. But now it's time to let them ferment. I recommend to do it overnight. Yes, so tomorrow morning we'll have them ready to make the final dough. The room temperature should be around 65 degrees Fahrenheit. Ta-da! And now that we finally have all the ingredients ready, let's start with the dough. In the mixer bowl, we first add the Polish. Wow, bubbles. Now we continue with the old dough, and now let's go with the levain, which by the way looks fantastic too. And as usual, I'm going to use the paddle because this dough is high hydration. I prefer using this. Now we add the rest of the flour, yeast, sugar, and we add the water. Now carefully we start the mixer. Well, sometimes it could be a little bit messy. As soon as we fix this, we add the salt. And a few minutes later, we add the olive oil. And we'll mix the dough till it looks shiny and this elastic. And now that the dough is ready, I'll put it in this container. And I will let it rest there for around 15 minutes. Okay, now it's time to make some stretching and foldings with a wet hand. Let's cover it again. And that is all by the moment. Now we need to let the dough rest for a few hours till it doubles in size. And then we continue.
Whoa.
So from this dough, we're going to make 3 breads. Well, 2 breads and 1 focaccia. So let's put it on the counter and divide it. The first bread that we're going to make is a country loaf. So let's start shaping it. It's really easy. So first, let's arrange the dough.
Now we pick one side and we fold it into itself. Now we take the other side and do the same. Now we roll the dough in. That's going to give it a lot of tension. Now we close one of the edges, the other one, sprinkle some semolina on top of it, and we transfer it to the Panettone. And take a look at the loaf. It's perfectly proofed, ready to go into the oven. This bread, we're going to bake it in the Dutch oven. And now I sprinkle some semolina, which has to be really, really, really hot. Let's flip it over. Oh, it's huge. And now with this sharp lamb, let's score it. Now I cover it with a lid and take it to the oven for around 15 minutes. And this is the moment that scares me the most. Time to open it. Wow! And now that we know that we had an incredible oven spring, let's take it back to the oven for another 15 minutes. I'm stopping the video for a few seconds to remind you that if you want to learn more about sourdough bread, here's the link for my masterclass in sourdough bread. Please click it now. Ooh. Hollow and super light. Let's cool it down. And now that it has cooled down, let's open it up. The crumb is so fluffy and soft. And now it's time to try it, but I have a better idea. So let's cut a few slices of this bread. I love that sound. And now they go straight to the toaster. Meanwhile, we slice a juicy tomato. And now that they're done, we go first with the garlic. And now we smash this incredible tomato. Don't forget the olive oil and a pinch of sea salt. And here comes the jamón. Yes, the prosciutto, but from Spain. And now, time to try it. Pare. And now with the second piece of this dough, I'm going to make the focaccia. So we stretch the dough a little bit. And this is going to be really easy. So we take all the edges to the center. Now we flip it over and give it some more tension with our hands. Yes, it's like a ball. And now in this focaccia mold or pizza mold, we put some olive oil and we put the focaccia in there. The focaccia is shaped, so now I need to let it rest until it reaches the top of the mold. Then it's going to be ready to be baked. And now that the focaccia is already proof, comes the best part, using the fingers. But first, we have to decorate it. So let's start with some sliced cherry tomatoes. Wow, this dough is super fluffy. I need to do it very slowly. Now I continue with some minced garlic in Italian olive oil. I cover it all, and now at last but not at least, some sea salt. And now straight to the oven. Wow, looking nice. I let it cool down and then we slice it right in the middle. Good, time to open up the focaccia. But I don't know how. This way or this other way. Let me see in comments what do you think. But it's going to be late, sorry. It couldn't be more fluffier. And now, as always, the best part. Oh. And now, with this piece of dough, I'm going to make ciabatta. Now I'm going to sprinkle some semolina remacinata on top of the dough. The good part of the ciabatta is that we don't have to shape nothing at all. Just using this cutter, I'm going to divide the dough. Now on this peel, I put a parchment paper, sprinkle a little more semolina, and transfer gently each ciabatta there. Now, straight to the oven. And here the ciabattas. I let them cool down, but this continues. And now it's time to prepare an incredible sandwich. First of all, let's open up this ciabatta. I want you to hear this. Wow, take a look at that open crumb. Now it's time for pesto. I love pesto, with a lot of garlic. Write me in comments, what do you think? More garlicky or less garlicky? And here comes the burrata time. Ho ho ho, wow. And now we put it on the pesto. Now a drizzle of olive oil, and here I come with some slow roasted cherry tomatoes. With a little bit of garlic too. Now some arugula to make it a little bit more greener, pinch of salt, and a drizzle of balsamic vinegar. And now let's crown this sandwich. Whoa, I told you, it's going to be incredible. And as usual, the best part of the video, tasting. Wow. So this is the end of the video. You've seen how versatile is this dough. We made 2 breads, 1 focaccia, but you can make much more. From pizzas, baguettes, and also focaccias. I read in comments what kind of bread did you do with this dough, and I'll be reading that. So that's all for today. Thank you, see you in the next video, and may the gluten be with you. Good morning everyone, I am here at Avon, Connecticut to visit an old friend of mine who has a new bakery, small state provision, so come with me and let's say hello.
Hello, welcome.
Kev, how are you? I've seen you for a long time.
I know.
Believe.
Welcome
What is this?
to our new
Huge.
bakery, our new home
Beautiful.
here in Avon, Connecticut.
Thank you.
Yes,
Incredible.
of course. Let me give you an apron.
Oh,
before
thank you.
we dive in.
Right now?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
We're in the middle of doing some bread shaping stuff, so we'll head.
Let's go.
Right back there.
So Kev, I am amazed how you grew in 4 years. I remember the first time we met at your house, baking just a small bread with a little sourdough that you had, and I told you to make some foldings and Autolyse, and now,
Yeah.
where are we?
So after that meeting where you did that wonderful video and we did bake at home, I had not even yet started selling bread out of my house. It was that fall that I started just selling a few loaves at a time. And then I was driving them around in my car, and delivering them to people. And then the pandemic hit, and then I delivered more bread. And then we opened our first location in the summer of 2021, which is in West Hartford, Connecticut. We have retail here at this location, and we have retail at that location.
And you open daily?
We're open 5 days a week,
5
Wednesday
days.
through Sunday. Monday and Tuesday are production days for us. So these are our house sours for tomorrow, Panettone.
Oh, this is for me?
Yes. So I'll show you how we do it.
Okay. Last time I showed you how to do it, and now you show me how to do it.
So this is a little method that I created. We basically go up to the middle.
From the bottom?
Yep. And then up to the middle to create a little square. And then I take this little piece and come up.
To the center.
Yep. And then side to side in. And then take this.
This?
And then I roll it up.
Interesting.
like that.
I've never seen that. And then you close the ends?
Yep. And then we put it in seam side.
No flour.
No flour.
There?
Perfect. That looks great.
Do you here have air conditioner?
We do.
So okay, you keep it at
We keep it
33.
at
23?
Yeah.
You use centigrades there.
Yeah. What we're gonna do is we're gonna add this tangzong right to the mixer. This is a cooked mix of flour and milk, and then we add organic eggs, and it gets butter as well, and then some more milk.
And you keep
So
it cool.
We keep it cold. Yeah. We make this the day before, and then this is just gonna come right in here.
How many kilos are you going to make out of
This
this?
is going to make about 48 loaves.
48 loaves.
Yep.
And each one weighs like
About 750 grams.
grams. Okay.
This is our starter because it's all naturally leavened milk bread. So this is a very...
This is a son of the one that I brought you 4 years ago.
Yes.
Yes.
No, it's a little different. This is a stiff starter.
Stiff starter, yes.
See how...
With little development.
Yes, there's some brown sugar in there, so it's a sweet stiff starter.
Ah, okay.
And then this is going right in the mixer. Pull this right out.
Wow.
Woof. Just like that.
Oh, it smells beautiful.
Yes.
Next ingredient?
Sugar. Organic sugar.
Organic sugar.
Right in.
Now comes the flour.
Yes.
Organic flour.
Organic.
Yes.
Baker's classic bread flour.
Bread flour.
Higher protein content. Right at the...
Good exercise.
Yes.
You don't need to go to the gym.
No. So we're going to bring this together and then we're going to let it Autolyse for about 45 minutes to an hour. None of this bread will actually be shaped today. This will get mixed and then it's going to go right in the fridge. Cold ferment this for a couple of days.
A couple of days?
Yes.
Not one day, just
Not one
maybe
day.
2 days.
We cold ferment it up to 5 days.
5 days?
Yeah.
Wow. I see, like,
So,
and then you mix with your own hands. Do you mix like this?
no. we mix one to this. No salt yet. So we'll
No
add
salt yet.
salt once we get a little bit of loose development.
Okay. This machine has 2 speeds, or you can... just 2 speeds. 1 or 2?
1 and 2. All right, so we're gonna add the salt into this dough.
Okay.
And we're gonna finish the mixing.
It has changed, huh?
Yeah.
This is Avon salt.
Yes. It's harvested right in our backyard. So now that the dough is done being mixed, we're gonna take this out and put it into our tubs, weigh it into the tubs, so that way we know exactly how many loaves are in each tub.
Not yet shaping.
Not yet shaping. These will go in the fridge. These won't be shaped until tomorrow or the following day. And then we'll pull them out and shape them. So Alex here is gonna gather them out.
Whoa. Incredible, huh? Oof.
Pretty strong.
Really strong.
So we're in the front of our bakery now. You've just come in these double doors. As a customer, when you come in, when we're open, this whole case is filled with bread. So we have our different types of breads that we do, our milk bread, our house sours, our rosemary focaccias, and our baguettes. This is filled with pastries. Use your imagination. We usually have cookies and a couple of different types of cakes. We saw some banana bread.
And while you stay here, you would say, I want this one, this one, this one, this
one. And then you come all the way around.
Yes.
And you pay for your stuff here. And then you order your coffee here. So we integrated a coffee bar into the bakery with this new location.
I think you have that beautiful Marsocco.
Yes, so we had this custom made in Australia.
In Australia.
And brought up, or shipped up here.
I like the color, pink.
Yes.
Which coffee you use? Here I see 2 kind of roasting.
Yeah, so this is a decaf. We use this brand, which is a roastery out of New Britain, Connecticut, Alvarium, and they're a great partner of ours. At our other location in West Hartford, Alvarium has a coffee shop directly next door to us. So we sell the baked goods, they sell the coffee, and here we sell both. And then at their New Britain Roastery Cafe, they sell our pastries. And then
Are you a barista?
I am not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Are you lost with all the sourdough bread recipes that you find on the internet? Would you like to learn all the tips and tricks to make your own sourdough bread at home? Then I have the solution. I have designed the perfect masterclass of sourdough bread just made for you. By clicking the link on the description, you will learn how to make and take care of your sourdough starter, how to knead, shape, ferment, and bake your sourdough bread, how to use and read the baker's percentage, all the basic techniques to bake like a pro at home, and how to read and understand your dough. Don't miss out on it and click the link on the description right now.
I can see the oven here,
Yes.
which is a star.
Have 4 decks. This is a gas-powered
Gas
oven.
power.
So
Not
all-
electric.
Not
gas.
electric. So all of the decks run at the same
At
temperature.
the same temperature. How high can it go?
I want to say the limit is like 500 or 600. So it can get Fahrenheit. We bake in Celsius on this one.
You bake in
that's
Celsius.
what we're used to.
Okay.
So we bake our breads at 240 Celsius.
201st, okay.
And then we basically run them through a series of dampers close and then dampers closed again. So this opens and closes the dampers.
So here you bake almost French breads.
Yes.
I mean, like a baguette,
Baguettes, our house
loaves.
sours. And then we've got this,
Oh, beautiful.
which allows us
That's my dream.
Yes.
Every
this-
baker's dream. Every home baker dreams want to have one of
We
this.
put all of our breads on here, and so we can go side to side and up and down.
And you don't lose many loaves because
don't
when you
lose
work
any
with the
loaves. We don't
with the
lose any
peel,
loaves.
sometimes
Yeah.
and they get the steam at the same time. All of
Yes.
them.
We do a
instantly.
pre-steam, and then we put them in, and then when we have the whole deck loaded, we do another steam.
Okay.
So we create a little bit of a warm, like a moist environment before that first one goes in,
Good.
and then we do a full steam once they're all in.
Excellent. And how many bakes do you do per day, or loaves, or baguettes and
It
loaves?
really depends on the day. We do a couple hundred each day. So, yeah. So into the oven right now, we've got our banana breads, which are made with 100% house milled rye flour. And these are going into the rotational rack oven.
Okay.
Megan will get this put in. They click in, and now the whole thing will just rotate.
How long will it take at the temperature is
325, and we're going to bake these for about an hour.
225 Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit, yes.
Like an hour. Oh,
Yeah.
because it's really humid.
Yeah, it's a wet dough.
It's a wet dough.
Yeah. This we use for a lot of pastries. So we do our cookies in here. Right now we've got banana breads going. We do a gluten-free pound cake. This is much more of just a traditional.
Burger buns?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah. I'm afraid to open that box of being able to fill the demand.
No coming back.
No coming back.
My hair?
Recording. Your hair is okay.
So we're in the production area, and the way I design %100% whole wheat. And buns, we'll be using sweetened as well. We don't use any commercial yeast in them. It's super easy.
More
to
even,
use,
too.
More even, very, very back
Yes.
and forth. And then
So-
we have our storage room. All of our ingredients are back here. And then we have our walk-in refrigerator is all.
Here you do the cold fermentation.
Yes.
It's pretty cold. I am still amazed because of your bakery is huge. The first time it was
Yeah.
just your kitchen. Now look where we are. So thank you a lot for the invitation.
Of course, of course.
Please remind other people where you are located.
Yeah, so we're located in Avon, Connecticut, US. Our physical address is 205 Old Farms Road.
Okay.
So Avon is just outside of Hartford, Connecticut, for those in the global community that are watching. So,
And they can also find you on Instagram.
yeah, Instagram, we're just at Small State. Very easy. Same on Facebook, at Small State.
Congratulations again
you.
for your
Thank
beautiful bakery. And I hope to see you on the next episode. I don't know what is going to happen there.
Coffee.
Coffee
and bread.
and bread.
Coffee and bread.
Thank you.
Are you afraid of wet and sticky dough? Keep watching this video and I will show you all the tips. Gluten morgen everyone, today we are talking about high hydration dough. Yes, that's a lot of water and I know it can be a little bit threatening when working with so much water. The ingredients are really simple. It's just water and flour. Water, it is easy. It's an easy ingredient. You can find it everywhere in your kitchen, in the tap water. But the other ingredient, which is flour. Because the flour needs to absorb this all this amount of water. So it depends on the protein that the flour has. If you buy a package of flour, there comes the nutrition facts where it says all the amount of fiber, the carbohydrates, the protein that it has. But sometimes it could be a little bit tricky because the flour not always has a protein that this nutrition fact says. I have a trick for you to understand really easy with your own eyes what is going on with the flour that you have at home, which is called Autolyse. Yes, Autolyse is just mixing water and flour. Today, since I'm talking about high hydration dough, we are going to work around 85% hydration. That's a lot of water. What does it mean? It means that in 1 kilo flour, we have 850 grams of water, almost the same. What I'm going to do is this Autolyse thing, which is just mixing and waiting. But it is really interesting because we're going to use the flour that you have at home. First, we need 100 grams of flour. You don't need to use 1 kilo, just with 100 grams is okay. I go with 85 grams of water. This is really easy. You should always do this trick when you buy a new package of flour. I'll mix this, I'm not kneading, nothing, just mixing, hydrating the flour. And the Autolyse is going to do all the work for us. This way you'll see if your flour is good or not for this kind of hydration. And there I have it. Here you can see, this is a mix, the mixture. 100 grams of flour, 85 grams of water. Now, we have to wait. Yes, we have to wait to the Autolyse to work for us. And that's going to take around 1 hour. But don't worry, I have everything prepared beforehand. So, I'll leave this here. And now I'll check these 3 that I already have. So, I bought three different kinds of flour for this test, for you to understand. This is just a bread flour, regular bread flour that I bought in the supermarket. Then I have a more technical flour, which is a strong bread flour, which means it has more protein, more than 12 grams of protein per kilo, which is a flour perfect for baking bread with a lot of water. And then I have an Italian flour meant more for pizza. So let's see how these membranes react to the 85% hydration. We should start with which one? With the strong flour? Yes. Let's test the bread flour, the strong bread flour, which is meant for bread, and see what's going on. So, let me put this to here, and I need some water. When we're working with doughs and sticky doughs, it is interesting to have your hands wet. An hour ago. So now, let me stretch this dough and see if the membrane is good enough to help 85% hydration. And as you can see,
We're getting a beautiful membrane. It's not tearing apart, no holes by the moment. It's almost translucent. I don't know if you can see my finger there. It is sticky. Yes, I know it's sticky, but I can handle it. I can handle it. The thing is not to be afraid of the dough. Look, beautiful network. That means this dough can hold 85% hydration. This is a good dough for 85%. So if I'm going to make a recipe with 85% hydration, this flour is okay to work with. Now let's move to the bread flour. Supermarket, cheapest flour in the market. Let's see how this one reacts to 85%. Okay, here it comes. Let me stretch it, and oh, we have a hole instantly. It's okay. There's some kind of gluten development, but not in this case, not that good. So if you are using this kind of flour, for example, this is the flour that you have in your kitchen, and this is a regular flour that you use every day, 85% hydration is too much. What you should do then, lower it. You lower the amount of water, maybe to 75, 70, 65%, and then you get the proper bread. Because there's nothing more frustrating when you try to adapt the recipe to, for example, 85% hydration using this flour. So if you love flatbread, it's okay. But then if you want to get a beautiful loaf of bread, then you should lower the hydration when using this flour. And now let's go with the third part, with the Napolitan flour. And let's see how does it respond to 85%. This flour meant for pizza, the Neapolitan pizza should be around 60 to 62%, which means 600 and 620 grams of water per kilo of flour. Let's see if the flour resists. I don't know. And here we go. It looks okay at the moment. Wow. See how easy it is to stretch. That's what I said, because this is soft wheat. Wow. Beautiful membrane. Whoa. It's not breaking. Excellent. So, whoa. What a discovery. It's excellent for working with 85% hydration. And look, take a look. It's a little sticky, but when using the right hydration for your flour, the sticky is not a problem. So now we are ready to move to the second chapter. Okay, now we know which flour we can use for the recipe. And talking about the recipe, here is the recipe that we are going to do today. It is in baker's percentage, and remember, you can download my app free for Android or iPhone and install it, and then load this recipe into the app. It is really, really easy. So the first thing that we're going to do is to use our hands. But we cannot use our hands. We can just mix and use it again here to make an Autolyse again with the recipe. I'll put everything here in the bowl. Flour, the whole wheat flour, some yeast. You can also use sourdough, for example. If you want to use sourdough starter, it's okay. Today I am using yeast, but that's not the point. We're talking about the high hydration dough, not the leavening agent that we're using. But it's okay for sourdough, or if you want to use yeast, it's okay. Fresh yeast in this case, or instant yeast, is the same. And the two last ingredients that I have is water and salt. Salt, I am not going to add it now, because we're talking about Autolyse. I add all the water in the mix, and with this Danish mixer, I'll start mixing the dough. Just mixing, no kneading, nothing at all, not using my hands. That's what I said, we're not going to start using the hands. And just mixing, and this is the way to start working with high hydration dough. Take a look. It is sticky, it is wet, but it is going to work. So, this is the dough. See how sticky it is. No gluten development by the moment. I've seen there's no membrane. So what I have to do here is just wait. Let it rest here for another hour, like before. But since we are on TV, are we on TV? Yes, not TV. Well, I don't know where we are. I have it already that for you. So, to have it covered, remember always to cover your doughs. Always use something to cover it. I'm using these shower cups, which I can only use them here for this. This is the dough that I just mixed. No gluten development at all. There's no membrane, nothing. Just tearing apart, really easy, nothing. And take a look now at this one. At first sight, it looks just like the other one, right? They look both the same. But take a look at this. Whoa! It is already mixed without doing anything at all, just waiting. That's Autolyse, the magic of the Autolyse, the magic of the gluten. So now the dough, it's already mixed. And the last ingredient was the salt. So now I add the salt and let me mix this and it's done. And is it sticky or not? Ha! Already mixed. We only had to wait for 1 hour and also know which is the hydration that your flour can handle. Now I'm going to show you another mixing method, which I learned from my friend Richard Bertinet, which is an excellent master of bread baking. And it is easy at the same time, but it's a little bit more tricky. The thing is that now we are going to use our hands. So if you don't want to do Autolyse as you have already seen, now you can use your hands and mix it like a real baker. So we'll put everything on the bowl. Flour with flour, some yeast. Remember, you can use always sourdough starter if you want. Salt. And here comes the water. Ooh, lot of water, 85% hydration. So now this is really easy. Start mixing this. What we are doing when we are mixing, we are developing the gluten. There are two proteins there that forms the gluten when they hydrate. And when they hydrate, 100% completely hydrated, that's when you say that the dough is fully mixed. And that takes time. Everything well mixed, well combined. Now let me put this on the counter. Time to start using your hands and your arms. Here's what comes a baker arm. As you can see, no gluten development by the moment, no gluten network, no membrane, nothing. Here we could also wait 1 hour covering it and let the Autolyse do the job, or start doing this. What we start doing is stretching and folding. We take the dough, we slap it on the counter, then we fold it again for the end of the time. Just a few minutes, it's going to take some time. We are developing this gluten network, so the network goes like this, mixing all together and getting a strong gluten network. It is going to take some time, but it's okay. This is the kind of method. You don't have to be afraid of the dough. The dough needs to know, as Bertinet says, show the dough who's the boss. Well, I think that now we are almost ready. Let's check for the last time the gluten development, the network. Looking good, strong, 85% hydration. And I think we're done. Yeah, we're done. Let's move to the third method. So now we've reached the last method, one that I like a little. So, when talking about mixing and using high hydration dough, you maybe will always use the hook, which is okay, but I recommend you to use the paddle instead, because the paddle is even much better and you develop the gluten much faster in high hydration doughs. So, this is really easy. We put on the bowl flour, like we did before, the whole wheat flour, yeast, of course sourdough starter too if you want, salt, and of course the last ingredient, the main ingredient of the day, the water. And then put the paddle at low speed first, and I'll go adding the water slowly. The secret here is to add not all the water, just maybe the half of the water, and then the rest you'll be adding it very slowly. This is called in French passinage. Now it's asking for some more water, so I'll be adding more water. Slowly, do not add it all. I still have some water left here. While the mixer is mixing, as I said, you can read a book. This is my book. It's in Spanish, but I know you can speak Spanish. Or maybe you can learn Spanish. Or maybe I should translate my book to English. Okay, next time. And there's also my masterclass. If you want to learn more about bread baking and sourdough, you can go to this link, which is here, or here. Go to this link And then you can do all my masterclass, my sourdough baking masterclass, in which you'll learn how to get your own sourdough starter. Don't wait much time, click on the link. Time to add some more water. And now, I'll move to speed 2. There you go. Whoa, number 3. I just have this little more water, the last, not few drops more, and I leave this one for a few minutes. This is not also about time, speed. It depends on the mixer that you're using, depends on the flour that you're using. So there's no time, because they always ask me, how many minutes? Maybe 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes. What you need to look for is for the gluten development. That is what's going to tell you that the dough is fully mixed, that it's ready to continue. So, we're looking good. We just need to add this little small amount of water. And there it goes in, slowly. You see the gluten network, the strings or the threads. I don't know if you did it. At the beginning I used to use the hook for this low high hydration doughs, and I always had the dough at the bottom of the bowl, and the hook was like mixing water. That's what happened to me. So one day, I don't know how, I came up with the idea of using the paddle, and I discovered that it is much better when you're mixing high hydration doughs. Oh, take a look. The dough has already detached from the bowl. That means that the dough is ready. Yes, that's what I meant. Take a look at this. This is gluten development. And now, let me do the final touches. No more, not that sticky. Perfect for 85% hydration. So now we'll move, since we're here, we'll move to finish this dough and bake it bread. Now it's time to bake that bread, and let's see how it turns out. And finally, here is the bread. Wow, great job when you know with which flour you're working and the right hydration. Light, beautiful oven spring color. It smells incredible. So, okay, let me know which method is the one that you're going to use the most. Maybe there's another method that I don't know. If you are an Autolyse person, or maybe a Bertinet baker, or you use always your mixer. Hope you have enjoyed this video, and I'll see you on the next one. Guten Morgen, everyone. Guten Morgen, everyone. Today we are going to bake a typical Italian dish. I am not talking about pizza, I'm talking about focaccia. And we are not going to bake just one, we are going to bake 5 different kinds of focaccia. First, we're going to bake a focaccia with biga. Then we're baking a sourdough focaccia. Next, we're doing the easiest focaccia in the world, because we're going to do nothing at all. Then we'll bake an scacciata, which is some kind of focaccia. And finally, a roasted garlic focaccia that is going to blow your wig off. The flour that I am going to use today for all the recipes is this one, straight from Italy, Le Cinque Stagioni. The thing is that this flour is made with soft wheat, which helps a lot when you want to stretch a pizza or a focaccia. Let's do the biga focaccia. But what is biga? The biga is an old Italian pre-ferment that will make the dough really tasty, very light and super fluffy. Let's do it. We're going to mix in a bowl flour, a little bit of yeast and water. We start mixing it. It is going to be a very dry dough. And when it looks like crumble, it is ready. So now we cover it at room temperature until tomorrow. And 24 hours later, we have the biga ready. It smells like biga. It's going to give the dough an incredible Italian taste. I unmold the biga and slice it in a few pieces. Now I put them in the mixer bowl. And now we add the flour. Time to start the machine. And now I add the water very slowly. So now we go to speed 2. Here goes the salt. And a few minutes later, the olive oil. As soon as we see that the dough holds the paddle, the dough is ready. Now we put it on the counter and we give it a few stretching and foldings. Yes, like Richard Bertinet. Now we put it back in a bowl and let it rise slowly till it doubles in size. So what I recommend, instead of leaving this dough here on the counter for around 2 or 3 hours, you can take it to the fridge. Yes, to let it proof slowly overnight until tomorrow. That's what I'm going to do. And here's the dough 24 hours later. Take a look what the cold fermentation did with this dough. Give me the tray. Let's put some olive oil in the tray. And now with wet hands, let's unmold the dough. Wow, it's super bubbly. Here I go. May the gluten be with me. And now what we have to do again is to let it double in size. Yes, we have to wait again. But then we'll be ready to bake it. Wow, take a look at the bigger dough. It's full of bubbles and air. Wow, can't believe it. So, now let's go with the toppings. So for this focaccia, I'm going to do something different. I'm going to use onions, followed by some dried oregano. Now some kosher salt, and here I go with this incredible Parmesan cheese. And as usual, some olive oil. And as you know, this is the part that I like the most. Using my fingers to pinch this focaccia. This focaccia reminds me of something else. So let's take this focaccia to the oven. Focaccia or fugacetta. And here I have the fugacetta, focaccia, or whatever you call it, straight from the oven. Well, I let it cool down, otherwise I would have burned my hands. So, it smells incredible. Let's try it. Take a look at this slice. I need to try this. Wow. Oh, è molto buona. It's sourdough focaccia time. But what is sourdough? Long story short, sourdough is yeast. It is an artisan yeast that we're going to make fermenting flour and water. But if you want to learn more on how to make a sourdough starter from scratch, and with it make incredible country loaves and many more bakes, here's the link for you to subscribe to my course. Don't miss it and start right now. In the mixer bowl, we add all the ingredients, except for the water. We start the machine, and then we start adding the water very slowly. Okay, speed number 2. And when the dough holds the paddle, that means that the dough is ready. Now we put it on the counter, and we do some kind of flips and flaps to give it some shape. Now put it back in another bowl, cover it, and we let it rise till it doubles in size. This dough, which is fermented not with commercial yeast, instead with artisan yeast, is going to take much longer than a regular dough. Maybe it will take to double in size for around 4 hours. So what I recommend to you, do it overnight, do cold fermentation. That is going to enhance the dough incredibly. So let's take it to the fridge. And here's the dough 24 hours later. Look at all the air that is inside this dough. Let's put it in the tray. Let's put some olive oil on the tray. And now with wet hands, we slowly mold the dough from the bowl. Time to put it in the tray. Wow! There we go. Good. So now I am going to let it rest for one last time for around 1 hour and we'll be ready to bake it. And here is the sourdough focaccia, perfectly proofed, ready to be baked. But first, let's do the topping. Take a look at these beautiful sliced cherry tomatoes. And now some dried chimichurri from Argentina, some salt flakes, and of course, a good drizzle of olive oil from Italy. Finger time! Take a look at that bubble. Isn't it sexy? And now, with all these colors, to the oven. And here I have it, totally cooled down, and it looks really yummy. It smells and looks incredible. It's
beautiful. And it's a pity to cut it, but it's time to try it. Tell me in comments, what do you think about the sourdough focaccia? Is it worth it or not? Mamma mia, we are making the easiest focaccia there is. Why? Because we are going to do nothing at all. We're starting this bowl with the yeast. And now we add the salt. Now we add the oil. And here comes the water. And now let's go slowly with the flour. We're going to add it step by step. Always mixing with this Danish mixer, and it will slowly turn into a soggy dough. Yes, really wet. And that is all. As I told you, this is really easy. You have just to mix, no kneading, just mixing. And now that it's done, I'm going to cover it. I'll leave it here on the counter for around 1 hour till it's fully kneaded by itself. And by the magic of the gluten, it's been an hour. I know that in video is faster, but it's been an hour. Let's check this. Oh. And now I wet my hand and we'll do some stretching and folding. It looks kind of, but let's do a few more. Now it's getting strength. The gluten network is being developed, so kind of looking nice. Now some final touches, and look, it's now kind of round. So now time to let it rest again on the counter for around 2 hours until it doubles in size. Let me check this. Ooh, take a look at this. It has doubled in size, so now it's time to put it in the tray. In this round tray, we put some olive oil. And now with my wet hands, I'll try to unmold slowly but carefully the dough from this other bowl. And now, quickly, transfer it into this one. Time to let it rest again. Around for 2 hours maybe, till it doubles in size. And then it will be ready to be baked. Wow! And take a look at this no-knead focaccia. Full of bubbles, and it's asking me to go to the oven. So, let's do the topping. So let's go first with some slices of black olives. Now let's continue with some fresh leaves of rosemary, sea salt flakes from the Patagonia. And finally, a drizzle of an incredible Italian olive oil. And now comes my favorite part, fingers. And now time to go to the oven. And here we have the no-knead focaccia, totally cooled down and ready to be unmolded. So after all this work, or well, not too much work, let's try it. And take a look at this crumb, and we haven't kneaded at all. Molto buona. And now we're going to bake a different kind of focaccia, because it's not going to be baked in a tray. I am going to stretch it with my hands, but then I will bake it on the pizza stone. And the ingredients are: in the mixer bowl, we add the flour. Now we add the rice flour, the semolina flour, a little bit of yeast, and we turn it on. Slowly, we add the water. Now we move to speed number 2. So now we add the salt, the olive oil. And now when the dough holds the bubble, the dough is ready. Now we put it on the counter and do a few slap and foldings. Now I put it in this bowl, cover it, and let it rise till it doubles in size very slowly. And as I always tell you, it is better to proof this dough overnight, cold fermentation. That's going to give the dough much more air and make it even more tastier. So that's what I'm going to do. See you tomorrow. Take a look at the dough. It's perfectly proofed, ready to be stretched. Look at those bubbles. Now I put some semolina on the countertop and also on the edges of this incredible and bubbly dough. With the scraper, I slowly take it out. Okay, it's ready. And now I unmold it very gently. Now comes the best part, the finger part. And now some more semolina on the peel. Okay, straight to the oven. Wow, and here is this cachata pre-baked.
it has been in the oven for around 5 minutes, but it's still quite white. So we let it cool down a few minutes, and then it goes back to the oven for another 5 minutes to get golden brown and really crispy. So this Italian flour, it's a really good flour. What? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It's time to take it back to the oven for another 5 minutes, and you'll see the difference. And let's check the difference. Oh, it's really hot. And while it's still hot, the last touch, olive oil. Time to open it. Bada como la forma. So on this side we go with a little drizzle of olive oil. And now the main ingredient, the mortadella di Bologna. That's enough. Let's open this burrata. Look at that stracciatella. And now let's put it all on the mortadella. And here comes a pistachio shower. And finally, we close the scacciata. There you go. So what did I tell you? Did it change or not? Laminated. Oh. So finally, we have arrived to the last focaccia, focaccia number 5. And as you have seen, we've been kneading and baking a lot. So it's time to recycle dough. So I am using one of the other 4 doughs that you've seen me baking to do this one, which is kind of a garlic focaccia bread. In this bowl I have some chopped parsley. Take a look at this incredible slow-cooked garlic. Wow, super creamy. And now some room temperature batter, and let's start mixing. It's going to take a little bit of time. And now with this brush, we are going to brush the focaccia. Let's finish this. And finally, time to use my fingers again in this last focaccia. And now, time to bake it. And here is the last focaccia of the night, or of the video. The garlic bread focaccia bread? I forget it. So tell me in comments, which dough do you think I used to bake this focaccia? Meanwhile, I'm going to try it. So what do you tell me about the last slice of the video? Did you find out which dough I used? I'll read you in comments. Meanwhile, I'm going to try this. And may the gluten be with you. È molto buona! Is it true that salt kills yeast? Usually, in most recipes, they advise to put the yeast away from the salt. Is it really a myth? Or there is some truth in all that? What effect does salt have on bread? Does it really kill the yeast? For that, we need to know which is the right amount of salt that we need to add to a dough. The usual is between 1.5% to 2%, which means 15 to 20 grams salt per kilo flour. So let's go with this experiment. We're going to make 3 equal loaves. They will be very similar, but the only thing that I'm going to change is the amount of salt in each one. The first one is going to have no salt at all. Then the second one is going to have 2% salt. And the last one, an exaggerated amount of 10% salt. And I will make them all the same way. Same mixing time, same proofing time, and same baking time. Let's start with the unsalted dough, the 0% dough. In a bowl, I put the yeast. Now I add the water and mix it. And since this one has no salt, let's go with the flour. Let's mix it all again till we get a nice dough. Looking good. Let's go with the next one, the 2% salt. Again, we go first with the yeast. And now I add the water, mixing. And now here comes the salt. And now the flour. It's looking like a dough. Fine, we've got it. And finally, let's go with extreme dough, 10% salt. As before, in the bowl, I add the yeast. The water, mix it. And now here comes the salt. And now the flour. Let's mix all again, everything well combined, and here's the dough. Now I'm going to cover them and let them here to ferment at room temperature. Once the water comes in contact with the yeast, they become active and start feeding on the starches in the flour, which are the sugars, producing CO2, which are gases, alcohol, and among other things. On the other hand, salt has a dehydrating effect, so the higher its concentration, the harder it will be for the yeast to stay moist, and that will make them work slower. That is, it makes the fermentation take longer. This way you can better control the speed of the process, and that in bakery and in many other things more ends up benefiting the final product, as it brings much more aroma and flavor. It was really fun to watch how the doughs fermented, right? So now it's time to shape them in these little molds. So let's go first with the 0% salt. Look how it has risen, full of air. Let me mold it here on top of the counter. Now I give it some tension, and it's looking good. Now put in the mold. Okay, let's move on to the second one, 2% salt. It looks full of air too, and let me put it on the counter too. Let's give it some tension. Now the shape looks like a bread. And let me put it in the mold too. And finally, here we go with the 10% salt, which didn't grow that much. And it's kind of sticky. Okay, on the counter, and let's try to give it some shape too. Okay, well, this is not that bad. Here goes into the mold. So now I have the 3 loaves already shaped. And now I need to let them proof. Let's see what happens now. The fermentation gases are trapped by the gluten network, forming small holes in the dough, which after baking, we will call them crumb. Also, as you are watching right now, the dough that does not have salt is rising again faster. That is precisely because the yeast are not dehydrated. And now the loaves are ready to be baked. Let's preheat the oven at 430 degrees Fahrenheit for around 15 minutes. Here's happening something very interesting. The salt in normal quantities, 2%, will strengthen the gluten network, making it more resistant, so we will obtain a better development and volume of the bread, which is just what you're watching right now. And finally, here I have the 3 loaves ready. But is it a myth or not that salt kills yeast? Actually, salt in right amounts can help improve the appearance and flavor of the bread. Obviously, if it is added in large quantities, in addition to making the bread extremely salty, water, it could inhibit the growth of the yeast. But if used in the right proportions, the opposite is true. It helps the yeast to work better and the bread to gain in volume. In addition to this notorious difference in volume between them, you can see also that the crusts are different too. The Maillard reaction, or better known as caramelization, occurred in 3 different ways. In the bread with a lot of salt, it slows down or practically cancels the enzymatic process by which the yeast feed on the sugars, ending like this, white or pale. And on the contrary, in the bread without salt, lacking it, the yeast consume almost all the available sugars, leaving it less browned compared to the one with the right amount of salt, 2%. And finally, salt is a natural preservative, which keeps the bread in good conditions longer. And since I have this bread in my hand, why don't we see the crumbs? First sight, I say that it's just a cooked dough, no fermentation at all. It's too dense, too compact, and too salty. I'm not going to try this bread. I'll leave it for you. And now it's time for the 0% salt. If you see it like this, it looks like a real bread. But if you compare it with the other one, with the 2% salt, this is a little bit more smaller. But let's try it.
if it has some taste at all. Don't taste. And it's also a little bit more drier. The crumb is a little bit more drier. Where's the taste? And there. And here I have the 2% salt, which is the regular amount of salt that you should use. The crumb is a little bit more moist and it should be a little bit more tasteful. Let's try it. Yeah, this is a real slice of good bread. So we have seen that extremes not always give us the best results. So 2% salt is the right amount for a bread. But what about the yeast and the salt? Does the salt kill the yeast finally or not? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Believe it or not, these two pizzas are baked with the same dough and same ingredients. But why do they look different? Let's find it out. Good morning, everyone. Today we are making pizza. Yes, one dough and two pizzas. And I'll be using two different ovens, and that's the difference. First, I'll be using this one, which is a pizza oven made for pizza. The temperature is around 800 to 1000 Fahrenheit, which is in Celsius 450 degrees. And then I'll be using this one, the electric oven, a convection oven with fan there, which is already preheated at 250 degrees Celsius, which is around 450 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's what we're going to do today. And as I said, we're going to do just one dough, two pizzas, and see the difference between the temperature that we are going to bake them. And here is the formula. Remember that you can download my app free for Android or iPhone, and it is called Gluten Morgan's Baking Percentage. Here's the link for you to download and upload to the app. It is really easy. As you can see, the formula has a hydration of 70%. What is 70% hydration? That's the amount of water that we're going to use per kilo flour. In this case, if you have 1 kilo flour, like this is the flour that we're going to use today, we are going to use 700 milliliters of water. For pizza Napolitana or Napolitan pizza, they usually use 60% hydration. That's 600 grams of water per kilo flour. Today we are going to use 70, 10% more. And to know if this flour can absorb this amount of water, I'm going to show you a little trick. I am going to put 100 grams flour and I'm going to add 70 grams of water. Let me mix this with a spoon and we let the Autolyse do all the job for us. It's like mixing or like kneading with your hands, but without doing it. You only have to wait half an hour, 1 hour, and then you'll see the results. Now that this dough is already mixed, this should wait for 1 hour. I already have it here, so we don't have to wait. And this is the same dough mixed 1 hour before. See, this is the one that I just did. There's no gluten membrane at all, no gluten network. This is just mixed. No kneading, nothing. And this is the same dough that I did 1 hour before. And take a look at it. It's already mixed and we have a beautiful gluten membrane. And yes, take a look at this. Wow, translucent, strong, elastic. That means that this flour can hold 70% hydration. That is good to know before you start with the recipe. So now that we know that the flour is okay to work with 70% hydration, we are able to start with the recipe. We're going to use the same technique, the Autolyse. So in a bowl we put the flour, then we put the yeast. Today I'm using fresh yeast. If you want to use dry yeast, it's okay. Remember the equivalence is 1 gram of dry is 3 grams of fresh. I'm going to add the water first. So we're using the same technique. No kneading, no using machine, nothing, just using time. So the idea is to make this maybe 1 day before or 8 hours before. Just give it some time to the dough. That makes the dough always much flavorful, lighter, better for digestion. Everything is better when you give it some time to the dough. So now it's mixed, and as I said, we're going to do Autolyse. No kneading, no using my arms, nothing, just mixing this. What we have to do again is to let it sit for around 1 hour again. But don't worry, I have it prepared beforehand. Take a look at this. No gluten development, we just did it right now. And this is the dough already autolyzed. Take a look at this. It's already mixed. Beautiful gluten membrane that we have. The only ingredient that we need now is the salt. Let me wet again my hands. Now I'll finish the dough like this. That's the magic of the gluten. No kneading at all, just mixing. Always cover your doughs because otherwise they'll get dry. I use these shower caps, which has no sense with me, and I use them for covering bowls. So now what we have to do is let this dough to rise, to double in size, triple in size. How much time will it take? It depends on the temperature that we're working and also the amount of yeast that we're using. So, okay, both doughs here, but don't worry, I have it already proofed. Here it is. And take a look at it, how beautiful it is. Fluffy, full of air, it has doubled in size. So, let me put this on the counter. Take a look at how fluffy, full of air it is. Wow, beautiful. Good. Some more semolina, and let me divide this dough. I should use scale, but I'm going to divide it in two. These balls weigh around 300 grams. For Neapolitan pizza, the right weight for a dough ball should be around 270 grams. Today I'm doing it at 300. Let's make the first ball. It's really easy. Just take all the edges to the center, and we're making like stitches here, the center. Once you have all these stitches done, then you flip it over and finish with your hands or with one hand, as you wish. The idea is to give it some little tension to the ball. Let's do another one. But they're not ready to be used yet to bake them. They are ready to do the final proof till they need to grow, to relax a little bit, and then we'll be ready to use them. For that, you can use two things. I use these pots, these jars, plastic jars, which are great for pizza dough because you can stack them like this in your fridge, and you don't need to use, for example, this case, this pizza case that I'm going to use later, because sometimes you don't have that space in your fridge. So you can use these jars, are much easier to do. So what I'm going to do now is to put some olive oil in the bottom of each pot. I'll transfer the doughs here. 1 and 2. The idea is this pizza balls to grow and to fill with air and to double in size. But you can do it at room temperature or you can do a cold fermentation. What I recommend is to do this one day before, at least, before you want to bake pizza. So if you want to bake pizza tomorrow, then you should be doing this today. And then you take these 2 pizza balls to the fridge, and then you take them tomorrow, 1 hour before using them. So here we have both pizza doughs that should proof a little bit more. But don't worry, I have them already proofed for you. And here are the dough balls, the pizza dough balls, fully fermented. Take a look. So I did these ones. They have 24 hours cold fermenting in the fridge. I'm going to do like a margherita pizza, which is a classical Neapolitan pizza, and it's beautiful colors, Italian colors, green, white, red. For the white, I have mozzarella, tomatoes, canned tomatoes, Italian tomatoes, basil, fresh basil, salt, and of course, olive oil. Let me first crush the tomatoes. I like crushing them with my hands because you get a better texture. In case you want to use crushed tomatoes, you can use them, or the tomato sauce that you want. In this case, this is not a sauce. This is just crushed tomatoes in can. They come in can. This is the San Marzano variety of tomatoes. They come from Italy, but you can use the tomato that you have. So I'm going to stretch one with semolina. Always use semolina premacinata because it's easier for stretching. Let me put some semolina counter. Wow. Beautiful pizza ball. Let me close this. Always close your pizza dough balls. You don't want them to get dry. That's the key to having beautiful pizza dough balls. Okay, let me continue. And we are like pulling or taking all the air to the edges. Maybe this ball, take a look at it, is full of air. This one I need to, there. Some steering wheel technique. And we have it. See how easy it was to stretch the dough. Let's go with the ingredients. First, tomato, crushed tomato. I love this texture. A little bit crushed, not too crushed. You get these bites of tomato, these beautiful tomatoes from Napoli. Here has salt, flake salts. You want to put some basil here, and maybe when it comes out, I'll put some more basil. I like to cut the basil because the perfume is incredible. If you just use them whole without breaking them, you don't get this perfume. Okay, so salt, tomato, basil, and here comes the cheese. Not too much cheese. The cheese and of course the olive oil. Not too much, just drizzle. There, I'm going to use this pizza peel, which is perfect for pizza. And the first pizza is going to go to the electric oven, which I said is already preheated at around 450 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 250 degrees centigrade. And there it's going to take around maybe 8 minutes, 6 to 8 minutes. And while we bake this pizza, I'm going to make the other one. So here we go. May the gluten be with me, and here we go. It's okay? Let's go to the oven. It is preheated, and I also have a baking steel, which is like a pizza stone on the bottom, so it's going to help us to bake a little bit faster and better. There it goes, the first pizza. Wow, good. And let me put 6 minutes. Maybe it's around 6 to 8. There, done. And now we're going to do again the same thing. Same dough, same ingredients, different oven. And here it comes. Wow. The air, the cornicione. Wow, look all the air that this pizza has. So we did an excellent job using the steering wheel method. And then, tomato again. Let me see in comments which kind of pizza you like the most. Maybe pizza bianca, which is only with cheese, no tomato. Or maybe with some pineapple pizza. Or with pepperoni, little salt. Now comes the basil leaves, mozzarella, go. And finally, the olive oil. Some more semolina, and here we go. Wow, there we go. Wow, this is going to be fast, and I need to pay attention so it doesn't get burned. And now I'll start dashing it slowly. Sometimes if you do this too fast, you can make a hole in the base. Looking great. Let me check the base. That's good. The cheese is already melted. Wow, the other pizza is calling me. That's okay. Good. Now let's check it out. Here it comes. Wow. Take a look at this one. In the cooling rack for a second, and let's see the other one. 6 minutes. Great. Wow, it's ready too. Ooh. It's really hot. And here comes the other pizza. Take a look at it, another cooling rack. And here you have both pizzas. Same dough, 2 different pizzas. Same ingredients, but different temperature. The cornicione, or the amount of air
that both are quite the same. They grew almost the same. That's okay. But at first sight, and second sight, or third sight too, you see the difference. This one, dots that you see here, these black dots that you see in the dough, which is called Leoparding, for high temperature. So you get this is not burned. It's partially burned, but in a good style. And in this one, since we had a regular or more even temperature cooking, we have just a regular, really airy cornicione, but golden. It is not the same thing. And another thing is, if you hold this pizza, as you can see, it's a little bit fluffy, which is really Neapolitan. The pizza, they call in Italy, they call it morbida, which is this fluffy. And in this case, see, this one, it's much harder. I said I was going to put a few more basil leaves for decoration. Here, that looks better. Another one here. They both look beautiful. Take a look at the bottom, I don't know if you can see. It's golden, it's okay, it's not burned. It's crispy. Take a look at this one. It's not burned, perfectly cooked. Not that golden, this is more fluffy, as you can see. And let's hear the cornicione, crispy. Oh. Wow, I'm breaking it off. And here it should be also crispy. Oh, it's really hot. Now let's see cutting them. I use these scissors to cut the pizza. I know that sometimes some of you don't understand why we use scissors to cut a pizza when we could use just a knife or a pizza cutter. It's because we don't want to damage the cornicione, so we can see it better. And now let's cut this cornicione. Oh, wow. Oof. Take a look at this. What do you think about this cornicione? Is it airy? Haha. Let me cut this one. Take a look at this one. There's even no cornicione at all. It's only air. Where's the cornicione? So cornicione, both look okay. And we use 2 different ovens, 2 different temperatures. So the secret is in the dough. And now let me cut a slice. There. Oh. This is a slice. Oh. It's really hot. This one falls too much, which is okay, because it's a Neapolitan pizza. It's more morbida, more fluffy, but beautiful, with excellent cornicione. This one falls, but not that much. It's a little bit more rigid, the crispier cornicione and super airy. So that's another difference. So now what we need to do, I need to do, to try them and see the difference. Taste. Let me check first this one. Oh. Perfect baked, not burned at all. Excellent the sauce, the tomato, which is not a sauce, it's just tomato. Excellent the cheese, it's an excellent cheese. The olive oil and the basil also gives a touch. Let me try the cornicione. Oh, here it is, super crispy. Beautiful pizza, excellent pizza. The other one. Oh. And let me taste the cornicione. Really crispy too, super crispy. So, now you've seen how easy it is to make pizza. Let me know which pizza you prefer, as I said before, with tomato, with cheese, which is called bianca, and what kind of pizza you use. So I hope you have enjoyed this video. Thanks to my pizza Napolitana from Le Cinque Stagioni straight from Italy. And that's all. I'll see you in another baking video. If you want to learn how to make this baguette, better pay attention to Richard Bertinet.
If it's wrong, I get closer.
No.
There.
I think I'm feeling it.
Stop shaking.
Good morning, everyone. Guess where I am? I am at Richard Bertinet kitchen, again, here in Bath, in England. And this is his shop. Beautiful. But let's see if I can find him somewhere. Maybe it's downstairs. Richard. Oh, haha, how are you?
You're already dressed. Oh, yeah. I see, my friend.
Yeah.
You good?
Excellent.
Flour
Nice
already.
to see you
Look at
again.
this.
Yeah, very dirty.
You been practicing?
I think so. Thank you for having me again.
Welcome back.
Your kitchen's been a long time, like 2 years, no?
It feels like yesterday.
Yes, I think it was yesterday. But this time I'm back because I want to learn your secret recipe of the baguettes.
Well, it's not a secret, but you know, it's more about the dough, really. So I always say, if you make good dough, you make good bread. So at the same time, we're going to make the dough by hand. Yeah. So I can see if you make any progress from last time.
I did some homework. I've been practicing. I don't know. So yes, we're going to use your method again of mixing the dough, showing who's the
Show the
boss.
dough's boss, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, so that should be fun.
Well, so what do we have?
Very simple. Flour, yeast, salt, and water. And we use sea salt, of course, not table salt. There's no Autolyse, there's nothing like that. It just make the dough.
Your hands and the dough.
Your hand
and the table.
And then the table. And that's it. And
And
scraper.
me.
And you today.
Let's go.
And we'll start it. So I got about 1 kilo strong bread flour. It's organic one. It's new one. So I just got it today, this one from Dove Farm. So I'm going to try with 720 of water.
That's the hydration, okay?
That's hydration.
Around 70.
72.
50 is okay.
50. You make basketball with it. So the first thing we'll do is to put the yeast in there, and in my hand, squash it out.
This is fresh yeast.
That's fresh yeast. We can use dried yeast also. You know, it's absolutely fine. Mix it a bit, and then my salt goes in there. So the water, 720, straight in.
Straight. No bassinage, nothing.
Well, bassinage is what we call bassinage. The reality is when you make your dough, you need to add more water. That's bassinage. You add more water halfway through your mixing. Or something. Contre bassinage, you add flour to it.
I like that.
So now your body is a machine. Do you remember this? So your left hand turn the bowl, and that's like your dough hook inside. What I don't do is put your hand in there. People don't like it to stick.
From the beginning.
From the beginning, it's crazy. So you keep your hand clean all the time. So I can tell already, I can put more water in there, no problem at all. There's some water for me there.
No, just a little. Oh. No. It's your imagination.
You just added 100 grams of water.
Are you sure?
Yes.
No, this was.
No, there's 100 grams you just added there.
Are we in trouble?
I won't be, you will be.
So now we are in which hydration?
82%, as you call it, or
82%.
Or 820 grams.
No, it's a sticky dough. But you show in the dough who's the boss. I think so.
The dough is boss at the moment, I tell you.
The dough is the boss.
You put the water, now I'm gonna have my fun now.
And I cannot wet my hands, nothing.
No.
No more flour.
No. Hang on.
All the dough, nothing left.
Everything.
See you.
Ciao, bello.
Let's see what I can do now. It's really sticky. Are you sure this is okay? Don't look at me.
I am.
Ooh! I started, okay.
Oh my God, there's dough everywhere already. Jesus. Look, it's on the floor. What can you do?
I don't know, scream or run.
Back, move your body back. I'll show you.
Yeah, show me, please.
So you can see the dough is sweaty, so that's a lot of water.
A lot of
on
water,
this one.
yes.
So to get it clean off the table, that's going to be a bit tricky, this one.
That's why I told you not to add more water.
Yeah, exactly. Like any dough, you can leave it in the bowl overnight and then tomorrow you can work with it.
Yes, Fox.
A few moments later.
Richard, you're still here. It's been like around 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you. You had a good time, yeah?
Yeah, so I brought you some wine, and what happened?
What's happened is I've been working the dough, you know. Bloody hell.
Let me finish it.
And take the glory. I see. Sideways. Don't rush. Don't rush to go over the top.
Okay.
You stretch first, and then you go over the top. Lift. Go backwards. Hold your thumb in here together. As you go forward, you separate your thumb. Good. Back in again. Now look at my hand now. Don't look down. Go. Trust your hand. That's better already. Sideways. What stops you doing it is your eyes. If you don't look at it. No, wrong. If it's wrong, I get closer. No. You overthink it.
Yeah.
Relax.
I think it's your hand.
Have you seen the film Ghost? There. There. Move back. Stretch over the top. Back in. There.
I think I'm feeling it.
Stop shaking. It's better, better, better. But you're too tight. You see, you're as relaxed as a chimpanzee in water. Good, good, good. Relax. Keep your top on top. So when you scrape, never do this.
Okay.
Keep the top on top, like this. See? That's walking the dough. We call it walking the dough. See?
Yes, keep it on walking.
So the top doesn't stick.
Yeah.
So if you know where your top is, you never get stuck to the dough. So you can move a lot more dough. Okay, take it with you. So walk. No, the other way. Clockwise.
Clockwise.
Have you seen the clock before?
Yes.
Good. There. Keep walking, keep walking. That's better. Now turn your body the other way. That's it, and take it with you now. That's it. Very good, very good, very good.
At least one thing. Let me practice a little bit more for the next video. Okay. Finally, we did it.
I did it.
Good morning. Here's the dough.
So the dough, you've seen what's happened to it, and then for about 2 hours, then we give it a turn.
At room temperature.
Room temperature, and we just push it back down a bit. And then we put a plastic bag over the top like this, and then put it in the fridge. So that's been 24 hours, 18 hours, up to 24 hours. Is okay.
At what temperature? Around 5 degrees?
5 degrees, normal fridge, normal fridge. So you can see what's happened there. There's a lot of condensation inside. That's dough's breathing. The gluten, the structure of the dough. If you do this, and you can see how beautiful that is in here.
Yeah. The gluten network.
Yeah. So that's the top of our dough. But you can see. So also I teach people, your hand is an amazing tool. This gives you texture, and this gives you temperature. So if you do this with the back of your hand, and this is very different feeling. Yeah. And then the scraper again. So just release the side of the dough, like this. Look at this.
Wow.
It's good, isn't it?
Amazing.
I love this. You never get bored of this. Don't touch it. And then the dough come clean inside.
And the weight is around?
200 grams, yeah.
200.
Yeah. So I do strip like this.
You bake them if they're all different.
Exactly.
You're going to have problem. Perfect.
So there, and then we just use a bit of, you can use semolina flour, just a tiny bit of semolina.
That's a little bit Italian.
Well, in my old days, we used to use cherry stone. So from cherry, they used to make like sawdust with it. That's what we used to use. So like this, make sure you go both ways a little bit so it doesn't stick.
Both ways.
And then as you do this in here, you already get your, what I call the spine in here, okay? So all your strands, it's got to be in the spine. So dough is there, you can do a quick fold there like this. There, turn around, and then this one goes into over the top in here, like this. Into the center, one more time if you want to. Seal there, and then 2,
finish it.
3, just, if you're on pointy hand like this, your top is there, and your spine is underneath.
Don't take a look at this one.
Put it over there.
Mine goes here. Can I do some more flouring?
In here, not there.
Hey, wait a minute. There's something that I have to tell you. While we were recording this video with Richard, we also recorded something incredible that you can't miss. We have recorded a new masterclass. Yes, if you're a beginner or you are an expert in bread baking, you need to watch this class, in which you will learn everything, but everything about bread. Richard, as you might know, is one of the most influential bakers in the world. And then there's me. Richard is going to unveil the secret to his all-purpose sweet dough. With it, he will teach you how to make the most incredible baguette vinoise, fruity thin loaves, donuts, and one of my favorites, the baked brie in brioche. And then I am going to introduce you into the sourdough world. First, I will teach you how to build your own sourdough starter from scratch, and with it we're going to bake the best country loaf and also the crispiest baguettes you've ever eaten. So if you really want to learn, you don't have to miss this masterclass. Remember that the link is in the description and you can click it and start it right now. And now you can continue with this video. Are we ready?
Yeah, so honestly, they've been 25 minutes now, okay? So,
wow. Now I don't know which one is yours and which one is mine.
Do you want me to tell you?
No, no, don't say that.
So,
Excellent.
we're going to put a tiny bit of this on top, just a tiny bit of this.
I love your Italian touch.
What is not Italian? I'm French. What are you talking about Italian? I love Italy, but that's because I do this is Italian, is it?
You're using semolina.
Yeah, because it's nice on the pill, but it's because it's not Italian. So you do your first, okay? So you go there, you know to do it, there and there.
Okay, I'm doing your work.
No, you do yours. What is this? What animal is this? No, that's yours. Hang on. Gee.
Don't show it.
No. This lime in here, I've had this one since I'm in apprentice when I was 18. They are sharp if you pull, but if you do this, they're fine. Load them properly by going like this.
It has to bend.
And there's a bend like a fork. Okay, and then you can hold it like this way, or this way.
The cut should be
You can cut
deep
from,
or,
it should be
in angle.
45 degrees.
45 degrees.
Okay, not like this. So you go there, you cut like this, or you can do it this way. See, if you hold your baguette there, like this, you go on a straight line. More than one cut, then it's like this, like this, like this.
And you can see all the bubbles. It's going to be the dough.
So put your first force one, load from left to right in here. I put mine over there.
So the oven is already preheated at what temperature?
Yeah, we're at 240 on this one.
240, okay.
That's 60 years old. There's no steam with this one.
So go right on the left.
Look, bit of steam. So fine mist, not too much water, so the heat suck up. That's enough.
So that was some kind of artisan steam.
It's homemade.
Homemade.
Okay, that's not scary, you know.
Yeah.
It's nice to have a big oven when you press a button, you got steam and the rest, you know. But like, people always ask me, how do you get a good crust to stay? You know, when we say in the oven, we got the damper, you know. So you got the trap at the back, so you can get dry heat in your oven, so you get a better crust. At home, you got to open your door slightly, leave it a bit longer.
But you can do this perfectly at with your home.
Yeah, you open your oven and put a cloth or a wooden spoon, keep it running and leave it on cold, on dry heat, and it's fine.
Ready?
I've had this open for the last 5 minutes.
Okay.
Getting more crust, okay?
Ooh! Whoa!
Mine. C3 cut doesn't work. It's good,
Excellent.
good, look.
Beautiful. Oh, take a look at this one. This is mine.
Yeah, beautiful. So you see your cut's gonna be deep enough. I always say every baguette's got a story. So this one is not deep enough. And the shaping, that's the one we just roll. So there was no tension in the dough. Yeah.
Yes.
La croûte chante in French. Singing crust.
Singing crust, yes.
Beautiful sound. In the bakery when I was young, you empty the whole oven and you put it in a tray, and it's quiet at night, you know. And all you hear is 100 baguette.
And the baguette.
This. Amazing.
Incredible. Oh, sorry.
There's a knife for this. Okay, so let's see. Nice.
It's still steaming. Oof.
It's too hot, so the texture will open up as you cool down as well. So that's like
Starches are not yet
yeah, we need to cool down.
gelatinized. Yes, but beautiful crumb.
A strong flour, this one, new flour. So
I can't believe you made a baguette out of the dough that I encased.
well, thanks for you. That's what's really hard to digest. It's got to cool down first.
Does it have a name in French?
Crognon.
Crognon.
No, not crognon. Crouton.
Ah, crouton. You almost forgot.
I forgot my French.
French bread without butter, it's not French. Oh, thank you.
Cheers.
Oh,
Good.
you really know what you're doing.
Thanks to you. Some butter and a tiny bit of bread to go with it. Thank you. Cheers.
Okay, Richard, thank you for having me again in your kitchen, second time, and there's going to be a third time, but I will prepare myself a little bit better.
You did very well.
And if they want to learn more, they can come here to your kitchen.
Come here.
Bath. And if you want more information, check the links in the description. So we'll see you on the next video.
À bientôt.
Guten Morgen everyone, today we are going to bake Neapolitan pizza in my wood fire oven, which is already preheated at 850 degrees Fahrenheit. The dough recipe which we are going to bake today is this one. Remember that you can download my app free for Android or iPhone, link on the description. This recipe is made directly with yeast, and it has a 70% hydration. 70% hydration means that per kilo flour we are going to use 700 grams or milliliters of water. The amount of water is a little bit higher than the classical Neapolitan recipe, but what I want to achieve with this is a lighter dough. But this is not the end of the story, it has just begun. The idea of today's experiment is to take some part of the water and flour of the recipe and make a dough in advance. This is called pre-ferment. Ma, what is that, gluten? We are going to create a pre-ferment. Yes, a pre-fermented dough, which is usually made a day before. And we are going to use it in the final pizza dough, and then see what the differences are between each one. Are they lighter? Do they improve the flavor? Are they crispier? Are they more airy? And so on. And if you're ready, let's get started and may the gluten be with us. Let's go first with the classical Neapolitan dough. We prepare the mixer to start making the first dough without any pre-ferments. This will serve us as a reference for us to compare the rest of the doughs later. And in a few minutes later, the dough will be ready, and give it some final touches. Perfect! Time to divide the dough into portions of 270 grams each, and start shaping the balls. Now I transfer them to a proofing box and let them rest at room temperature until they double in size. And here I have them ready to go into the oven. I'll detach them with a little bit of semolina and put them on the countertop. This is how I stretch the dough, carefully and lovingly, always trying to maintain the airiness of these famous cornicione edges. The pizza that we are going to bake today are called bianca. The ingredients that I am going to use are mascarpone cheese, mozzarella fior di latte, some regular mozzarella too, grated parmesan, pepperoni or also called spicy salami, some bacon, sliced peppers, red onion, and obviously fresh basil. And now that the pizza is stretched, time to spread the mascarpone cheese. Then I continue with the mozzarella cheeses, the peppers, the onion, bacon, the pepperoni, and the parmesan. Finally, a touch of salt, pepper, and it goes straight into the oven. I love watching the pizza rise in the oven, don't you? And here it is back. It's the classic Neapolitan pizza. Some final basil leaves, and let's check it. The base looks very good. The cornicione is nicely puffed and super crispy. I'll grab scissors to cut a slice. I'll try to lift this slow. Ooh, well, it can fail. And now that I fix it, time to try it. And the truth is, classics never fail. It is a crispy yet tender pizza. I'll give this pizza an 8. Now it's the turn for the dough with polish. Just like the previous dough, I'll do the same, placing the ingredients in the mixer. But this time, I'll add the polish. I'll start the mixer, and a few minutes later, we'll reach a dough like this. Now transfer it to the countertop, give it some final touches, divide the dough into portions, and then make pizza balls of 270 grams. And wait till they double in size. So now it's time to bake. As always, a little bit of semolina to help us detach them. And as usual, transfer them lovingly to the countertop. Immediately, I start stretching them out, always mindful of that cornicione. And it already feels very light. The polish has done a good job. Let me place all the ingredients. And now it's ready to be baked. By the way, it's lovely to bake with wood fire. Leave me a comment about your favorite oven, whether it's wood fire, gas, or electric. And here is the pizza. Maybe a little bit more golden than the last one, but listen to how crispy it is. Let's get a slice. There is a lot of air in that cornicione. And as usual, the best part of the video, tasting. And this pizza feels a little bit firmer, maybe because it has been in the oven for a few seconds longer, but the flavor is very similar to the previous one. I'll give it a 9. Now it's time for the pizza dough with biga. Well, back to the mixer again, but this time we're going to do it with biga.
I add all the ingredients to the bowl and start mixing. In the meantime, we can take the opportunity to look through some magazines. This person looks like a familiar face. And now that the dough is ready, as I always do, let me give it the final touches. Time to divide, shape, and place them in the container until they double in size. And here we have them back. And as you can see, they look very full of air. I'll place a bowl on the counter with some semolina and start stretching it. How easy is to stretch this kind of dough? It is really a pleasure. Time to put all the ingredients as the previous pizza and it goes straight to the oven. Wow! Look at those bubbles. Tell me if it's not making you want to bake a pizza right now. Okay, here it is again. Let me put the last of the basil leaves on it and let's hear that cornicione crunch. This slice is not heavy at all. Already on this pizza you start to notice the difference a lot more. Okay, it's time to taste the biga dough. It's looking gorgeous. Super light, too crunchy, and that cornicione, it's practically pure air. I think it's slowly becoming clear which one could be my favorite. So I give this pizza a 10, straight up. And finally, we go with the sourdough starter pizza dough. If you want to learn more about sourdough starter and sourdough bread baking, go right now to my glutenmorgantv.com page. There you'll find my sourdough bread masterclass, link in the description. And now it's time for the last pizza of the video, the one that is going to be fermented with sourdough. Unlike the pizzas we have been making so far, this one is going to have a little acidic notes, obviously a product of this homemade yeast. Let me finish mixing as always, last touches on the counter, divide and shape the balls 270 grams, just like all of them, and pass them to a container until they double in size. They look great. Time to stretch that pizza. Slowly, I'll be making that cornicione, and look all the amount of air in it. The sourdough was really active. Now I'll put all the same ingredients on it, and with the peel, let me take it straight to the hot oven. I love how well it is growing in the oven. And a few minutes later, we'll end with this beautiful pizza. I really like the color that took the edges. Unlike the previous ones, it looks like a little more even. And let's hear what it sounds like. Now we cut a slice and taste it. It is a little less firm than the previous one, but I like it. And now time to try the sourdough starter dough pizza. Although sourdough is not the most common levain for making pizza, the result is very good. I like my job. The scores I give it is a 9. So we have finally reached the end of the video. The 3 pizzas, or rather the 4 pizzas, all turned out great. Perhaps a pizza made with biga is one of my favorites. For me, it is one of the ideal pre-ferments for this preparation. But I leave it to you to try them at home and then tell me in comments which of all this was your favorite pizza too. So as you know, see you in the next video and may the gluten be with you. Does your breadcrumb usually look like this, or like this? And you don't know what is going on? Maybe your sourdough starter is not too active, or it is too acid. Perhaps you're not giving enough time to your dough to proof correctly. Or it is possible that you're baking your bread not at the right moment. Guten Morgen, everyone. Today I am bringing the solution to one of the most popular problems that the home baker has: the full scrum. I think that we shouldn't call it full scrum. I think we should call it better beginner scrum or rookie scrum. Because when you start baking for the first time or the second time and you get this kind of crumb, the first thing that you see are these big air pockets. And you think that you're the master baker. But then if you continue looking at the crumb, then you'll see that it's really close and it's not yet quite well fermented. And as you've seen, this is caused by 2 things mainly. The sourdough starter is not that active. Think that the sourdough starter is just a yeast. Think that you are using an old yeast that doesn't work. The same happens when you use a non-active sourdough starter. And maybe the other thing is that you're not giving enough time your dough to proof enough. Or perhaps you're baking your bread ahead of time. So why don't we start solving these problems? It is really important to have your sourdough starter really healthy and really active. The more you use it, better results you'll get. So it means that if you are a regular baker, you won't have much kind of these problems. But if you bake once a week, once a month, or maybe once a year, it's obviously that you might have seen this kind of crumb. So what should happen is that after feeding your sourdough starter, in around 2 to 4 hours, you should see it like this. But if you're seeing this, then you are in serious trouble. But this is what you have to do. What we need is a non-active sourdough starter, some water, and of course, flour. First of all, what we're going to do is to discard half of the starter. Okay, I know that you're thinking what to do with this discard. In my channel, you'll see many recipes of what to do with it. So now we add a few spoons of flour. And now we add some water. Remember that we're doing this by the eye. No measurements at all. The key is to mix it looking for this creamy texture. Yes, that is what we're looking for. Wow, we've got it. So now I close the lid and leave it here on the counter at room temperature. And talking about temperature, the best temperature for the sourdough starter to rise and get really active should be around 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Another important thing is when you refresh your sourdough, when you feed again your sourdough starter, you lower the acid, which is the enemy of the gluten network. What does the gluten network do? It gives the shape of the bread. So if there's no gluten network, there is no bread, or maybe a flat bread. So now this starter should double or triple in size. It can take around 2 or 3 hours. Maybe if it's a little bit lazy or you don't bake that much enough, you could repeat this operation once or twice. But then this is going to be the result. Just a second. If you want to learn more about sourdough starter, remember that you have online my masterclass in sourdough bread, in which you learn how to build and keep your sourdough starter always active and make this gorgeous bread. So here's the link, don't miss it and start right now. Another important problem that the home baker may have is proofing or fermentation. Usually when you finish mixing your dough, you'll find this. And the mission is to achieve this, to double or triple in size. And this mission depends on two things. One, our sourdough starter, which should be really active, and I think that we have already solved that. And the other issue is the temperature, the room temperature, which should be around 70 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. If it's a little bit higher, that won't be much a problem since the dough will rise a little bit faster. But when the temperature is low, then we have a problem. So these are a few tricks that you could do. If you have an oven in which you can control the temperature to around 80 degrees Fahrenheit, that could be an excellent proofer. Another interesting option is to use some kind of heating gadget, just like this one, which is going to help the dough to rise faster. And you can also use it to dry your hair. Another method is to use some warm water to warm our dough. And now that the dough is fully proofed, what we have to do is to shape the bread. Now that we have the bread already shaped, and what do we do now? Bake? No, we still need to wait a little more time till it quite doubles in size. And for that I recommend you to always do the same bread, the same weight, and use also the same mold. So this way you can easily understand the difference between a bread just shaped and another one ready to be baked. And is there another way to find out when it's the right time to bake? Yes, of course. If you poke the bread and it pops up instantly, that means that you still need to wait a little longer. But on the other way, if you poke the bread and it takes a little bit longer, that means that the bread is ready to be baked. So now that we have our sourdough starter really active and we know when it's the right time to bake, why don't we? I hope I have shed some light on this issue and you can get better crumbs. And talking about crumbs, let's see how this one turned out. Good morning everyone, welcome to another baking video. Today I have a new guest, Mr. Brian Ford, and we are at your micro bakery home. Where are we?
We're at my house. At my crib, as we say.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? It's my house in Queens. Welcome.
Thank you for the invitation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
It was an invitation.
Kind of. You kind of just came on you just showed up.
Tell me, what are we going to do today?
We're going to make a sourdough pizza. Something similar to a Napolitan style pizza, but it's just my way of doing it.
Okay, so let's start with the dough.
Let's make the dough. Before we make the dough, I want to talk about the pre-ferments that we're using.
So what do we have here?
I have two of them. This is a yeasted pre-ferment that most people call Polish or Polish. This is 1 part water to 1 part flour and a pinch of yeast. Let it rest overnight.
Room temperature.
It gets really funky and bubbly, and then we're ready to use.
Good.
This is our sourdough pre-ferment. All right, this
Which is super active.
Yeah, there's no commercial yeast in here. It's just the flour and water.
Natural yeast.
A few days over time, it starts to come up and down.
How many hours before you start baking?
This is about 3 to 4 hours before I start baking.
Oh, okay.
I feed it.
Let it rise?
It rises nice, and then we put in the dough.
Oh, good. Okay, let's go.
We're starting with our flour in this bowl, the water. We'll do the sourdough first. We'll add that in, and then we'll do the Polish, and finally we'll add the salt. And now with one hand, I like to start the mix like this. Squeezing a little bit with the hand, getting everything incorporated, and now you see it's coming together. So now I'm kneading it here on the surface. You can see the strength. We'll put a little bit extra flour so it doesn't stick. Why don't you try?
Okay, my turn.
Now we cover it, and we'll let it rest for about 30 minutes.
I think it's about time.
Yep, 30 minutes, a little bit of rest. Now it's time to form the dough balls.
Dough balls. Me gusta mucho.
Let's divide our dough, okay? We're just gonna simply pinch off the dough with our hand. We're looking for 250 grams. Now we're gonna shape our dough ball just like this.
Now I'll show you my style. And now, this is the final touch.
The dough balls are made. We are going to let them rest.
Here?
Yep, right here.
Half hour?
No, 2 days.
2 days?
Yes.
What?
48 hours in the fridge. Come on.
Okay.
Now let's make the tomato sauce. All right, so we have our San Marzano tomatoes from my garden. I grew them here in Queens.
Okay.
These are Italian tomatoes. They don't have that much water content inside, and that's what makes the sauce nice.
Yeah.
Start by taking the top off here, and then cutting in half. All right, and then it's very important that we remove the stem part right here.
And it goes in. Wow. And now what?
You have basil.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basil inside.
Okay.
No water. To the stove.
Let's go.
We have the fire on medium heat, and we stir a few times here until they're nice and soft. Now we're going to put some tomatoes into here. Now we're gonna mash our tomatoes like this.
So you brought this thing from?
Yeah, from Mexico.
Mexico.
So it's a Mexican tomato sauce now. Now we will pass our tomatoes
Carefully.
Whoa. Through the sieve. Sieve is what it's called. So we'll put our sauce back here into our pan, and we'll add salt, and we'll let this cook for a little bit longer.
And it's been long, 2 days waiting for the dough.
2 days with this guy.
And you haven't changed your clothes.
Yeah, we're in the same thing. We made a lot of dough. All right, so very important, we have the oven preheated before we stretch the pizza.
Yeah, really
because then we're gonna have to move fast. We have it preheated around 800 Fahrenheit.
Oh, pretty hot.
A little less is fine too.
Okay, let's do this.
Let's do it. A little bit of flour, pushing the air out to the crust. Nice and easy on the dough here, just getting a little circle. It's a little tight.
That's the steering wheel technique.
Yeah, this is the steering wheel. and driving you to a new home. So we'll put our sauce here.
Fior di latte italiano.
Fior di Queens.
Incredible, the pizza that you took out of the oven in front of my eyes.
Yeah. Right here.
Okay, let's try it.
Let's try it. I'm hungry.
What did you do?
I grew some tomatoes.
Incredible. No, you should definitely do this more often.
I might have to open a pizza shop here in Queens. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate you coming to my house. It's an honor to cook for you. I'm a big fan. You know that I'm a big fan. And
thank you for the invitation.
Of course, of course.
Well,
cheers.
If you like this video, like it, follow him on Instagram, TikTok, and many other networks, and that's all. Guten Morgen everyone, today we are going to make a whole grain bread. And talking about grains, what I have here is spelt, which maybe you don't know what it is, but it's an old and ancient grain. It's wheat, but it's one of the first wheats of the history, and it was kind of lost in time, but now it's back. And I have it here so we can make our own flour. The interesting thing about the spelt is of course its taste, but if you're willing to make some kind of big loaf with a big ear, maybe this is not the right grain to use because it has a lot of protein, as I said, but it's not that good. So it's perfect for making rustic bread. And that is what we are going to do today. And I am also going to use this one, which is triticale, which is a hybrid between wheat and rye. And it's going to give much flavor and aroma to the bread. So, as I said, let's start grinding and may the gluten be with us. And finally, after a few minutes, we have the spelt flour here and the triticale flour here. This is the freshest flour you can get. So now what we need is a formula. So here it is. Remember that you can download my app free for your Android or iPhone. And then add the recipe to it. So as I told you at the beginning, this is going to be a rustic bread. So we're going to use sourdough starter. This sourdough starter is a whole grain sourdough starter. In case you don't have one like this, you can use the one that you have at home. But if you want to build a whole grain sourdough starter, this is what you should do. We start with the sourdough starter that we have. In this case, I have a white flour sourdough starter, which it doesn't have to be quite active. In a jar, we put some of this sourdough starter, and then we start adding spelt flour. A few spoons, and that's enough. Now we add the water. Since we are going to do this by the eye, we are not measuring anything at all, it is really easy. Start mixing it, and if you see that it needs some more water, you add it. The texture that we're looking for is this, maybe like a puree. And now we leave it here on the counter at around 80 degrees Fahrenheit, until it doubles or triples in size. Remember that if you want to learn more about sourdough and sourdough bread, in the description you can find the link to my sourdough bread masterclass. Click it and start right now. Since this recipe is an easy recipe, we are not going to need at all. But if you have a stand mixer, or maybe you just bought a new stand mixer and you want to use it, go ahead and use it. But I am going to use just a bowl. I will put all the ingredients there, mix them, and let the Autolyse do all the job for us. In the bowl we put 500 grams of spelt flour. Now we add 300 grams of the triticale flour, and now 200 grams of regular bread flour, but if you want you can use more whole wheat flour. And here comes the sourdough starter, 200 grams. I want you to look at the bubbles and the activity that this sourdough starter has.
it has to be really active. 20 grams of salt, and finally 760 grams of water. Now that I have all the ingredients, the only thing that I'm going to use is this Danish whisk. If you still don't know what Autolyse is, it's just mixing flour and water and let them knead by itself, to hydrate by itself. That will develop the gluten network and you'll see that the dough is perfectly kneaded. Okay, so that's all what we're going to do, just mixing. We'll let the Autolyse do all the job for us. So now let me cover it and leave it here on the counter for around 1 hour. By the magic of the gluten, it's been an hour, and as you can see, the dough seems to look the same. But if I wet my hands, you'll see the difference. So now we pick one part of the dough and start stretching it and folding it to itself. Look, the dough is perfectly kneaded by itself. That's the Autolyse. Let me do a few more stretching and foldings, and now the dough looks perfect. So, the dough is ready. Now what I have to do is to cover it. And I'm going to let it rise here on the counter until it doubles in size. And here I have the dough fully proofed. Take a look, it has doubled in size, and it's full of air and bubbles. And it smells incredible. So, we are now ready to shape it. So now we sprinkle some flour on the countertop and we unmold slowly the dough. It has a lot of air. Take a look. Great. Now we divide it and we start shaping the loaf. This is really easy. It's just a bowl. Like in French, a ball. This is the shape that we're going to do. We give it some tension, making this kind of stitches. And with my hands, I give it the final shape. So now that the bread is shaped, I have to put it in the mold, in this Panettone, this French Panettone with some linen on it, which is a classic form. Put some flour on the bottom, and now comes the trick. Normally what I do is to put this beautiful face of the bread on the bottom, and the stitches stays up. And in this case, we are doing this rustic bread, and what is characteristic of this bread is that it opens by itself. What I'm going to do is to put the stitches on the bottom. So here I go. Stitches on the bottom, final adjustments, sprinkled some more flour. Now I cover it. We are ready. So here I have the bread fully proofed, ready to be baked. See how gorgeous it is. It hasn't grown that much because since this is a rustic bread, but take a look, beautiful. Let me get the Dutch oven and we bake it. Okay, so here I have my Dutch oven fully preheated. It's around 480 degrees Fahrenheit. So now I am going to unmold the bread on the skillet. And remember, since we shaped the bread upside down, the stitches are now on the bottom. But now I flip it and we have the stitches on top of it. So now when we close the lid, we let the bread to open by itself. We'll bake it first for 20 minutes. May the gluten be with it. Oh, it's been 20 minutes. Let's open the lid. I love it. So let me take it back to the oven for 20 minutes more and I'll be back. And here I have the fully baked bread. Wow, isn't it beautiful? Okay, I'll put it here on the cooling rack and I'll be back. So here I have the bread. Finally, it's kind of still warm, but take a look, it's beautiful. And what? Oh, what is this one? I have two. Well, if you paid attention at the beginning of the video, I divided the dough in two pieces. With the first piece, I baked this bread. And with the second piece, what did I do? I baked this one. Okay, so we have reached the end of the video, and I hope you have enjoyed this new rustic bread recipe again. And you should do this at home too. So now comes the best part, trying the bread. It smells so good with the spelled flour freshly milled. Guten Morgen everyone and welcome to another baking video. Today we're going to bake sourdough rye bread. In case you don't have rye sourdough starter, you could use the one that you have at home. But always check that it is active, like the one you're watching right now. And we're also going to add much more flavor, milling malted cereals. And then we'll make with that a roux or a calzone. And the best part of all is that this bread is really delicious and very healthy too. So let's start with the formula. Remember that you can download my app totally free for Android or iPhone. Here I have the two cereals that we're going to add into the rye bread. On the left side I have millet and on the right side I have Baguette. Both are malted. But what is malting? Malting is light toasting. So these cereals are going to add much more flavor into our bread. So why don't we mill them? Okay, done. Oh, this smells delicious. It's going to make much more tastier our rye bread. I hope you could smell this too. So now that we are done milling, we are going to make this roux in French or calzone in Japanese with a little bit of this milled cereals, a little bit of rye flour and boiling water. What we're going to do is to pre-cook a little bit of dough, and this is going to give the bread much more moisture and durability. So let's do it. In the bowl we add the rye flour, and now we add the malted cereals, and finally the hot water. And we'll start mixing. While it goes cooling down, what we have to look for is not to leave so many chunks floating inside, so mix it well. At the beginning you'll see that it's a little bit more liquid, but as the flour gets hydrated, you'll see that it's going to become more dense. And that's all. Okay, so now while it continues cooling down, we need to let it rest for around 4 hours. Yes, I know it's quite a lot, but it's going to be worth it. It's been 4 hours. Yes, I know. In addition, time flies. So let's check the calzone. Wow, it smells incredible. Wow, it looks like a mousse. I could try it. Now that we have all the ingredients, we're going to start with the dough, which is really easy, because rye bread you don't need to knead at all. It is super simple. So in the bowl, we'll start adding one by one all the ingredients. And then with this whisk, we'll start mixing everything. Looking good, looking good. And the dough will be ready as soon as all the ingredients are incorporated. Okay, so that's it. And as you can see, it's a very stiff dough. It's not too hydrated, but it's okay. Now we need to let it rest for around 2 to 4 hours till it grows a little bit. It won't double in size, but it's going to be a little more fluffy. I'll leave it here on the counter and I'll see you in a few hours. Are you lost with all the sourdough bread recipes that you find on the internet? Would you like to learn all the tips and tricks to make your own sourdough bread at home? Then I have the solution. I have designed the perfect masterclass of sourdough bread just made for you. By clicking the link on the description, you will learn how to make and take care of your sourdough starter, how to knead, shape, ferment and bake your sourdough bread, how to use and read the baker's percentage, all the basic techniques to bake like a pro at home, and how to read and understand your dough. Don't miss out on it and click the link on the description right now.
So, as you can see, the bread has risen a little bit. Not too much, but a little bit. So, the thing is, and which gives us the clue that the bread is ready to be shaped, are all these pockets on top of the dough. This means that we're ready to continue. So we sprinkle some rye flour on top of the counter, and we unmold the dough. Yes, it's really stiff, but very well proofed. So this is really easy. We pull the edges towards the center of the dough, trying to make it round. This is like a ball, which in French is boule. Now we cover it with some more rye flour and we transfer it to a Panettone upside down. Okay, bread shaped, so now we have to let it rest for around 2 more hours. Yes, I know it's a little bit long, it's worth it, but at least we haven't kneaded at all. So I'll see you in a few minutes. Wow,
Here I have my Dutch oven already preheated at 482 degrees Fahrenheit. So now it's time to bake. So we sprinkle a little flour on top of the skillet. And now, very carefully, we unmold the bread. This time there's no need for scoring. This bread is really simple. Now we put the lid and take it to the oven for the first 10 minutes. Then we're going to lower the temperature. Time to remove the lid. Now we lower the temperature to 430 degrees Fahrenheit and we leave it there for 30 minutes more. Good, the bread is ready. Maybe you might be wondering why this bread has no crackle on top of it. The thing is that this bread is okay because it has fermented prior baking, which means that all the fermentation was completed before I baked it and didn't finish its fermentation in the oven. So this way is much better. So let's open it. I know I should have waited to open it up till tomorrow, maybe in 2 or 3 days, because this kind of bread enhances when you give it more time. But in this video I had no more time, so I had to do it. Oh, but it smells incredible, so I really need to try it right now. It's really complex, this bread. All the mixture of the cereals that we use are really interesting flavor. Toasty, nutty, very humid at the same time. Maybe because this bread is not yet that cold. I should have waited till tomorrow. But it's perfume, incredible, and so moist. And then comes the acid. The acid, very characteristic of the sourdough starter. And even when you use rye, it's even a little bit more acid, but in a good way. But I think we can do it even better. Butter takes bread to another level. It's a very simple and incredible combination. So please leave me in comments if you do this bread at home. Please give it some more time. Don't cut it so fast like I did. And as you know, share it, like this video, and I'll see you on the next one. Guten Morgen to everyone. Guten Morgen, everyone. Today I am facing a challenge to bake a bread in just 1 minute. Is it possible? I don't know. But for that, we first need to know how bread works. The basic ingredients for a bread are flour, water, salt, and some leavening agent, like for example, yeast. We mix all the ingredients, knead, proof, bake, and sometime later we'll end up with this beautiful loaf of bread. But what really happens in the process? To sum it up in 2 steps, what happens when we knead is that we develop the gluten network, something key in the structure of the bread. This is what gives it its shape, the shape of a bread. It would be like the skeleton, and without it, the bread would be flat. And the second thing is the proofing, or leavening, in which the yeast feed on the starches in the flour, which are basically sugars. And with that, they make gases and other things, which end up being those little bubbles that we call crumb. And they also contribute a lot of flavor to the bread. And speaking of that, precisely what gives the bread its flavor is time. Something that in this challenge today I am not going to have. I'm going to show you what is the ideal bread for me. A bread with all the time in the world. What I have here is sourdough starter, which is an old and artisan yeast. It is perfect for baking bread because it gives it a lot of flavor. But it has one disadvantage. It is really ridiculously slow. But since we have all the time in the world, I am going to use it. If you still don't know what sourdough starter is, here in my channel you have a lot of videos about that. But if you want to go deeper and learn more about sourdough, I recommend you my sourdough bread masterclass, in which you learn how to make a sourdough starter from scratch and bake your own sourdough bread. What are you waiting for? Just click the link in the description. In a bowl we put the bread flour. Now we add the whole wheat flour, the sourdough starter really active, and finally the water. And now with the Danish whisk we start mixing. The idea is to make a dough and hydrate all the flour. Okay, done. It's been an hour, but we have all the time in the world. And as you could see, the gluten network is already developed. So now I will add the last ingredient, the salt. And now we give the final touch. And that is all. Now I let it dough here to proof slowly till it doubles in size for around 4 hours. And take a look at this. The dough has already risen, it has doubled in size, and it's ready to be shaped. We put a little flour on the counter, and time to unmold the dough. Take a look at all the bubbles that it has. It has done an excellent fermentation. All that air is going to be the crumb. Now I take one of the sides and fold it into itself, and I do the same with the other side. Now rolling it in, final adjustment on the other side too, a little bit of flour, and into the Panettone. Bread shaped, but this is still not the end. We still have to cold ferment this bread until tomorrow. Yes, for around 16 hours, so I'll see you. Good morning, everyone. Take a look at the bread. It's ready to be baked. I'll put some flour on the peel and on the bread too, and ready to unmold it. Now with the lamb, I'll score it. Perfect. And now it goes straight to the preheated oven at 482 degrees Fahrenheit for around 40 minutes. May the gluten be with you. Wow, I present to you my ideal bread, done with all the time in the world. What? Yes, one day. Now is the moment of the truth. See how this bread finally turned out. It looks beautiful. And this that I'm holding in my hands is just flour, water, and salt. And a lot of time. Yes, quite a lot of time. So, let's try it. So, this is one of my favorite kind of bread. It's tasty, it's crunchy, it's humid, and it has this little acidity that comes from the sourdough starter. So if you have time, then this is your kind of bread. But now, we're going to do it faster. Time to move to the next level. Now we're going to bake a bread in less time. How much time do I have? Oh, just 1 hour. Okay, so if we have only 1 hour, then this artisan yeast is not going to work. Enter in the game now the fresh yeast. In case you don't have it, you could use instant yeast. This yeast, also known as commercial yeast, is just one fungus, one yeast, known as Saccharomyces cerevisiae, which is the fastest yeast in the world. Yes, it's a Formula 1 of the yeasts, and it's the one that is going to help us in this new mission. But one at a time. What about the flavor? Yes, that is a really good question. But what we're going to do is to enrich the dough. That means to give flavor to the dough. And we're going to do it by adding some butter, eggs, milk, and sugar. So the taste that we are losing because we are doing it faster, we are going to recover it by using these ingredients. So from this very moment, we just have 1 hour to finish the bread. Let's go. In the mixer bowl, we add the flour. Now the sugar, salt, yeast, egg whites. Let's go. Milk and water. And now that we have some kind of dough, we add slowly the butter. Okay, dough ready. It's been 10 minutes.
But you have no watch.
Let's go, go. We're going to divide and shape into balls of 80 grams each. And now we take each ball and stretch it. Now we roll it into itself. I'll put it on this baguette tray, which is already oiled. I give them some moist and we're done. So it took me 5 minutes to shape the bread. That means that we've used 15 minutes by the moment. Time to let them proof. To gain some time, I'm going to use this oven as a proofer. So I hope I can do it on time. Here's the bread fully proofed and ready to be baked. We have exactly 15 minutes to accomplish it. Let's do it. And here in my hand, I have the 1 hour soft bun. which is still a little bit warm, and I want you to see how fluffy and sexy it is. We have achieved to make a soft and spongy bun in 1 hour. But what about the taste? I have to admit that this 1 hour bun is a hit. It's really spongy, tender, soft, and really tasteful. It's a little bit sweet. So bake it at home and tell me what you think about this recipe. Mission accomplished. Now moving on to 1 minute bread. But I think, well, I really know that using yeast in a 1 minute bread, it's not going to happen. So we need a new leavening agent. The Adventures of the Leavening Agent, soon in your YouTube favorite channel. I present to you the world-known baking powder. The baking powder has nothing to do with the yeast that we've been using till now. It is going to be just a chemical reaction. When we mix it with the water of a dough and give it some heat, it is going to make this chemical reaction, which will end up with a spongy crumb. Okay, all that about the chemical reaction and blah blah blah. But what about the taste? Who's this guy? Okay, so what is going to give the taste to the dough is this yogurt. Since we only have 1 minute to make this bread, and the ingredients are flour, salt, water, baking powder, and the taste is coming from this jar. To accomplish this 1 minute bread challenge, I am going to do a flat bread. I will do it like this. In a bowl, we put 4 spoons of flour, pinch of salt, 1 teaspoon of baking powder, a big spoon of yogurt, and 4 spoons of water. Okay, I have 40 seconds left to mix this dough. Now we mix everything, looking for a creamy texture. Yes, looking good. It's done. I did it. Now it's time to bake, but I'm going to do it on this pan. On a preheated pan at low heat, we add some butter. As soon as it melts, we pour the mix. And now with the spatula, we stretch it all over the pan. Perfect, looking good. And to give it some extra taste, I'm going to add all these ingredients. All right, time to fold it. And it's done. So finally we did it, the 1 minute bread and a few things more. So now it's time to try it. And always the best part of the video, tasting. It's incredible, can't believe it that we did it in just 1 minute. Please do this recipe at home and tell me what you think about it. No, it's really tasty, but what about all the other breads? Are we going to do something? Okay, we're going to do something. But first, I wanted to know which bread is the one that you like the most. For example, the sourdough bread that took me 1 day to bake it, then a little bit shorter the time, 1 hour bread, and finally the 1 minute flat bread. So I'll read in comments, let me know which one is the best for you. And now, let's continue with the B-roll. Good morning, everyone. Bread is one of the most important foods in the world. It is on every table. No matter what kind of food it is, it can always be accompanied by bread. And who hasn't baked a bread at home? Today, I am going to test every way to bake a bread, from the most common to the most exotic ones. And for that, I will use 4 types of bread: sourdough, pizza bread, soft buns, and the easy 1 minute bread. So let's start baking using the most classical method, baking with direct steam. So here's the bread. I unmold it on the peel, slash it, and immediately I take it to the oven. But first, I need to switch only the bottom heat. And here comes a steam maker, a bottle of water. Wow! And to help it a little bit more, I'm going to use this water spray. And now it depends all on the gluten. May the gluten be with it.
Beautiful oven spray. Now it's time to turn the heat on the upper side too.
So here we have the bread. At first sight, it looks beautiful. Nice golden crust, great volume. But if you look in detail, the oven spring maybe is not the best one. And that depends on the oven and of course of the steam. The longer we can keep that moisture, the steam in the oven is going to give us better oven spring because the crust doesn't dry that fast. But if you lose the steam sooner, the crust will dry immediately and then you end up with this kind of oven spring which is not the best. Let's continue. So we've seen that it works with steamy water. What about if we use ice? Let's go with another bread on the peel. Slash it and it goes straight into the oven. But first, let me put the heat only on the bottom. And here it goes. And now the ice. 1, 2. Okay, see you in a few minutes. What I found interesting about this method is that the ice melts slower in the oven. That gives us more time of steam and keeps the moisture for longer. So that helps the bread to get a better oven spring, most of the time, like this one. And now it's the turn of the baker's oven, the deck oven. Let's unmold another bread on the peel. Slash it and I take it straight into the oven. And to make some steam, this steamy water on the tray. See you later! This method with direct steam is better than the one in a home oven. That's because the deck oven is prepared to retain for longer the steam in it, giving always better oven spring like this one. Now it's time to go with one of my favorite methods, the Dutch oven. On the preheated skillet, I unmold the bread. Now I slash it and cover it with the lid. And I take it straight into the oven for a few minutes. And now let's remove the lid and wow! Beautiful oven spring. And now I leave it there for a few minutes more till it's golden brown. This method is almost foolproof because all the gases are retained in the Dutch oven, letting the bread get in an excellent oven spring, like this one. And now comes bread in an oven bag. Let me unmold another bread on the peel, and this time we'll put it in the bag. Yes, because this is an oven bag. What is going to happen that all the steam that comes out of the bread is going to be kept there inside this bag until we get the oven spring. And now watch this. And we'll let it in the oven for a few minutes more. The result is very similar when using a Dutch oven, but it's easier in case you still don't have one. Let's go with another method, using a ceramic or glass bowl. Let's unmold another bread on the tray. The idea is to keep all the gases that evaporate from the bread in the bowl. That is going to help us with the oven spring. Now let's put it in the oven and wait a few minutes. And let's take that bowl out. Wow, beautiful. And now I'll leave it there for a few minutes more till it's golden brown. This method is kind of a homemade Dutch oven. Maybe the results are not the best ones, but next time I'm going to do it again with the lid preheated. If you have a convection oven and you can't turn off the fan, this hack is for you. Pay attention. Let's go with another bread. Slash it and we go straight to the oven. But this time we need to have it preheated at maximum temperature. Now I put the bread in and some artisan steam. And here comes a hack. What we're going to do is to turn off the oven. This is also going to turn off the fan. And this way we'll keep all the moisture and steam in the oven. And now we need to lower the temperature and turn it on again. Now you know that the hack works. Do it at home and then write me in comments how did it turn out. And here I come with the clay pot. On this parchment paper I unmold another bread. And then I'll put it on the clay pot, which is already preheated. That's really important. The idea is to keep all the gases in the pot. until the bread burst, like you're watching now. Incredible oven spring. And now we let it there a few minutes till it's golden brown. This method, similar to the Dutch oven, maybe is not the best one, because the lid sometimes let the gases escape, making the bread dry faster, and then the oven spring is not the best one, like in this case. But nevertheless, I like this one. Next method, papillote. Now it's time to make some DIY. We take a piece of foil and then we unmold the bread on it. And now time to close very carefully the package. Good, and now let's close this end and the other end. The idea, as always, is to keep all the gases in the papillote, so it goes straight into the oven. And a few minutes later, let me see, and wow! We did it! Or he did it. It did it. I don't know. And now it's time to leave it there for a few more minutes till it's golden brown. Another interesting method, like the Dutch oven or the oven bag. The idea is to keep all these gases, the moisture, in the package. So, what do you think about it? Is it worth it or not? Stop! So you think you've seen it all so far? Not yet. Now comes the extreme method. Baking a bread, totally proofed and totally frozen. This bread was ready to be baked, but instead I froze it. So now I kind of unmold it. And for this extreme bread, instead of lamb, I'll use a bread knife. And now it goes straight into the Dutch oven, which is already preheated. And it's going to be there a little bit longer than usual. Time to remove the lid. And whoa, what an extreme and strange method. Now let's leave it there till it's golden brown. So you thought that this method was not going to work, but check out the results. Now I'm going to open it up and check that crumb. Another interesting way to bake bread is to bake a partially cooked bread, like this one, which is half cooked. It is cooked, but not yet golden brown. So let me take it again to the oven and let's see what happens. This is a perfect method for the ones who love freshly baked bread at any time. Now we are going to bake a bread in the air fryer. On the parchment paper, we'll mold another bread. Now we slash it and we put it in the oven's tray. Sprinkle some water and here it goes. Hey! Ooh. Hey. I am really surprised. Looking kind of good. Really interesting. Now, okay. I put it a few minutes on this other side and we're done. Okay, let's put it back into the air fryer for a few minutes more and let's see what happens. So if you're an air fryer fan, it has been proven that you can also bake bread in it. Let's open it up and check that crumb. So tell me, what do you think? Is it worth it or not? Now, I am going to do something that I never did before. Baking a bread in a microwave. With a 1-minute dough recipe, remember that you have the link in the description. Using the rolling pin, I am going to make a disc. Now I roll it into itself and I make this huge baguette. Now I put it in a tray, I make a few slashes. I cover it with film and take it immediately, not to the oven, instead to the microwave oven. And here we have it back. Haha, interesting. Let's see what's going on. And this is the result. It looks like a bread. Maybe the crust is not the best one, but since we did it in a few minutes, it's okay. Let me open it up and check that crumb. It tastes like a steam pan. Maybe with some kind of stuffing could have been better. Do it at home and tell me what do you think. And let's try the same dough on the griddle. And now with the rolling pin, I'm going to make another disc. And I'll put it immediately on the hot griddle. Wow, it's smelling good. Let me turn it around and voila! there you have it. And here you have it. This is the bread for those who doesn't have too much time or doesn't have an oven. And finally, we're going to test this same dough in this waffle maker. With this cutter, I am going to make a disc. And now I'll put it in the waffle maker slightly oiled. And there it goes. Smelling good. Let me see. Oh, wow, we've got it. So now you've seen that you can make a waffle in almost 1 minute. Now I need to think about what do I put on it. I'll go to the fridge to see if I can find some dulce de leche. This is my wood fire oven, and I am supposed to bake a bread in there. Now that the oven is fully preheated, I need to remove the fire. Otherwise, we're going to have a burned bread or a piece of charcoal. Let me mold another bread on the peel, score, and there we go straight to the wood fire oven. And I'm going to put it right there on the stone. And now, time to make some artisan steam with this boiling water. And just in case, let me spray some more water. And a few minutes later, time to open. Dun dun. Wow, what a surprise! It's better than I thought. Okay, we'll leave it there for a few minutes more and let's see what happens. And here I have it, baked in one of the most elementary ways there are. The result maybe is not the best, since to keep the steam in this kind of oven is not that easy. But it's light and looks edible. Another way to cook, maybe the first one or the primitive one, is fire. I am preheating my Dutch oven, so we're going to bake a bread in there. I'm going to unmold straight on the skillet another bread. Slash, cover it, and let's go back to the fire. And now I'm going to put some embers on top of the lids so we can make some kind of an oven, and I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, time to remove the lid. First, remove the embers. Now let's open it. I thought it was not going to work, but it's really working. Let me check the bottom, if it's not that burned. Good. Okay, but I'll put it a little bit away from the fire this time. See you in a few minutes. And here you have it. It really looks kind of good. Maybe the crust is not the best one, it's not that golden, since we didn't use a real oven. Here the bottom is a little bit burned, but not that burned, so I think it's okay. And by the way, whenever you're in a camping and maybe you have a sourdough bread fermenting in your backpack, now you know that you can bake it. Now that we've seen that we can bake with wood fire, why don't we bake another bread on the fire? I'm going to stretch one of these pizza bread dough on the semolina. And now it goes straight to the embers. Just a few seconds. Looking good. I thought it was going to be all burned. Good. Just a few seconds more. And here we have it. What do you think about it? And here I have it. I think it's a bread. It's a little bit burned, but not that much. And I think it's baked. So let's try it and see what it tastes like. What an interesting method. Is there another method left there? Okay, now we're going to do the same, but wrapped in foil. Let's grab another pizza bread dough and stretch it to the semolina. But this time I'm going to wrap it in foil. And now I put it straight on the fire. Okay, let's flip it. And I think it's looking good, I don't know. And here we have it. Let's open it up. It looks really nice. Interesting method. I really like this method because you have all the power of the firewood, but at the same time it's not that burnt. So I think it's perfectly baked. So I need to try this now. And what do you think if we grill a bread? Is it possible? First of all, I need to put some embers under the grill. Now, time to stretch another dough ball. And it goes straight to the grill. Are we baking? Okay, time to flip it and wow! Take a look at those grilling marks. Okay, I'll leave it there for a few minutes more and we are done. This is an excellent method when you're having a barbecue at home. Maybe you forgot to buy some bread, but now you can do both things at the same time and really fast. Can we bake a bread in the kamado? I'm going to stretch another dough ball on semolina and I'll take it straight to the kamado, in which I have a preheated skillet. And here it goes. And a few minutes later, let's flip it over. Good. Okay, we'll leave it there for a few minutes more and we have another bread ready. If you're a smoke fan, then this kind of bread is for you. Really fast to do, easy, and really smoky. Have you ever tried baking in a pizza oven something else like bread? Well, me neither. Let's do it. Now that the oven is preheated, let's stretch another dough ball on the semolina. Okay, not too much. Now I put it on the peel and we go straight to the oven. This is going to be fast. Let me turn it a little bit, another turn, and here we have it. What do you think? Is it a bread? It is a pizza? What is it? This is an excellent option when you want to bake a bread really fast. It's like a pita bread, but not that pita bread. One thing you need to be careful is not to burn it that much. And if you stretch it a little bit more, you can end up with a pizza. We've proved that we can bake bread with fire. But can we bake with water? With boiling water? I'm going to pick a soft bun dough and I'll put it straight into the boiling water. Love bubbles. And a few seconds more, and here it is. Kind of good. So here we have a bread. The method is working. I don't know if it's looking that good. It's not that appealing, but it's cooked. So why don't we try it? But this reminds me of something. Maybe I could boil it again and then bake it in the oven. What is that? Told you so. Do you like fried food? Why don't we fry a bread? Good. Now take one soft ball dough and dive it into the hot oil. This is looking good. Okay, time to flip it. Wow, beautiful color. Oh, just a few seconds more and here we have it. Wow, beautiful. So here we have it. I think it's a good method. Nice crust, golden brown, bubbles, crispy and fluffy. So why don't we try it? It's quite good, but there's something missing. I have an idea. This is the idea. Let me pick one of the bread pizza balls and I'm going to stretch it now with semolina. And here comes the mozzarella. Do you know what I'm doing so far? Now I close it and I dive it again into the hot oil. Yes, this is a fried calzone, straight from Italy. I flip it over and wow, beautiful color. And here I present to you, and totally out of the script of this video, the fried calzone. Salud. Oh, another worldwide known method is steaming. I'll grab one soft bun and put it in the steam cooker. Now I close the lid and make the steam be with them. Let's open and see what's going on here. Wow. Okay, this method works. This reminds me a lot to the Chinese kind of steam bread. Do we have some baking that there? No. Okay. Let's move on. The video is almost finished, but I found out that I have still 4 more doughs. Maybe I could bake them in a fire way. I have an idea. time to check. Five more minutes. I think it's already done. And finally, the last method of the video. This is very handy when you travel a lot and you don't have time to bake bread. And as you've seen, you can do both things at the same time. Well, Guten Morgen everyone, and see... you want me to... I have to try this now? I guess. Oh. Okay, here I go. This is an excellent option when you want to bake a bread really ridiculously. He's floating! Dale, thank you. Guten Morgen everyone! Social media has become the new TV. Nowadays, everyone who wants can share what they are cooking at home with the rest of the world. We can share and find whatever comes to our mind, and things we've never thought of in a matter of seconds. And a ton of them have become viral. Incredible things like this, or this, and even stuff like this. However, today we are focusing on bread. I am going to bake 5 viral recipes from the internet, and I will be rating them on the gluten scale, from 0 to 10, being 10 the best of the best, and 0, well, I can guess you can imagine what that means. Yes, that's me. So if you're ready, let's get started and may the gluten be with us. This is a mountain bread, which is really viral in Brazil. This is a mountain bread because it looks like a mountain. It was viral in Brazil because it looks like the pão de açúcar in Rio de Janeiro. And I think it's not quite a bread. I think it's more like a cracker. So let's test it and see what happens. And the best part of this viral bread is that we're going to do it all in the blender. In the blender glass, we put the tapioca flour. Be careful. Now we add the salt, the eggs, milk, and oil. Now we start the blender and we'll mix everything for a few minutes. Good, dough ready. And now in this butter mold, we pour all the mix. And now with this spatula, we cover the tray very thin. And I almost missed this detail. We have to grate some cheese, but just a little on top of it. And now let's take it to the oven, very hot. Time to try this bread. Quite interesting, the taste of this cracker or bread. I don't know. Let's check the gluten scale. And this is the sweet potato cheese bread. And what a lot of cheese. This sweet potato cheese bread has something to do with the original from Brazil called pão de queijo, which is cheese bread. The difference is that in this one we're going to use sweet potato, which is going to give it more color and more taste. And it is also going to have some more cheese in it to make it more viral. So let's try this new recipe. In a pan we're going to boil oil and milk. As soon as it bubbles, we pour the hot mix in the tapioca flour. Now we add the salt, the sweet potato puree, the eggs, and we start mixing with my Danish mixer. As soon as the dough comes along, we add some cheese and start mixing it with our hands until everything is well combined. We wet our hands with oil and then we take a little bit of the dough. We flatten it in our hand and put one piece of secret cheese. Close it, make a ball, The dough is really sticky, but it's coming okay. And we put it on the tray. Perfect, we have them all. And now, straight to the oven. For this to be viral, I need to open them right now. I hope I could use this glove. I just can't wait to try this. And wow, let's check the score in the gluten scale. If you're a bread and cheese lover, the Kachapuri is for you. This Kachapuri bread comes from Georgia, and it's like a pizza but with the shape of a boat. So let's go with the recipe and bake with the unseen kit. In the mixer bowl, we add the flour, then the yeast, the salt, and we set the hook. Now we start the mixer and start adding slowly the water. We'll start mixing until we see some gluten development. And we are done. To put it on the counter and give it the final touch. Or maybe 2 touches.
8 hours later.
Sometimes it can take a little bit longer, but it's ready. Now we transfer it to another bowl, cover it and let it rise till it doubles in size. The dough has risen, so this part is really easy, stretching. And now I am going to fill it up with a lot of cheese. Time to bake it in a very hot oven. This is not a boat, this is like a Titanic. It looks awesome. Now I need to try this. Georgia. Woo! Let's find out what is the Kachapuri score. This is the tastiest garlic bread in the world. Or something like that. Who doesn't love garlic bread? This is a good opportunity to use a bread from the day before or maybe that it was frozen. So let's do this recipe because it's really easy and very tasty. So with a bread knife, we slide the bread right in the middle. Now we have 2 future garlic breads, but we're going to make just one. We mix butter with a slow roasted garlic. Take a look at this. And now we put some salt. And we put a few spoons of this mix on the bread. And now with a knife, we spread it all over it, covering it all. And now a lot of cheese. And more cheese. And now I'll put it on the tray and straight to the oven. Now some chopped parsley. And now time to cut. Here it is. So now it's time to try this garlic bread and see which score it is going to have. It's really good. Now we're going to bake the fluffiest bread from the internet. This is a Japanese milk bread, very viral in social media because it's ridiculously fluffy, tender and soft. And the crumb tears apart when you open it. So let's see if it's real, if we do it right. In the mixer bowl, we add the flour. Then we add the sugar, the yeast, the salt and the egg whites. Now we start the machine and we start adding the water. And then the milk. As soon as we see some gluten development, we start adding the butter. A few minutes more and take a look at the dough. Beautiful. When the dough starts holding the hook, that means that the dough is ready. Okay, now I'll divide the dough in 3 pieces of 200 grams each. And with each one, I'm going to make a ball. And now with this rolling pin, I'm going to stretch them. Now I sprinkle some flour, and with the rolling pin, I'm going to stretch them. Good, now that it's already stretched, I'm going to roll it into itself. It should be around 8 millimeters. And now we do the same with the other two. And now that the 3 rolls are stretched, I have to stretch them again. Yes, as I told you, we have to do the same thing one more time. Done. And now I have to roll them one more time. And now we put them in the mold. This is egg wash, half part egg and half part milk. And now I'll brush them with egg wash. I'll leave it here on the counter at room temperature till it doubles in size. And then I'll be ready to bake it. So here we have the loaf, totally proof, ready to be baked. Let's see how it turns out. And now the best part, time to try it. But it's so fluffy. I can't even do this, but I have to. Oh, let's see what's the score in the gluten scale. So please leave in comments what do you think about the scores that I gave to each bread, if you agree or if you don't agree. So may the gluten be with you, and I'll see you on the next video. If this is not viral, what is viral? Oh! Guten Morgen everyone! In a previous video I tested and tasted some of the most viral recipes on the internet. I enjoyed it so much that today we are going to do it again. The idea is simple. I'll recreate and test 5 more new viral recipes that I liked, and then rate them in the gluten scale from 0 to 10, where 0, you know what it is, and 10 being the top rate. So if you're ready, let's get started. May the gluten be with us. If you love cinnamon, then you need to try the cinnamon nuts. The cinnamon buns, or also known as cinnamon nuts, are really viral in social media. Because of the shape, they are braided, with a lot of cinnamon, sugar and butter. And I learned this recipe from my friend Richard Bertinet. Let's see how they turn out, and if I learned the lesson or not. Richard, don't watch this. In the bowl mixer, we put the flour. Now we add the sugar, the salt and the egg. We turn on the machine and slowly add the milk. And when the dough starts looking like a dough, we add the butter. Wow! And once the dough hooks to the paddle, the dough is ready. Now we transfer the dough to the countertop and give it a few more turns, like Richard Bertinet. Now put it again in another bowl and cover it. And we leave it there proofing until it doubles in size. And here's the dough fully proofed, ready to be stretched. We put some flour on the counter and we unmold the dough. And now with this rolling pin, we'll start stretching it. Let's continue. And it should be around 5 millimeters thick. And now I'm going to brush it with this paste that I made before with cinnamon, sugar and butter. Till the last drop. And everything well combined in a mixer till you get this texture. And now that it's already stretched, I'm going to paint it with this cinnamon mix. And we fold the dough till the middle. Now we fold the other side on top of the other, and now we'll cut it in small rectangles of around 1 inch. So you thought that I am not a pastry chef? Well, I thought the same. And now on each piece we do 2 more slices. I never told you before, but I worked as a coiffeur in Paris for a very well-known stylist. And here comes the magic. So come closer to have a better look. And now I'm going to use all that knowledge in these buns. So let's braid these buns as a pro. Those are my hands. It's just a bag in the camera. Now that the buns are perfectly braided, we're going to roll them to form a ball. And now let's put them in the mold. I did it. And now that they are shaped, I'll let them rest here for a few minutes and then we'll bake them. Now that they are ready to go to the oven, let's brush them with egg wash. And now that they are out of the oven and still warm, let's do the final touch. And I just can't wait anymore. Smelling the cinnamon the whole video. Wow. I love cinnamon. Don't you? Let's see what score it got in the gluten scale. I present to you the pull-apart cinnamon bread. For this pull-apart bread, we're going to use the same dough as the cinnamon nuts. We put some flour on the countertop, and with the rolling pin we stretch the dough. It should be around 5 millimeters thick. And now we will cover it again with the same paste, made with cinnamon, sugar and butter. And now with this round slicer, we cut it in circles. I have no idea how many, but you need a lot. And now in this battered mode, we stack all the pieces, like a book. And now that it doubled in size, we're going to take it immediately into the oven. Take a look at that. And now that it's still warm, let's do the magical touch. And as usual, the best part of the video, tasting. Let me check this page. This is page number 2, 4. Okay, let me try this. Oh, no. Where's the rest of the book? And now let's check that gluten scale. This braided bread is super viral in social media. So this challah bread, or also known as challah bread, has a Jewish origin. And it has become worldwide famous because it's a braided bread. Let's see how it turns out. In the mixer bowl, we add the flour, then the salt, the sugar, and the yeast. And now I turn on the mixer and let's go with the water. And as you can see, it's a really low hydrated dough. But here comes the olive oil. Dough ready, let me put it on the counter and give it a few turns more. Okay, now we put the dough in the bowl, we cover it and let it rise till it doubles in size. Wow, take a look at the dough. It has grown more than double in size, triple in size. Time to unmold the dough. And wow, what a dough. And now we cut it in pieces. Each piece should weigh around 50 grams. And now we kinda do a pre-shape. It's like making mini baguettes. Okay, done. Now I let it rest for a few minutes. And now that they are relaxed, I'm going to stretch them into strings of around 30 centimeters. So I have 4, that's enough by the moment. And now I'm going to roll this string on this wet cloth, and now I put it on sesame seeds. And now the viral moment of this bread, the braiding. So this was my first time. Not bad. And now that they are finished, I need to let them proof. But first, some moisture. Whoa. And now that they are fully proofed, to the oven. And let's see how it tastes. It's so fluffy, crispy. Let's check the score in the gluten scale. If this is not viral, what is viral? Oh! The best part of this recipe is that we don't have to bake any bread. We can use a bread from the day before, or maybe one that you have in the freezer, and give it a new life. But if you want to learn how to bake this sourdough bread, don't miss my sourdough bread masterclass. Here is the link for you to subscribe and start right now. So with the bread knife, we cut the top of the bread. Yes, it's like a hat. And now, here's the grabber. which by the way is really beautiful. But this time we don't need it inside the bread. And now with the crumb we're going to make some croutons. And here we have them. Let's go with the cheese. And now time to melt them. And now some cognac. Fuego! Oh. And now I have to stir the cheese until it's fully melted. Non-stop stirring. I think I've got it. And now the part that I was waiting for all the video. Now that it has cooled a little bit, let's try this. Whoa, all of that. Let's check the score in the gluten scale. With this peanut butter, we're going to bake this incredible bread. This loaf became very popular during the 20s, I mean 1920s, because it's really easy to bake and the main ingredient is peanut butter. So let's try it and see what happens. In a bowl we put the flour, then we add the peanut butter, the sugar, the salt, baking powder and finally the milk. With a Danish mixer we mix everything. So this is, I think, the easiest part of this recipe. It's just mixing. Let's see how this turns out. And the peanut butter smells amazing. I think I've got it. And now in this mold previously brushed with butter, we pour in the mix. And now that the mix is in the mold, I think that I should do some kind of scoring with a knife. Oh, thank you. And since this loaf has no yeast, only baking powder, it goes straight to the oven. Beautiful slice of bread, and we almost did nothing. Just mixing. Time to try it. The peanut butter is incredible. I would like to know why is it so addictive. So let's check the score of this bread. So we have reached the end of the video finally, I hope so. Please write me in comments which one was the best recipe that you think, or maybe the most viral one. And I'll see you on the next video. May the gluten be with us. Guten Morgen everyone. Today I'm going to teach you how to make my favorite focaccia and pizza recipe. It is very easy to make, an idea when you're traveling because you'll only need a bowl, a cup and a spoon. The first thing that we're going to do is a polish, which is a pre-ferment that will give the dough all the strength, aroma and flavor, making it super light. We simply make it with a cup of flour, a cup of water and a pinch of yeast. We place everything in a bowl, mix well and then cover it. We are going to let it rise peacefully with this view for around 4 hours or until it is full of bubbles. Now that we have the polish ready, we transfer it to a slightly larger bowl and add 5 more cups of the same flour, then a cup of rice flour and a cup of fine semolina, then a little more yeast and 4 cups of water. With a spoon, we incorporate everything well until there are no lumps, and then cover it. We'll let it rest for 1 hour. Perfect! Now we add a little bit of salt and then let it rest again for another 30 minutes. As you can see, the dough is quite sticky, so I recommend kneading at intervals of 15 minutes. We knead a little, let it rest, knead again, and rest again one more time. We repeat this process 2 or 3 times until the dough gradually becomes smoother. Okay, it's time to give it some final touches on the countertop. Cover it and refrigerate it overnight till tomorrow. Meanwhile, I'll enjoy this hot cup of coffee with a view. Let's take the dough out of the fridge. I want you to please look at this incredible magic of fermentation. I sprinkle some semolina on the table and gently stretch the dough. I also sprinkled some semolina on the baking tray. I placed the dough there with care, and it's a good time to preheat the oven and let the dough rise. The dough is ready, perfectly risen. Now a touch of olive oil. The idea is to cover it well, and here comes my favorite part, those gentle presses with the fingers. Now a sprinkle of sea salt, and we go straight to the oven for 30 minutes or until golden brown. And here we have it again. Wow, listen to this. Even crispier and more airy, impossible. Here's where the secret lies, the polish. Now let's go with the delicious pepperoncino pesto. And of course an excellent Italian prosciutto. And we cannot forget more olive oil. And take a look at that sandwich. And of course at that view too. But as I said, this dough is a 2-in-1. So now it's pizza time. Time to preheat that grill. Now I unmold it onto the countertop with plenty of semolina. And divide it into 4 pieces. Look at the amount of air the dough has. Now I place it on this sort of board and gently stretch it. Now I place it on the hot grill and cover it for a few minutes. The idea is to grill it just on one side, in which we are going to place all the toppings. The thickness of the pizza will depend on what you prefer. We have it. Let's go back inside. Now, on the grill side, we'll add some tomato sauce, a bit of salt, and grate some Parmesan cheese. And I'm going to finish it with this delicious mozzarella, which is a smoked cheese that I really like. Ready, I have it. Now I place it on the grill, close the lid until the cheese is melted. And here we have it. Incredible. And the view is even better. Final touches of Tuscan spices. And let's taste it. And as you know, may the gluten be with you. And I leave you with more images of this incredible Amalfi coast. With this dough, I am going to bake 3 totally different pizzas. First, in the pizza oven, I'm going to bake this classical margherita Neapolitan style. Then, in this countertop oven, I'm going to bake this pizza in teglia di patate, which is a delicious potato Roman style pizza. And finally, in the convection oven, I'm going to bake pizza baciata, which means in Italian, kissed pizza. Gluten morgen everyone. As I said, we are going to make today with one dough 3 different kinds of pizza. So, okay, it's not going to be really a pizza dough, instead it's going to be a pinza dough, which is almost the same, but we're using an S. The difference in the dough is that we're going to use a little bit of rice flour and spelt flour, which is kind of a whole wheat flour, and it's going to be much more crispy and crunchy. And here is the formula. Remember that you can download for free my app, Gluten Morgen Baker's Percentage, for Android or iPhone. And the other ingredient that we're going to use today, of course, is flour. And since we're making pizza, we need to use an excellent Italian Napolitan flour. Now that I have all the ingredients, let's start with the dough, which is really easy. In a bowl, we put the flour, then the rice flour, the spelt flour, the yeast, salt, and olive oil. Finally, we add the water. Today, we're going to do it by hand, but we are not going to knead at all. We'll let the Autolyse do all the work for us. And with this Danish whisk, we're going to mix everything. Making a dough, we just need to hydrate all the ingredients. Long story short, Autolyse let the gluten proteins hydrate. And when they hydrate, they make this gluten network. And that's it. We're going to let the Autolyse do all the work for us. So now we have to wait a little. Okay, it's been an hour. Time to check the dough. Let me wet my hands and take a look at the dough. As you can see, it's already kneaded. That's the magic of the Autolyse. Now what we have to do is to give it some more tension. So we'll be doing some stretching and folding. And look how extendable is this dough. That's because we're using the right flour. One more, and now let me give it some final shape. It's kind of a sticky dough, but it's okay. And now I cover it and let it there till it doubles in size. And here's the dough ready to be shaped into pizza balls. We sprinkle some semolina on the countertop. If you don't have semolina, you can use regular flour. Now we divide it into pieces. It depends on how many pieces you have calculated. So the key now is to give it some tension, like this, slowly shaping the ball. And here we have it. Let's do another. We take the dough to the center, making this ball shape, and now we flip it again. Final adjustments, and here you have it. Now that I have the pizza balls already shaped, I can do two things. The first one is to let them here at room temperature until they double in size and they bake them and make pizza. The second option, the one that I like, is to do some cold fermentation. We'll take the balls to the fridge until tomorrow and then we use it normally. Then you tell me the difference. So let's go with the first pizza, which is going to be a Neapolitan classic, the margherita. It is really easy to do and really fast. And I'm going to do it in my pizza oven, which is already preheated at 840 degrees Fahrenheit. Let's go. With some semolina on the countertop, I stretch the dough. And now it looks more like a pizza. And here comes the tomato sauce, which is not a sauce, it's just crushed tomatoes with my hand. I like to do that because I like this texture. Now I sprinkle some salt, a few basil leaves, one there, one over there, and now some shredded Parmesan cheese all over the pizza. And talking about cheese, here comes the mozzarella fior di latte, which I personally cut it with my own hands. And now carefully I transfer it to the peel. This is going to be fast, the oven is really hot. A few turns, looking good. And here it comes. Now let me add a few more basil leaves and a beautiful drizzle of olive oil. Beautiful and classic margherita. I will never get tired of this pizza. Look at this cornicione, pure air. And it falls like a real Neapolitan pizza, so I need to bend it. Oh, super crispy, and it smells incredible. Time to try it. Straight to Italy. Let's go with the next pizza. Now we fly straight to Rome to bake a pizza in teglia, which means pizza in a mold. And we are also going to do it with potato. The secret of these potatoes is to slice them really thin, with a mandolin if you have. And then we're going to keep them in water in the fridge for around 24 hours. That's going to remove much more of the starches and you'll end up with a potato curved like this one. Let's bake it. Let's stretch with a lot of semolina this dough. And now very carefully with the peel, I'm going to put it on the tray. Yes, this is an Italian tray, the famous teglia. And now, on top of the pizza, I'm going to shred a lot of mozzarella. And here comes the potato. Remember that the potatoes are not cooked and we're going to bake them together with the pizza. Now some sea salt, pepper, some Parmesan cheese, and a little bit of rosemary. And as usual, a drizzle of olive oil. And it goes straight to the preheated oven at 480 degrees Fahrenheit for around 20 minutes. Wow, it really looks beautiful. Time to slice it up. So have you ever tried potato pizza? You should, because everything with potato, it's better. let's move on to the next pizza. Time for the third and last pizza, called pizza bachata, which means in Italian, kissed pizza, because we're going to use two doughs separated by a little bit of olive oil. And then, when it comes out of the oven, I'm going to stuff it with incredible things. Keep watching. So with some semolina, we stretch the first dough, which is going to be the base. And now we put it on parchment paper. And here's the trick. Olive oil on top of it. Let's leave it there and time to stretch a second dough. And now we need to put it on the first one. That's why in Italy they call kiss pizza. Another drizzle of olive oil and I take it straight into the oven, which is preheated at 480 degrees Fahrenheit for 5 minutes. And here it is back. It has a little color, but this is not finished yet. Time to open it. A lot of steam. It is really hot. Now comes the filling. First, a little shredded mozzarella. And now come these beautiful Italian tomatoes, sliced really thin. I put it on top of the cheese, and here comes more mozzarella. Yes, tons of mozzarella. And it goes back to the oven for another 5 minutes. And be ready for that. And here I have it back. 3, 2, 1, go. Whoa. Take a look at that cheese. But this is not the end. We still need to stuff it with a lot of mortadella. And the green touch, basil leaves. Last touch of olive oil, and we close it again. Hear this. It couldn't be more crispier. Wow, take a look at this bachata pizza. It's like a sandwich, but even better. And now the best part of the video, tasting it. So I hope you have enjoyed as much as me the 3 pizzas, and I want you to make them at home too, and tell me which one is your favorite. For me, this is my favorite. Good morning, everyone.
El tipo más molesto. ¡Se escucha! Los de audio, ¿me escuchan?
Que van a ir juntas al horno separadas solo por una fina capa de aceite de oliva. So you want to learn how to make this super light pizza done with club soda? Keep watching this video. Good morning everyone and welcome to another baking video. Today I'll be baking pizza. Yes, one more time. Which are the normal ingredients that you use when you bake pizza? Flour, salt, yeast and water? No, today we'll be using club soda with a siphon. So let's do this. The idea of using club soda in this new recipe, which is kind of a new experiment, is to get to achieve a new kind of dough, more airy, spongy, or more fluffy, and of course, light. This is nor a focaccia, neither a Neapolitan pizza. It's something maybe in between. That's what I am trying to find out. So, what do you think if we start with the recipe? So I present to you the club soda formula. Remember that you can download my app, the Gluten Morgan Baker's Percentage, free for iPhone and Android. And then you can add this recipe into my app. So what we have to do first is a pre-ferment. Today we'll be making a sponge, which is kind of a polish, but it uses a little bit more of yeast, so it will ferment faster. So let's start with that. To make the sponge, we first need a container. We put the flour, then we add the yeast, and now comes the best part, the club soda. Don't be afraid. And now with my Danish whisk, we start mixing the dough. It is very foamy and at the same time very airy. Everything mixed. And now we cover it and let it rise till it triples in size. Let's go.
So now that we have the sponge, it's time to start with the dough. In the mixer bowl, we go first with the sponge. Now we add the flour, the semolina flour, the whole wheat flour, and the salt. We prepare the paddle and start the machine. Now it's time to add some more club soda. With a siphon, better. Spit number 2. Now that the gluten is already developed, olive oil goes in. And we're done. Now that the dough is ready, we put it in another bowl and we do some stretching and foldings. Now we cover it and we're done. And that is all for today. Now what I'm going to do is to take the dough to the fridge and it's going to rise really slowly until tomorrow. See you. Good morning everyone again, and here is the dough after 24 hours in the fridge. Take a look at these bubbles. That was a club soda. I'm going to use this pizza baking tray, which is slightly oiled. And now I unmold the dough. Take a look and see how much air it has. It is full of bubbles. That's a trick by using club soda. So now I stretch it carefully till I cover all the tray. Now we are ready to continue.
Are you lost with all the sourdough bread recipes that you find on the internet? Would you like to learn all the tips and tricks to make your own sourdough bread at home? Then I have the solution. I have designed the perfect masterclass of sourdough bread just made for you. By clicking the link on the description, you will learn how to make and take care of your sourdough starter, how to knead, shape, ferment and bake your sourdough bread, how to use and read the baker's percentage, all the basic techniques to bake like a pro at home, and how to read and understand your dough. Don't miss out on it and click the link on the description right now.
And now that the dough is already stretched, I will cover it with just one ingredient that it's going to go into the oven, the tomato sauce. But before we continue, we need to do something first. Remember, it is really important to preheat the oven. So I'm turning on my oven and setting the temperature to 460 degrees Fahrenheit. For the tomato sauce, we start with some crushed tomatoes. Now we add 2 basil leaves, a pinch of salt, some pepper, and now maybe a polemical ingredient, organic sugar. Just a little touch. Believe me, it's going to be worth it. Now we mix all together and we're done. And now the pizza goes straight to the oven for 8 minutes. And now that we're baking the pizza, let's prepare 2 toppings. The first one, a basil pesto. And the second one is already prepared, mascarpone cheese. For the pesto we need basil, 1 clove of garlic, pistachio, parmesan cheese, and an excellent olive oil. In the mixer bowl we put the basil. Then we add the garlic, the pistachios, the olive oil, some salt, and some pepper. And now we start mixing. This is really easy. Eh?
The cheese.
Ah, the cheese. Now that we have all the ingredients, let's finish this. And we're done. Incredible. Wow. Did you see that? Wow. That's the club soda power. And now some Parmesan cheese. Okay, let's check the base. How is it? Because I can't see. So leave me in comments. What are you seeing right now? Wow, I feel like a pastry chef, but I'm a pizza chef. Wow, take a look at this pizza. It's super light, airy, and these big pockets because of the club soda. Incredible, lot of air, and the smell is amazing. The pesto, the mascarpone, and the tomato sauce. I think that this pizza is for the lovers of the pan pizza. Not that thing, not too high like a focaccia, something in between. Okay, time to try it. I really like this kind of pizza. I know you can choose any other toppings, but I think that it's really interesting to bake the pizza first because I'm a dough man, and then try to put toppings when you took it out. It's more kind of Italian. And this pesto de mascarpone, wow. So please bake this pizza at home and leave me in comments what do you think about this new recipe with club soda. Of course, you need first to find the club soda or the siphon. See you on the next video.
Good morning, everyone. I am about to bake these two beautiful ciabattas. The oven is preheated and I have them ready to be baked. Take a look at them. They're gorgeous, full of air, fluffy, ready to be baked. So here I have my peel. I'm going to put some semolina on top of the parchment paper. You never know, I don't want them to get stuck on this. So just a little bit. And take a look at this. Don't they look beautiful? The ciabatta is one of my favorites bread from Italy. So now I have to transfer them here. Let me see how do I do. Okay, some semolina on top. This is going to be complicated, but here I go. Whoa. There it goes, a little bit sticky. And now here it goes, one. This is a really sticky dough, a lot of water. And I'm going to tell you what is the recipe. Let's first start baking them, so then I can start with the whole recipe. Another one here. Let me stretch it a little bit. This one too. Wow. How do they look like? Wow. Two ciabattas. You know the name in ciabatta, what means in Italian? Ciabatta means in a dialect, an Italian dialect, like shoe. Yes, it's like shoe. It's a shoe. Would they look like a shoe? Or like a sandal? I don't know. Let's go to the oven. So, as I tell you, the oven is already preheated. It's at 250 degrees Celsius, which is in Fahrenheit 480 degrees. That's hot. It's a hot oven. So, right now, the oven is working full. I have heat on top and on the bottom. But what I am about to do is to put it only on the bottom, on the first part of the bake. So, this doesn't dry so fast. So, okay, I have some water here that I'm also going to use so I can get some steam. Let me put this first on the oven. There, here they go. Beautiful. There. And now, some water. I have two kinds of water. My super crazy fireman, and I also have some water in this bottle that I'm going to put here on the bottom of the oven. Yes, here they go. Just a second, more water. Wow, there you go. So I am about to bake them for around 20-25 minutes. Not quite sure, but what I am sure is that I'm going to bake them the first part for 10 minutes. So 10 minutes with some steam, and then we'll let it golden brown 10 or 15 minutes more. Okay, let me put this. And now, first of all, what we should know or to see is the recipe, of course. So here is the full recipe of the ciabattas that we are going to bake today. Remember that you can download my app, which is free for everyone, for Android and iPhone, and then you can add or upload this recipe really easy into my app and then calculate the weight of your dough. So, first of all, this dough is made with 3 pre-ferments. I don't know if you have ever heard about pre-ferments. Pre-ferment, as the word says, is a dough that is previously fermented. Mostly you do this one day before or maybe overnight. So I started these three pre-ferments yesterday evening around 7 p.m. So here I have. There are a lot of pre-ferments. The ones that I'm going to use today are Polish or Polish because it comes from Poland. This one is really well known. It has 1 part of flour and another part of water and a little yeast, just a little bit. So it has a hydration of 100. That's the key or the difference between, I don't know if you've heard about biga. Biga is another pre-ferment, but it has 1 part of flour, half part of water, and a little bit of yeast. So Polish or Polish has 1 on 1. Okay, so this is the one Then I have a levain made with sourdough starter, which is this one here. This one is a freshly sourdough starter, or called also levain, which is this one. It has equal parts of flour and water and a little bit of sourdough starter, which is also yeast, natural yeast. And finally, I have this one, which is in French pâte fermentée. Pâte fermentée, it's like a leftover from another dough made for bread, or it's like when you make a whole bunch a whole bulk of bread, then you pick a little bit, or you keep a little bit of this dough and you use it for the next bulk of bread. So you always use it and renew it, and you use that to ferment your bread. It's really interesting. It's a French tradition that they do a lot. For example, in Paris. Have you ever been into Poilâne? Well, they do that every day, so they get this gorgeous bread in Poilâne. So I have the three ones which are already ready to work, but I'll show you how to make them in order to make the whole dough. Another important thing is the flour that we're going to use. Today I'm using the Cinque Stagioni Oro, which is an Italian flour. Since we're making Italian bread, we're making ciabatta. So this kind of bread is done with soft wheat. It's not hard wheat. It's soft wheat, which lets you stretch it. As you've seen at the beginning of the video, this kind of flour is more stretchable. So you can make pizza, you can make this ciabatta, you can make focaccia, everything Italian. This is the right flour to use. So I'm using this flour. And I start with the three-preferments, which are the heart or the fuel of this dough, which is going to have they're going to be really light with a lot of taste, because the preferments do that, and it's also easier to work because much of the work has already been done the day before. So let's start with the preferments. Remember that you've seen it in my application, so you can make your own recipe and calculate really easy the amount of dough that you want to do. Today I am making 1 kilo. So for 1 kilo, I have already everything here done. So let's start with the polish first. So as I said, here I have 1 part of flour, 1 part of water, and a little bit of yeast. Now I have some instant yeast, but you can use, I have some fresh yeast, but you can use also instant yeast, which the equivalence is 1 gram of instant yeast is 3 grams of fresh yeast, if you want to know. But it's just a little bit. It's not too much. So let's start with the yeast. I'll put the yeast first so I can dissolve it there in the water. And then I'll add the flour. Good. Then put this there. I have a spoon. Ooh, I think that looks good. Let's check. Oh, interesting. Okay, but don't spoil it. We still have some more time. Good. Okay, water and yeast ready. And now here I go with the flour. Equal parts. 1 part of flour, 1 part of water, and just a little bit of yeast. There. So now I mix it. Really easy. This is a very, very simple pre-ferment. The Polish was built or invented in Poland a few centuries ago. But the ones that use it the most are the French people, yes, because they use it for baguette. It is mainly used for baguette. So this is really interesting. The biga is from Italy. So now, ready? This is the Polish. Nothing special on it, really easy. So now I'll leave it there, and you need to give this some time. Well, a lot of time. Around 15 to 18, 20 hours at room temperature. When I am talking about room temperature, I'm talking around like 25 degrees Celsius, which in Fahrenheit, I'll do it online, is around 25 Celsius to Fahrenheit are around 77, 80 degrees. That's a good temperature for you. 80 degrees Fahrenheit, 25 degrees Celsius is the right temperature to ferment or to pre-ferment the Polish and all these pre-ferments. So here I have it. I put it here to ferment alone. And now let's continue with the second one. Now I'm going to do the levain. Levain comes from sourdough starter, which is really active, but you don't need it to have it really active unless you're going to use it straight from here. If I want to use this sourdough starter, of course it should be active. But if I want to make a levain is a sourdough starter, but really fresh and really low in acidity, because we're going just to pick a little bit of this sourdough starter, which is really active. Take a look at it, full of bubbles and air. I take just a little spoon of this and put it here in this pot. And now I'll add equal parts of flour and water. It's just like a Polish, but made with natural yeast. So I put everything there too. Now I mix it. And this is going to be a levain. It is also going to take quite time to be ready. The best thing is to do it overnight, from the night before, and then in the morning you start baking your ciabattas or your bread. Of course, you can make another kind of bread. Today I'm making ciabattas, but this dough, you can do even a focaccia if you want to. Okay, really easy, and this is the texture of the levain, which needs to ferment, of course, always at room temperature. Okay, so levain ready. Put it there. And now the last one, the third one, which is pâte fermentée, also known as, in Spanish they call it masa vieja, which in English is old dough, which is a dough from the day before, a leftover of bread dough. So for this, and the difference of this pâte fermentée is that it's the only pre-ferment that has salt. Why? Because it's a bread dough. It's not a pre-ferment really. It's a piece of bread dough, so it has salt, like every bread dough. Okay, let me put everything here. So here goes the yeast. So there goes the yeast and salt all together. A little bit of olive oil. And finally, water, as always. There it goes. So now I have to start mixing this. Oh, but before, let's check the dough, the ciabattas. Oh, beautiful. So it's been 10 minutes. Let me remove the tray with steam. Oh, it's hot. Put this there. And now I'll put the oven again, the whole oven working, high temperature, everything, 200. And now I'll leave them for around 10 more minutes. Let's see what happens in 10 minutes. Maybe I need 15 minutes. So it's been 10 minutes with steam, and now another 10 more minutes without steam. So they get golden brown. Good, okay, let's leave it there. And let's continue with the last pre-ferment, which is the old dough. So I mix all together. In case you have some old dough, some leftover dough at home, you can use it. Just use the weight of this dough and replace it with another really old dough. This is like a false old dough because it's not that old. And I'm making specially for this bread. But it's going to give it a lot of air to the dough. And it's going to make it even more flavorful. So good. I have it there, and this is the dough. Take a look at it. This is the old dough. Hello, old dough. How are you? It doesn't look that old. Okay. Ready. Let's put it there, and by the magic of the gluten, they are already fermented, as you've seen at the beginning of the video. Here's the Polish, this is the old dough, and this is the levain. let me show them to you. Here is the polish. Take a look at the polish. All the bubbles of the polish. This is going to give a lot of air to the dough. Another one, the old dough. Here's the old dough. Hello, sir. How are you? I'm a really old. I don't know. This is and it smells incredible too. And here comes the sourdough or the levain. Look also all the bubbles that it has. So, wow. So we have everything from all the words. We have some pre-ferments done with yeast and some pre-ferments like the levain made also with yeast, but with natural yeast, homemade yeast, artisan yeast. So this is going to be the fuel of the dough that we are going to make today. So what I have to do, here I have the rest of the ingredients of this recipe, because I think that this is the whole recipe, the 100% of the recipe. So we took some part of the flour, some part of the water, a little bit of yeast, and we pre-fermented this the day before, and now we add the rest of the ingredients, but the whole recipe is this. So what I have to do now is to start mixing the final dough. So here I have my mixer. Let me put it here. Here's okay. And as usual, when I work with high hydration doughs, this dough has around 75% hydration, which is a lot of water. It's per kilo flour, we're using 750 grams of water, which is quite a lot. So I prefer, rather than using the hook, I prefer to use the paddle. For me, it's better. The mixer works better when I use the paddle. But if you want, use the hook. So what I have to do first is to put all the pre-ferments in the mixer bowl. There is no order, so you can put the one that you want first. The dough is not going to know that. So here comes the first. There it goes. There. Let's go with another one. Beautiful. I love working with pre-ferments because they are all benefits. You get healthier bread, you get lighter bread, tastier bread, everything. And also the time of mixing is going to be faster because most part of the flour is already pre-fermented. And everything is going to be faster. Okay, 2 and 3. Here comes the last one. It is not normal, I don't know how to say it, to use 3 pre-ferments all together. Mostly you use 1. Maybe you use Biga, you use Polish, you use levain, but in this case we're using 3 different pre-ferments, so it is interesting. This recipe is really interesting. Now the 3 pre-ferments are there. Now I go with the flour, the last flour that I'm using. Now I have some sugar. This dough has a little bit of sugar and of course a little bit more of salt and just a little pinch of yeast if you want. This is optional, but I used to put it. It's just a little to help the dough rise even faster. So let me move this, and I still need to put the paddle there. And the last ingredients or main ingredients that I have are a little bit of olive oil, which goes at the end of the mixing, and of course water. Let me put some little water there, and I will add slowly the rest. So I start at speed 1, carefully because I have a lot of flour there. I start adding, okay, the water really is, there it goes. All the water in, good. And let's see how the ciabatta's coming. Ooh, looking beautiful. 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes and we have them ready. Okay. Now I'm mixing everything, and people always ask me about how much time do you have to mix the dough so you can get it ready. I think that it's not a question of time. It's more about the gluten development. So you need to look at the dough, read the dough, and decide when the gluten is already developed rather than saying it's 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes. I don't know. So now moving to speed 2. Whoa. I think this mixer is going to fly. So I need to hold it. Good. It's coming. This is a fast dough, as I said, because we've done all the fermentation and the gluten development was also done during the pre-ferments. That's really interesting. 20 minutes, 3 minutes there. And stay tuned till the end of the video, because as soon as they come out of the oven, there's going to be a surprise. A very tasty surprise with the ciabattas. After all, that's why we're baking bread, right? Not just to bake bread. We also need to eat bread. And with something inside, right? No? Yes? Yeah. Good. Looking good. Just a few minutes. And the last thing that I'm going to add is this olive oil. If you don't have olive oil, then you can use regular oil, canola oil, sunflower oil, corn oil, the one that you have. But I really like using olive oil because this is Italian bread. Okay, just a little bit more. How many minutes? 2 minutes. So it's going to be, I think, 20 minutes. 20 minutes in the oven, it's a good time. Perfect. I'll stay here. So if you have something in the oven, maybe you can check it. I'll stay here. Okay. Check it out. Don't fly. Stay there. Come with me. Yes, 1 minute left. Let me put my gloves. Nice color. And they're about to come out in a second. I'm going to use this cooling rack so they get a little bit cool before I open them. So here they come. 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2. Always, this last minute is always the same. I think that this last minute is longer than 1 minute. I can't believe it. It's a minute forever. Does it happen to you too? Oh, there. Finally. Okay. Here it comes. Whoa. Beautiful ciabattas. Take a look at them. Wow. What do you think? So let me put them here on the rack. Oh, they're so light. Beautiful. Now let's check the dough. Oh, the dough is almost ready. Also. There, the ciabattas, everything at the same time, the same moment, everything all together. Okay, the dough is almost done. And the ciabattas, oh, take a look at this. It's burning. They're so light. Ooh, incredible. Those are the pre-ferments. That's why we have this beautiful and light piece of bread. It's hot. Okay, let me add the oil at last. Here it goes. And the dough is going to be ready in just a few seconds. Good. Looking beautiful. almost done. Let me put it a little bit faster. That's why I said it's not a matter of time, it's just a thing about the gluten development. And it's almost done. Just a little. So I wanted to see in comments, what do you think I am going to do with this ciabattas sandwich? With something special, something Italian, something Spanish, something from US, something from Mexico, from India, I don't know, something from Australia. I'm going to do something Italian, and you're going to like it. Okay, it's coming, the dough is coming, the machine is about to fly, but the dough is there. Let's count to 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and whoa! Take a look at this. Wow. I can't believe it. We've done it. Perfect. This is sticky dough. Get ready. This is a really sticky dough. So, what I need is a bowl. I also need this. And let's move this so they get cool for a second. And with a scraper, let me put this in the bowl. Excellent. That's why I use the paddle. That's why I use the paddle, because it holds better the dough. If you use the hook, it's going to take longer. And that's my experience. So I rather use this one. Okay, let me put this here. And before I start with this, I need to give it the final touches. There it goes. Take a look at the dough. It looks like sticky. Yes, I know, it's sticky. It's a sticky dough, but don't be afraid of the sticky dough. You need to wet your hands to work with it. And now let's do the final, the final touches. As you can see, take a look at the gluten development that we have. Perfect gluten development. There, done. In a few seconds. So now, I'll transfer this to a bowl. There it goes. And I'll let it rise there till it doubles in size. So I'll cover it with this shower cap and let it rise there till it doubles in size. But here it is. It's ready, super fermented, ready to be shaped. So now we have the final dough already shaped. It has doubled in size with a lot of air. So this dough started the day before, remember, with the pre-ferments, and today I just mix it and let it here sit on the counter for around 2 hours, maybe 2-3 hours. It depends a little bit on the room temperature. So now when it doubles in size, it is ready to be shaped in ciabattas or whatever you want to do. So what I do is to put some semolina. I prefer using semolina, which is Italian also. I prefer using semolina rather than flour. There, a little more semolina, and now I mold it here, and I'm ready to cut it in pieces. Really easy, and start again with the ciabattas. Remember that the ciabattas are easy to do because they you don't need to shape them at all. You just need to have a couche like this, a linen couche, like I have here. I put some more semolina here so it doesn't get stuck because it's a sticky dough. And now I'm going to divide it in 4 pieces. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And take a look at all the air that this pieces has. Wow, beautiful. So now I'll put them here. Little. There goes another. And here comes the other one. No shaping, just cutting and letting them rest for a little. And now I make this in the couche so they can rest. And this is how I started. Remember at the beginning of the video I had these two ciabattas ready to be baked, which are these two ones. And now we have them ready. So in a few minutes I'll be able to bake them. But I have already baked those here. So I think it's time to start preparing a beautiful sandwich. So here finally are the ciabattas baked. Wow, super, super light. And they smell incredible. Now which one should I use? This one? This? I think this one. Let's hear it. Oh. Do you hear that? Ooh, this is crispy. And it's a little bit hot. Yeah. Okay, so I have beautiful things here. Some mortadella. Take a look at the mortadella. Some burrata too. Arugula. And always, if you're in Italy, pesto. Yes, basil pesto. So, let's open this up and let's see what happens. Here it is. Wow. And woo! What do you think about this crumb? Ooh, it's incredible. And it's steaming. It's still steaming. Wow. Beautiful. I could stay the whole day watching this.
The bun is solid.
I need to show everybody this. Hey! There. Hello. Okay, but I have to use it. First, let me take a picture. I need to take a picture of this. Wow, incredible ciabatta. Wow. I bake a lot of breads every day, but every bread is a new bread. And I'm always amazed by the crumb. Okay, let's start with the sandwich. So, as I said, I have some pesto here. I'm going to put it this way. Pesto, bottom, basil, olive oil, a little bit of Parmesan cheese, and pines, and also some salt. And then you have a beautiful pesto. Now comes the main ingredient. I love mortadella. A lot of mortadella. Yes. With pistachio. A lot of mortadella with pistachio. Oof. This is incredible. And now comes the green part. Little bit of arugula. Fresh arugula. There it goes. Always arugula. And I'm missing the other ingredient, the burrata, which goes on top. This is like mozzarella cheese filled with stracciatella. There. Is it enough? Okay, now some balsamic vinegar. Little bit there. And I cannot miss more olive oil. There. Olive oil. And here on the top. Olive oil, there it goes too. Wow. Take a look at this. But this is not over yet. Let me finish this. And now comes the best part. Wow. Mortadella, pesto, stracciatella, olive oil, and beautiful ciabatta. So I hope you have enjoyed as much as me, because here comes the best part of the video. As always, may the gluten be with you. Oh, hello, you're already here. Welcome to my lab.
Hi.
Hi, just got from the supermarket a few things because today I am baking pizza.
Can we stay for lunch?
Of course, you can join me. Welcome to my lab. Second, take my apron. Beautiful day, right?
Pretty sunny.
Are you hungry?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Here I have a few things from the market. First of all, most important thing, flour. Italian flour, the best from Italy. Here, and some tomatoes. Italian tomatoes, always for the pizza. There. And this is a bag from my friend Richard Bertinet.
What kind of pizzas are you doing today?
Okay, today I'm making a few kind of pizza mass, but this first one is going to be from Rome. It's like they call it pala romana, which is going to be a huge pizza made with potatoes. Did I potato the pizza? Have you ever tried that?
No, I haven't.
No? This is going to be your first time. One of my favorites, pizza. Okay.
What recipe are you making today?
Today, for this one, I'm making Roman-style pizza. Oof. Smell it. Here I go. Ooh. Wow.
That looks really hydrated.
It's really hydrated. Do you like this kind of pizza?
Why did you choose this hydration?
This hydration is around 80%. That means we have like 800 grams or milliliters of water per kilo flour. That's a lot of water, a lot of almost equal parts. Good.
And what does rising or lowering the hydration do to the pizza?
Well, that makes the pizza lighter or a little bit heavier. In this case, today I'm making this Roman style, which is high hydration pizza, and you'll see all the bubbles that we are going to get.
That
Take a look
looks
at
really
this.
fun.
Yes, it's good when you're stressed. You stretch pizza with your hands, and it's incredible. So, I have to put this here. Take a look at this dough. Wow! 1.5 kilos dough ball.
That's a lot of pizza.
It's a huge pizza because you're a lot of people behind the camera.
Is this pizza made with any pre-ferment?
Yes. This pizza was made with biga. Biga is an Italian pre-ferment mostly used for pizza, ciabatta, focaccia, everything with acha. And in this case, I'm going to make today this peel. They call pizza impala, which is peel pizza. That's the name of this pizza. Oh,
and what is a pre-ferment for those who don't know?
Pre-ferment, as the word says, is a dough that is already fermented previously, mostly one day before. Today I'm using biga, so I started with the biga yesterday, and then I use it today in this final dough, and that gives a lot of strength, taste, perfumes, makes the dough lighter, easier to work with, all benefits.
So we can say biga is your favorite pre-ferment?
Biga is my favorite pre-ferment for pizza and all kind of Italian bread.
And can I mix more than one pre-ferment?
Yes. For example, I make some baguettes using 3 kinds of pre-ferment: Polish, sourdough, and pâte fermentée, which is an old dough. But yes, you can mix. In pizza, I still haven't mixed too many pre-ferments, just or biga or Polish mainly, or otherwise just yeast.
And how do you make a biga?
The biga is really easy to do. You just get a piece of the dough, of the flour from the whole recipe, a piece of water, and a little bit of yeast. The formula is 1 part flour, half part water, and a little bit of yeast. For example, you could use 1 tin of this, half tin of water, 1 tin of flour, half tin of water, and a little pinch of yeast, and with that you make a biga. Take a look at this. All these raw potatoes. They're still not yet cooked. I had them in water for around 24 hours in the fridge. And see how they look like. They are combed, not like they are curved.
They look yummy.
Mm-hmm. And all this is going to go to the hot oven.
And how long did you pre-ferment this dough?
This dough, well, I started, as I said yesterday, the biga, and the main dough I finished this morning because I had my dough pre-fermenting, by the biga, pre-fermenting for around 24 hours. So I started this dough like 1 day before. That's the key in when you work with doughs or with pizza. When you want to get very airy and light pizzas, you need to start at least 1 day before.
And is there a difference between fermenting at room temperature and on the fridge?
Cold fermentation? Well, yes. The thing is, when you cold ferment doughs, you can retard fermentation and make it slower and longer, so you can get better control of it, and you don't over ferment your doughs, and you can bake them whenever you want. And it also makes the dough better, lighter, tastier. Everything is good with that. Good. Enough potatoes or more potato?
I think that's enough.
Enough? Okay. Some sea salt flakes. Is it going to be enough for all of you?
I don't think so.
Good. Now some Parmesan cheese.
How long do you like to ferment pizza for?
At least 24 hours. Always 24 hours, 48 hours. Cold fermentation is the best. Always try to ferment your dough 1 day ahead. Don't make, that's a different when you bake pizza fermented just for a few hours. It's heavy, it's not light, it's like, the dough is like compressed. You don't eat the cornicione, the edge of the pizza, you won't never eat that because it's not fermented. That's why you should ferment it at least 24 hours. Almost ready. Okay, olive oil. Olive oil, always olive oil, and rosemary. Olive oil.
No garlic.
Oh, garlic. Next time, I forgot it. Today is a no garlic day.
I'm happy.
Happy? Are you a fan of garlic or not? Let me see. What do you think?
No, I'm not.
No. Okay. Good, but rosemary, always with potato. That's excellent. Great. Ready to go to the oven in seconds.
Do you like thin or thick crust on the pizza?
Thin or thick? If it's light and airy, I'd like to thick. Always if it's light like this one is going to be. Okay, come with me. Oh, this is really, really heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Ooh. I have my tech oven already preheated. And there it goes. Ooh. Huge. Good. I'll put some timer. Come with me. We still need to make a lot of more pizza.
I'm down for it.
Welcome to my lab. Here I have two more ovens. This one, the pizza oven, which is really, really hot, around 450 degrees Fahrenheit. The Celsius, that's around 980, I think, Fahrenheit, really hot. And this one is around 250 degrees centigrade or Celsius, which is around 480 Fahrenheit. So, more pizza. Are you still hungry? You haven't eaten yet.
I'm still hungry. What type of flour do you recommend for making pizza?
I always recommend Italian pizza like this one. The Cinque Stagioni Pizza Napolitana, because it's made with soft grains which allow you to stretch the dough easier than using hard wheat.
Is this the one you're using today?
Of course. Of course, straight from Napoli, Italy.
And what's that yellow thing you are dusting over the pizza?
That's semolina, this thing. Semolina, semola rimacinata, which is semola. It's like flour, and it's lighter and it's yellow, and it's easier to work when you are working or dealing with high hydration doughs, like this one.
What do you use it for?
I use it to stretch the dough, so it helps me not to get stuck or the dough too
Is it
wet.
because it's sticky?
Yes, it's sticky, not too wet. Okay, let me put one here. One dough, because this pizza is going to use two doughs at the same time.
What are you making for us?
I'm making a pizza bachata, which means kissed pizza. You'll see why.
Kissed pizza?
Kissed, yes, they're like kissing. Very, very romantic pizza. Like there. So, let me stretch one. This is going to be the bottom, and the other one is going to be the top.
How do you recommend I stretch the bits at home?
Always with your hands. If you want to get an airy and crunchy and light pizza full of bubbles, stretch it with your hands. Don't use a rolling pin, unless you want to get a flat pizza.
But whenever I do it at home, it always breaks the dough. What am I doing wrong?
Maybe you're stretching it too cold, or you didn't let it rest as much as the dough needed. If you stretch it too much and you didn't let the dough to relax a little bit, then you'll end up breaking or tearing it apart. Take a look at this. One dough, there.
What happened there?
A little hole, but you make these stitches and done. Nobody saw that. And here comes the secret, olive oil. Dun, dun, dun. Before they kiss, I need to put some olive oil on the bottom. And here comes the kisser dough. This is the kisser dough that goes on top of the other one. And this way, you're going to take it to the oven like this. One on top of the other. There. Just a little more olive oil. And here we go. Whoa. There. There it goes. Good. Let me set another timer here. And time to stretch another dough.
How can I get thick edges on my pizza?
You mean the cornicione. The cornicione is what I'm going to do now. The secret is not to degas it too much. You need to stretch it with your hands and at the same time trying to leave some air or moving the air to the edges, to the cornicione. Okay, this goes here. Let me flip it again. That's why I use this semolina, because it's too sticky. And here is the secret. Now we stretch it, but we do not pinch the edges. So I'm taking all the air to the cornicione, the edges of the pizza. Look at all the air this dough has.
It's full of bubbles.
Full of bubbles. Let me cut this. There. Now it looks good. Here, And here. This is only cosmetics.
Isn't that cheating?
No, cosmetics. Cosmetics in Italian. Okay, so now the dough is stretched. And here comes the tomato. Tomato.
Do you like tomato sauce or white sauce on your pizza?
I rather go with the tomato. But sometimes I like the pizza bianca, which is mostly of cheese. But no, tomato, it's always there.
And
Nice and fresh tomatoes from Italy. Pinch of salt.
Do you prefer pepperoni?
No, I need to help me with the... there. You already
have
had
it here.
Thank you. The Parmigiano, Reggiano.
Do you prefer pepperoni or vegetables on your pizza?
Pepperoni or vegetables. Can I have both?
No, just one.
Okay, one pepperoni and one mushroom. It's okay?
I'll take it.
It's okay.
Do you prefer extra cheese or no cheese?
Extra cheese. No cheese, no. But like this one. This is mozzarella di bufala. But not too much.
What's too much cheese?
I don't know. Never is too much cheese. But in this type of pizza, this is the Napolitan, you don't have to use that much cheese. That cheese is okay.
I have a controversial question to ask you.
Which one?
Do you like pizza with or without pineapple?
Oh, if it's well done, maybe yes, but it's not my favorite. Once I tasted one with pineapple and bacon, it was really good. But that's not the normal thing.
No, not at all.
Let's go to the oven. Dum dum. Maybe that oven. We should check first. I think we should check first on the potato pizza. How's it going? Let me get this, because this pizza is going to fly, not bake. It's going to fly in the oven. So let me check what's going on with the potato. Let's go to the potato oven and see what's going on there, and then we come back. Otherwise, we'll get... Ooh, that's huge. Come with me. I will show you the way. Wow. Excellent.
That's huge.
It's huge because your stuff is great. I need to like this. I need to do this. I have to flip it there. Great. Okay.
I can't wait to try it.
Perfect timing. 10 minutes. You do. Now, let's go to the pizza oven. I hope this pizza had not stuck to the peel. I think it's okay. Oh, let's see. There you go. Wow, this is going to be fast.
I have a question.
Yes, what?
Why does the dough puff up inside the oven?
That's an interesting question. That's chemical thing. The air that is boiling there, the water that is boiling there is transforming into steam, and also the yeast is producing carbon dioxide gases there, and all those steams or gases are trapped in the gluten network, which is building right now the cornicione, which is the edge of the pizza. And if I do not pay attention, we'll get a burned cornicione. So I need to be really, ridiculously looking at this.
I really like the color.
Yes, I do. I also, but I don't want it to get burned. Oh, I need to flip it there. Oh,
it smells amazing.
Oh, take a look at that. Fire.
No.
Just a little. Woo. Wow, this oven is really sauvage. There. Wow, take a look at this. Was it fast enough? Was it fast enough or not?
That took like a minute.
Oh, yes, like a minute. This is the fastest pizza in the world, the Neapolitan pizza. Wow, take a look at this. This is leoparding. They call it leoparding because it's like a leopard. I want you to hear this. Wow, crunchy. Really, really crunchy. Which one do you want me to use?
The big one.
This one, the Mezzaluna. Okay, here we go. Ooh. There. So now we have something to eat. Before the next question. Wow, beautiful.
If I want to make this pizza at home,
yes,
how can I optimize my home oven?
If you have a home oven and you don't have this kind of pizza oven, the oven must be always preheated, maximum heat always, and preheated for around 1 hour minimum. So then you get the best results out of your oven. Also, if you're using a gas oven, an electric oven, or whatever oven you're using. Well, would you like a piece?
Yes, please.
Here, which one? This one? The big one?
Yes.
This one. Wow, take a look at this. Let me help you with this, because the Neapolitan pizza, it's very, very tender. Wow. Take it. Whoa, don't get burned. Hey, it's okay?
It's burning.
It's burning. Okay, that's it, yeah? Go ahead. Go. Good? Let's try it too.
It's really tasty.
Tasty, and the cheese? Oh. Oh.
It's amazing.
This tomato is everything. Oh. Excellent. Okay, I'll leave this for you. There, you can take it home.
I will.
Like a doggy bag or pizza bag. And what about this other pizza? It's about to come out.
I have another question.
Yes.
With my home oven,
yes.
Do I use the convectors?
If you have convector on a convection oven, it's okay. But if it's not a convection oven, there's no problem too.
And do you recommend using a baking stone?
Yes, here I have it. That's a baking steel. If you have a steel, it's better. If you have a stone, it's okay too. It's always better using a stone rather than nothing. But yes, it's always going to be really helpful.
And should I turn on my oven on the top and the bottom?
Yes, full oven, full heat, up and down. Even if you're using a gas oven too, always maximum temperature for pizza.
How long should it bake for?
In this oven, around 10 minutes, 8-10 minutes. In the other oven, you've seen a minute and a half. And the pizza, the huge pizza with the potatoes, around 20 minutes. But this one is it's about to get out. Let me get my peel. 10 minutes is okay. Perfect, and prepare for this pizza. It's going to be wow.
Do you like regular or stuffed edges on your pizza?
Regular edges, but always filled with air. That's what I like. With cheese is okay. I don't need more cheese on the edges. Okay. Wow. Take a look at this. It's okay. It's crispy. Yes. I could leave it just. Ooh. I can leave it. I'll leave it just 2 more minutes. Yes. Can you wait 2 more minutes?
I think I can.
Okay.
Do you like square or round pizza?
A square or round pizza? No, square. But no, round. Sorry, but a square. I also like it when you make it in a mold, like the Italian pizza, the al taglio. Integlia. Pizza integlia. That means pizza in a mold. It's a square. But otherwise, round. Both. No, round. Okay, I'll keep it with round.
Do you prefer
one square too? What?
Do you prefer homemade pizza or pizzeria pizza?
Homemade pizza. Well, it depends on the pizzeria. Of course, homemade pizza is always the best, but you can eat An excellent pizza in pizzeria, but yes, never take away. Always have it in the restaurant. That's a secret.
Do you like cold or reheated pizza?
Cold or reheated? No, reheated. Cold pizza is not my thing. Reheated. The Italians used to reheat pizza. They bake the pizza and then they reheat it again, or they partially bake them and then they reheat it. I prefer reheated.
Do you like black or green olives?
Black or green olives? In pizza? Black. Always black, like me. Black. Oh, 1 minute, it's about to come out. Ta-dun. This 1 minute, I think it's not right. It's always more than 1 minute. The last minute, it's like 10 minutes.
It's this one.
Yes, it's a joke. This minute is longer than a minute.
Do you prefer Neapolitan or New York style pizza?
New York style pizza, I like it a lot. The Neapolitan too, but I could eat much more New York style pizza rather than Neapolitan. Maybe Neapolitan I can eat 1 or 2 pizzas, but New York style pizza I could eat forever. Wow, now we've got it. There we have it. Whoa. Okay, come here and watch this. Oof, this is pure air. So if you wanted air, get ready for this. Take a look at this bubble. Whoa. Here. Ooh, I'm burning my fingers.
It looks hot.
Really hot. Really, really hot. Wow. This is the bachata.
I love the sound.
Yes, really crispy. And now get ready. Here comes the best part. Now some stracciatella. This is the filling of the burrata. You know the burrata cheese? Uy! Wow. Do you like the burrata cheese?
I love it.
Wow, this is
I
the
really
inside. The filling of the burrata cheese. There. A lot of stracciatella. Now, some pepper. Parmigiano.
You really like Parmigiano?
Yes, Parmigiano always, everywhere. Even when you're sleeping. If you're sleeping in your bed, you can use Parmesan too. Or take it home. Excellent. What else? Yes. Mortadella with pistachios. Always with pistachio.
I really like pistachio.
Yes. Always. There, a lot of mortadella.
So you're making a sandwich?
It's like a sandwich, yes, you've said it. And here comes the basil. Basilico in Italiano, basilico. Leaves of basilico, fresh basil. Oh,
the oven is calling.
Oven is calling, okay. They can wait. And I can wait a little. And olive oil. Here I go. Dun, 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 dun. Whoa. What do you think about this?
That looks incredible.
Here I go.
Super crunchy
Whoa.
too.
Really, really crunchy. Take a look at this. Whoa. Here I go again. Ha! What do you think about this?
I want to try it right now.
Oh, you want a slice?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Well, this one. Take it. Whoa. There. Now this is for me. How is it? Is it crispy?
Super crunchy.
Super crunchy. Take a look at this. The stuffing. Oof.
I really like it. Shouldn't we check the other oven?
Yes, but I need to try another piece of it. I love this pizza. Is it a pizza? Let's go and check the other.
It looks more like a sandwich.
Good. Let's go, come with me. Let's see this one. Is it coming? Wow.
That looks
Excellent.
incredible.
It's incredible and ready. Take a look at this. Whoa. It's hot. Wow. What do you think about it?
I want to try it right now.
Let's go. Wow. Excellent. This is heavy.
It looks heavy.
Oh, wow. Wonderful pizza. There. Take a look at it. Wow, smell it. Il
really like the
profumo.
smell.
Il profumo della pizza. It smells incredible. So, should I slice it?
Yes, please.
Here you go.
How can I get all my ingredients evenly cooked?
Well, like this one. Everything was raw, nothing was pre-baked, everything cooked at the same time. You need to calculate the dough, the fermentation, the size of, or the thickness of the potatoes, so in order to cook everything evenly and nicely, like this one. Hear this. I love the sound of the crunchiness. Whoa.
That looks incredible.
Wow. Here. Ooh. Just a second. Here. And here. Wow. What do you think about it?
I love the steam.
It's steaming. Wow, it's really, really hot. And it's amazing. One of my favorites, pizza. Potatoes and dough. Maybe it's a strange combination, but it's good. Want to try it?
Yes.
Edges or middle?
I like the edges.
Edges. Here you have. Ooh. Ooh, my fingers. Catch it. Whoa. Whoa. Try it and you tell me.
I'm burning my fingers.
I know.
And my tongue.
But is it good?
I've never tried anything like this before.
Try it. Take a look at this dough. It's really airy, crispy, thin, light,
and hot.
Hot, yeah. Let me try this. Oh, it's really crunchy.
It really is.
And light at the same time. So, is there anything else that I can do for you? Maybe some of pizza? Are you okay?
I'm fine.
I
Can
want
I
to
keep
drink
eating this?
a little bit of soda. This is typical Italian. I need it. Well, thank you for visiting me, and I hope you have enjoyed this pizza.
Thank you for having us.
It's a pleasure. Okay. See you later on the next video.
Bye.
This is a loaf of bread, and so is this one, and this one. Well, and this is also a loaf of bread. A little too toasted, maybe. But what is bread after all? According to ChatGPT, bread is a staple food made primarily from cereal flour, water, salt, and yeast, or some leavening agent. No, not that one. I meant those. It is prepared through mixing, fermentation, and baking, resulting in a cooked dough with a crispy exterior and a soft and fluffy interior. So that's okay, it is clear to me. But that can't be all. In the end, this video is what's in bread. There must be something more.
Imagine in prehistoric times our ancestors walking around and picking up seeds and crushing them with a stone and mixing them with water and then eating a sort of doughy thing. And then someone says, well, things don't have to be done as they have always been done. And they decide to put it on a hot stone to cook it. And we have the first primitive bread in history.
She is Bea Echeverría from El Horno de Baguette in Madrid, Spain. She also has a PhD and a degree in history.
Throughout history, bread has evolved with humanity. We have the clay ovens of the Egyptians and we have the first commercial bakeries of the Romans. Both of them had goddesses of bread, as it should be. Throughout history, bread becomes a status symbol. So the rich basically get the finest flour and the poor get the worst flour. Really, nevertheless, the biggest impact is with the Industrial Revolution and also with the arrival of baker's yeast at the beginning of the 20th century. So bread becomes mechanized and also you have the arrival of additives. And when that happens, everything changes. And nowadays we've gone back to artisan bread and the use of sourdough. It's been a very long path, but in a way it's been a circular path. But it's always had a common essence, bread as a basic food that brings people together around the world. So next time that you have a piece of bread, think that you're eating a little bit of history and that you are becoming part of a millenary tradition. Bread has always been with us and will always be.
Thank you, Bea. Your inputs are always nourishing. So now that we understand where bread comes from, let's take a closer look at what bread is made of. Let's start with its main ingredients, cereals. Because what we bread without them? Let's talk about wheat. Scientifically known as Triticum aestivum. Wheat is a plant of the grass family, known for its ears and grains that contain the edible seed we use to make flour. Wheat flour is the main ingredient in most bread recipes, because of its gluten content, a protein that gives elasticity to the dough and helps retain the gas generated during fermentation, resulting in fluffy bread with good volume. Wheat is also an excellent source of starch, which provides most of the energy needed for human metabolism. This means that wheat is not only tasty, but also nourishing. But here is the best part, the diversity. Wheat comes in a variety of forms, from the common white wheat we all know, to red wheat, durum wheat, and even buckwheat, which, well, isn't really a wheat, neither a cereal. Each variety has its own unique characteristics in terms of flavor, texture, and gluten content, allowing for a wide range of baking possibilities. This process of transforming wheat kernels into flour is an art in itself. After harvesting, the grains are cleaned, dried, and milled to produce fresh flour ready for use in the production of bread and other baking products. Now it's time to move to another important cereal, rye. This grain, scientifically known as secale cereale, may not be as popular as its cousin wheat, but it has its own unique charm in the baking world. Rye is a cereal grown primarily in cold, wet climates, making it a popular choice in regions such as Northern and Eastern Europe. It's resistant to cold and its ability to grow in poor soils make it an ideal choice for farmers in adverse conditions. But what makes rye really special is its flavor and its dense texture. Unlike wheat, which has a milder flavor, rye has a more intense, earthy flavor with a slightly sour edge. This makes it a popular choice for those looking for a bread with more character and depth of flavor. In baking, rye is used primarily in the form of flour, which is obtained by milling the dry grains. Because of its lower gluten content compared to wheat, rye bread tends to be denser and more compact, with a firmer and moister crumb. But don't let its appearance fool you, because rye bread is anything but boring. Thanks to its robust flavor and unique texture, rye bread is a versatile option ranging from traditional European-style bread, such as roquebrot, to modern rye bread with added seeds and spices. So the next time you visit your local bakery, I hope you see them with different eyes. In addition to wheat and rye, another common grains in baking are oats, corn, rice, barley, sorghum, and spelt. Each of these grains brings its own flavor and texture profile to bread goods, from the softness and creaminess of oats to the slightly sweet taste and dense texture of barley. such as corn or rice, are an excellent option for those looking for a non-gluten diet. While others, such as spelt or sorghum, offer tasty and nutritious alternatives to regular wheat. In short, cereals are an essential part of the baking world, providing a solid foundation on which bakers can build a wide variety of delicious baked goods, with their diversity of flavors, textures, and nutritional characteristics. Cereals offer endless creative possibilities in the baking world. Now we know what bread is made of, but we still need to understand how bread is made. Let's dive into the fermentation process, a fundamental biochemical phenomenon in baking. And for that, what better than go to the sources?
What is fermentation? In a dough, what we have inside? We have sourdough, we have flour, we have water. And we have the sourdough that has yeast and lactobacillus. What do they need? They need food. Food to grow and multiply, to generate the carbon dioxide and also all the flavors and the acids.
She is doctor in biochemistry Mariana Kopman, founder and president of the Argentine Association of Molecular Gastronomy, runs a specialized consulting firm, and has written several books, including one with me.
Where does this food come from? The amylose is cutting short pieces of starch that are sugars. So that sugars are the ideal food for the yeast and the lactobacilli to multiply. That's how we have the fermentation. What do we need to have a very good bread? We need a really strong gluten network that can contain all the gas that it was formed during fermentation by the yeast, all the flavors that been done or expelled by the lactobacilli. We need the starch to build a gel, but the main thing that will sustain a very, very, very good structure of the bread will be the gluten network.
We have already seen how to make flour with cereals, and Mariana has explained in detail the miracle of fermentation. But we're still missing one last element, which is really important in bread: the salt. First of all, salt enhances the flavor of the bread by counteracting the natural bitterness of the flour and improving the perception of other flavors present in the dough. It's like the magic touch that makes every bite even tastier. But before we go on, let's unveil a great baking myth. Does salt kill the yeast? I think now it's more than clear. Salt is also master in the art of fermentation. It regulates enzymatic and microbial activity during the crucial process, helping to control the speed of fermentation and ensuring that our bread rises correctly and evenly. In addition, salt strengthens the gluten network that was formed during mixing. It contributes to a more elastic and uniform texture in baked bread. So thanks to salt, every slice you try will be a sensory experience of different textures. And we can't forget that salt also helps to preserve bread, by reducing the oxidation of the fats present in the dough. This means that your bread will stay fresh and delicious for longer. Now that we have seen everything that makes bread, properly speaking, let's see how to make bread in detail. The first step is mixing. Mixing is much more than simply mixing ingredients. It's a process in which the dough comes to life, developing the structure and texture that makes bread simply bread. The key to mixing is to develop gluten in the flour. This famous protein forms an elastic network that traps the gas produced during fermentation and allows the bread to have a volume and an airy crumb. To mix successfully, it is important to understand some techniques. Autolyse. Autolyse is a technique developed by Raymond Calbel, expert baker and professor at the École Française des Menus de Paris. That consists of mixing flour and water and allowing the dough to rest for some time before adding yeast and salt. During this resting time, usually 1 hour, the natural enzymes present in the flour begin to break down the proteins and starches which helps the development of the gluten and improves the texture and flavor of the bread. Autolyse also helps reduce the overall mixing time required, resulting in a dough that is easier to handle and shape. Another option that maybe is the first one that you learn when you start baking bread is using your own hands. This is a fundamental process where flour, water, yeast, and salt are mixed to form the bread dough. During kneading, the gluten network develops, which provides a structure and elasticity to the dough. This process involves repeatedly applying pressure and stretching to the dough, sometimes very repeatedly, and for a quite long time. Kneading by hand also requires time, patience, and practice, but allows the baker to have more control over the texture and final result of the bread. Using a mixer. When we mix with a machine, such as a stand mixer with a dough hook or a more professional bakery mixer, the process is similar to kneading by hand, but with the aid of technology. The machine does the physical work of kneading the dough, which can be faster and less physically demanding than kneading by hand. During the machine mixing, the action of the mixing hook mixes and kneads evenly, developing the gluten efficiently. This makes it possible to obtain a well-developed dough in less time with less effort, which is especially useful when making large quantities of dough, especially in a bakery. However, it is important to know the control of the mixing time, to avoid over-mixing, which could damage the gluten network. And now that the dough is perfectly mixed, let's move to the next step, bulk fermentation. Also known as proofing, is a crucial stage in the baking process, which takes place after the dough has been mixed. During this phase, the dough is allowed to rest and expand into a single block before being divided into individual portions to shape the final loaves. During bulk fermentation, the dough continues to ferment and develop. The yeast present in the dough consume the sugars and release carbon dioxide, which causes the dough to expand and become lighter and fluffier. In addition, during this resting period, other biochemical changes occur in the dough that contribute to the development of the flavor and texture of the final bread. The duration of bulk fermentation can vary according to several factors, such as room temperature, the amount of yeast in the dough, and the type of bread being made. In general, it is recommended that bulk fermentation lasts a minimum of a couple of hours to even a day, and in the cold of the fridge. Once the dough has completed its bulk fermentation, it's time to divide it and shape the final loaves. So now we are talking about shaping, which involves giving the dough the final shape we want, the one that the bread will have in the final fermentation. This can include shaping the dough into a ball or boule, bâtard, one of my favorites, baguette, or any other desired shape. To achieve proper shaping, it is important to work with the dough gently, but firmly to ensure even distribution of the dough. Depending on the type of bread being made, shaping may require different techniques, such as rolling the dough, folding it, or even twisting it. And now we have come to the end of the process, baking. And I would say that this is a point of no return. Once we put the bread in the oven, there is nothing more to do, except to wait for the gluten to be with us. All the previous work we have been doing since the selection of the flours, kneading and fermentations ends here, and it's left in the hands of the oven. Baking bread is a critical stage in the baking process, where the magic starts to happen. Choosing the right temperature and time not only affects the end result of the bread in terms of flavor and texture, but also ensures that the bread bakes evenly and safely. Let's talk about baking temperature. Oven temperature is crucial for perfect bread baking. For most bread, the oven is preheated to a high temperature, generally between 400 to 480 degrees Fahrenheit. This will create a warm environment that activates the yeast and produces a rapid expansion of the dough. This initial expansion is what creates the volume in the bread, also known as oven spring. However, for denser, darker bread, such as a rye bread, a lower temperature around 340 degrees Fahrenheit may be preferred to prevent the crust from burning before the interior is fully baked. Baking times varies depending on the type of bread, its size and oven temperature. In general, smaller and lighter breads are baked for less time, approximately 20 to 30 minutes, while larger and denser breads may require longer baking time, up to 45 to 60 minutes. It is important to follow the recipe And know your oven to avoid burning on the top or edges of the bread. A common way to know if the bread is fully baked is to knock the bottom. If it sounds hollow, it means that the bread is done. A cooking thermometer to check the internal temperature of the bread. It should read at least 200 degrees Fahrenheit. And now that we have the bread baked, unfortunately we have reached to the end of the video. But it is not over yet. I have a few tips for you. Above all, patience and practice. Being an expert baker does not happen overnight. It takes time, patience, and a lot of practice to perfect our skills. Don't be discouraged by mistakes. Every bread you can make is a learning opportunity, and from the attempts, good or bad, you learn. Don't be afraid to try new recipes, ingredients, and techniques. So now you know all about bread. Are you still there? Why don't you go and bake bread? Go, 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 go. May the gluten be with you.
Ahora la doctora María Cojan en inglés.
Okay.
Quiero ver.
Dime. I want to die. I want to die right now.
No, it's okay.
Okay, let's do it.
Ranging from traditional Europe-style bread. Ranging from traditional In short, cereals are an essential appearance of different textures. Guten Morgen everyone, I'm here in the Tyrol, Austria. Look what a beautiful place this is. I'm here to visit Como, which is the artisan stone mill factory that I use when I mill my own flour. So come with me and I'll show you how we build a stone mill from scratch.
Hi Ramon, hi,
Marcel, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Finally,
yeah.
Como.
Welcome to Austria, welcome to Como. Let me show you around. So here we have our beautiful machines, the mills, the flaker, the blender.
And the mountains.
And the mountains.
The Fidibus 21 was my first mill.
Oh wow, and you still have it?
Yeah, still have it and still working for a long time.
Ah, that's good. And this was the base for all our other models, which you can see here. Yes,
wow.
We have the Fidibus Classic, which is in a different design. If you see here on the corners, we have the PK1. This is designed by my father. It's also an old model in a very classic design.
Old style, metallic one.
Metallic one, a more futuristic design, the Fidibus Magic.
And then this is the new era,
yeah,
the new models.
The colorful models, which we try to set a new trend, you know.
Which material is this?
They come in 6 different colors, and this is Avo blend. So that's some waste from the paper industry. It's all recycled. Yeah.
Can you show me how does it work for our audience?
Yes, of course. Just take the one you have already. I get some rice and we can have a quick grind.
Here you can choose how coarse you want it.
Yes, from fine to coarse, and there is no limit.
What is the difference between the stone mill and a metallic mill?
The metallic mill is cutting it in very small pieces, so the corners are very sharp. And with the stone, you're really grinding it. That's different. You can feel that now. Just switch it on.
Just in a few seconds, you have freshly made
yes,
flour.
And it is very fine, other than with
super
metallic.
Fine. And it's not that hot.
No, that's very important too, yeah. And the temperature has to be very low.
Let's see how you build this, okay?
Yes, come with me to the production. Let's go. So here is the production, yes.
Oh, here.
After you, young gentleman.
Dankeschön. Young.
So here we see our employees preparing everything.
No? I thought here there were going to be robots and something.
No, it's all handmade.
Artisan.
Here. Yeah. So and
Are you a robot?
No, he's real.
He's real.
Sometimes.
Whoa, what a view! What is this?
That's a real view. No screen.
No screen.
That's our everyday view.
So these are the motors, the engines.
This is the heart beside the stones. Yeah, it is.
It is heavy as a stone.
You can take 2 of them.
2 of them.
To your morning workout. And here we are doing the assembly line now, from the milling chamber to the motor.
So here goes the stone.
Yes. The next step will be we are mounting the stones and assembling it in the housing. But before I show you that, I have a small surprise for you.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, come with me. Today we are building a special mill for Gluten Morgen.
Oh!
So here we are in the Entwicklung, which means development.
Development.
Yeah, and here we have our laser.
Laser? What?
And for you, the Gluten Morgen logo.
Oh!
For our wood pieces. Safety first.
Safety first.
And it looks cool, so you can have
wow, the logo.
And we will build in this part in your special mill.
So you can make your own logo or whatever you want to write on the mill.
And also, like we did for Mother's Day, you know, best mother on earth. And then we can do that.
Maybe a picture of you?
Yeah, maybe.
But I like the Gluten Morgen logo.
Yeah, I like it the most.
And it's auf Deutsch.
Yeah. So now we will see how he's mounting the milling chamber, which is very important that it sits on the right place and that it sits tight.
The stone is going to go in here, and this is what is going to move the stone.
Yes. That's the brushless motor. So also this one is maintenance free.
It's like a puzzle.
Yeah. So let me show you the next step of our assembly line.
Wow.
Here is the wedding between the motor, the milling chamber, and a part of the housing. We are locking that in, and then we're doing the rest of the assembly.
The Gluten Morgen.
The Gluten Morgen mill. Okay, now after locking the milling chamber with the rest of the housing, he's completing the housing with the wooden panels. You see, the Gluten Morgen is still here.
Yeah, good.
And we're finishing your special mill. And
which wood are you using?
That's beech wood. Yeah, from Austrian and Bavarian forest. This process gives the housing the stability.
Yeah.
And he's making sure that everything sits tight and fits very well.
So you build it upside down?
We build it upside down, yeah. It's just some assembly help with the rubber band, that it is not falling apart without the bottom, because that's the last step. Now he has put in the capacitator, which is very important because the machine needs some extra power to start, and therefore this little piece is. So it's a very important one, and this must be from very high quality. And he's doing now the electric, so making sure that everything is sticked in very good. So all the wires are connected, everything is fixed inside, there is no rattling inside. He's now screwing down the bottom and closing the housing. So that's the final step for all the electrical wires, for the motor and so on. After this, we can turn over the mill. Now he's mounting the final step of the bottom. He's mounting the rubber feet, which prevents the mill from rattling too much and making a lot of noise on your kitchen table. So these are also very important, and he will screw them down. Now he is mounting the inner outlet, which is important to get your flour out very nicely, and also prevents the milling chamber from turning around, so it's extra secure. We are finishing your mill.
Yes,
you want to help me with
looking
it?
good, huh?
Yeah,
It's
looking good. Especially because of that.
Yes, that's the best part.
So now comes the other head of this.
The stone.
The stone.
This is the action goes on.
Yes, ceramic and corundum, two different hard materials. This means one wears out faster than the other one, and then you always have a sharp edge. So this is why we are calling them self-sharpening.
And what is this? This is like a brush?
It's a brush to clean the milling chamber.
Yes.
And now we will assemble the stones, which is very easy. And a very important part is the corn breaker.
The corn breaker, yeah.
Because
without that, no flour.
Yeah, it will not break the big corns. So, and that's the main reason we are mounting that. That's enough, just because it's self-tightening. It's a left-handed thread. And then we have a small cover over here, because otherwise this will be filled up with flour. Roll it down. We have these springs inside. And now the upper stone.
And this floats here, right?
And this floats. This prevents from, when you don't have grains inside, they are not screaming on each other.
Both stones, yeah. Oh, it's finished. Oh, almost
nearly finished.
Yes, by the boss, the mill by the boss.
Yeah, but now we have to test it by the second boss.
Second boss, yes.
The flour boss. Just turn it on
and
give it a final test run, and then you have the honor to finish it.
This is rice. Good.
And switch it on.
Turn it on? Okay.
Yep.
It's working.
And is it good?
Yeah, it's
Good to
working.
go? This is the very last step when it's tested.
The dot.
You're getting the dot with that
this.
and putting it in the middle.
In the middle. Oof. There?
Yeah. Nice and gently.
Yeah. Oh, finished. So, no, not yet. Now. With the hopper. Now. Finished.
Very good.
Oh,
so congratulations on your first self-assembled mill.
Thank you, Marcel. It's looking incredible. So, how many of these do you build per month, per year?
Per year, we here at Como building 20 to 25,000 with my team, and we are selling now in over 72 countries all over the world.
Okay, so if people want to get one of these mills, how do they do? Online?
Online or in shops, most natural shops or bio companies. You can have them, or just go to our website and find a dealer near you.
Ah, good. And they can also get their own logo, like me.
Yes.
Good. This mill is really heavy. You need to be from Austria to hold this.
Yeah, as you know, there's a saying, good quality always is heavy.
Yeah, it's heavy. So this was my first mill long time ago, like 10 years ago. Yeah, I'm still working. And now I have, not the last one.
Oh, I hope so.
A new one. Perfectly handmade, custom made for me, Gluten Morgan. So thank you for the tour. It's been really incredible. I think the audience will love this, seeing how you build your own meal, no, for flour. So thank you, and I hope you have enjoyed this video. And Marcel, and I'll see you on the next one. May the gluten be with us all. If there is a sandwich that I really like, it's a fried chicken sandwich. Although I like the mortadella one, but it's okay. Who hasn't been to a fast food restaurant and instead of ordering classic cheeseburger, ends up ordering a fried chicken sandwich? But they are always not so good. Sometimes the bread is not the best, maybe the chicken is not that juicy, or there's something missing, or maybe it's all together. That's why today I'm going to make the whole sandwich. We're going to bake the bread that I think goes best with this sandwich, known as Kaiser roll. We're going to marinate and deep fry the chicken. And then we're going to make a delicious tartar sauce to take it to the next level. So let's get started and may the gluten be with us. The bun that I could use for this sandwich could be perfectly any burger bun. But today I'm going to give it a twist. For the rolls we need bread flour, sugar, instant yeast or fresh yeast, salt, egg whites, milk, and water. In the mixer bowl, we add the bread flour, the sugar, the yeast, salt, and the egg whites. Now we put it in the mixer and we turn it on. And slowly we add the water and the milk. And now that we see some gluten development, we add the butter. What we're looking for is for a perfect gluten development. So we let the machine work for us, and this is what we were looking for. That's the gluten network. So now that the dough is ready, we put it here in this container, cover it, and we wait till it doubles in size. And here's the dough already risen. I don't know if it's 2 times or maybe 5 times, so let's shape those rolls. And now we divide the dough. We should do it in pieces of 100 grams. And that's the last one. We'll pre-shape them into balls now. Now that we have all the balls shaped, we'll let them rest for 5 minutes. Now we grab one and we start stretching it like a baguette, but longer. Now we do a little turn and magic. This is my shape. Then you can try at home your own Kaiser roll shape. Okay, let's do another one. Let's stretch it like a long baguette, and now we shape it into this Kaiser roll. It's easy. Perfect. Let's put it on the tray. And now we need to make the egg wash, which is really easy. We just use 1 part of egg and 1 part of milk. We mix them all together
And that's all. Time to brush the rolls.
And now let it rain. Okay, now we let it rise and then we bake them.
And now we bake them for 20 minutes at 350 degrees Fahrenheit.
I got tempted.
It's so good. It's chewy, it's moist, and it's so fluffy. Wow, this sandwich is going to be incredible. Good. Now that we have the rolls baked, it's time to move to the next ingredient, the fried chicken. Here I have two chicken meat options. On one side I have the breast fillet, and on the other side I have some chicken thighs. And the idea is to see which one is the perfect for this sandwich. Now I'm going to marinate the chicken with salt, black pepper, and roasted garlic. And here, totally out of script, I have some shiitake mushrooms that I'm going to grind too to give the chicken some more umami flavor. And now I'll take them 1 hour to the fridge. Are you lost with all the sourdough bread recipes that you find on the internet? Would you like to learn all the tips and tricks to make your own sourdough bread at home? Then I have the solution. I have designed the perfect masterclass of sourdough bread just made for you. By clicking the link on the description, you will learn how to make and take care of your sourdough starter, how to knead, shape, ferment and bake your sourdough bread, how to use and read the baker's percentage, all the basic techniques to bake like a pro at home, and how to read and understand your dough. Don't miss out on it and click the link on the description right now. In this bowl I have all-purpose flour. Now I add some cornstarch. And here come the spices. First, salt, then ground pepper, roasted garlic, paprika, some chili flakes to make it even more spicy, and totally optional, I brought the sumac from Turkey. Now we mix all gently. And in this bowl, I'm going to put the eggs with some water. And now we add a few spoons of this spiced flour. Mix it all together, and we are ready. Let's start breading the chicken. First, I pick the fillet, and I'll dip it in this spiced egg. And now we put it in the flour. The idea is to coat it completely. And now we leave it on the rack. Let's go with the thigh. Again into the eggs. And now into the flour. If you get some chunks stuck in the chicken, it's okay. That's going to be even more crunchier. Okay, let's put it on the rack. We're done. In a cast iron, we're going to heat some oil. And now we deep fry the chicken for around 7 minutes or until it's golden brown. Time to try them and see which one is the best for today's sandwich. The breast was really juicy. That's key when we're talking about fried chicken. And all those spices on the crispy coating, wow. But I need to try the thigh. Wait a second. Now 2 parts of oil. He could mix it. First, let's keep it at the bottom. Perfect combination. Sophie, you were right. Thai is much better than breast. I always thought that breast was going to be better than Thai, but no. Thai was made for fried chicken. And the tartar sauce, the pickles, and the Kaiser roll are perfect. It is super light, chewy, tasty. Wow, incredible. So please, as soon as you stop watching this video, start making this sandwich at home. You have seen other recipes. So please like this video, share it, and I'll see you on the next one. Guten Morgen, everyone. Sandwich loaf, that bread that we don't value enough. Many of us have it in the fridge. Others have it abandoned somewhere in the kitchen. But it is always there, in the good times, to make us a delicious sandwich, a crunchy toast, or when we need a hug. That's why I'm here to vindicate it by making the most fluffy and tender sandwich loaf you've ever eaten. Guten Morgen, everyone. As I told you before, today we are going to bake sandwich loaf. And I promise from this moment on that if you make this recipe, you will never buy again bread at the store. Because this loaf is so easy to do, super tasty, and as I heard, really healthy. Or not. But before we start with the recipe, let me give you some tips. For this bread, we're going to use mostly bread flour and a little bit of whole wheat flour. In case you don't want to use whole wheat flour, you can use the same bread flour, or maybe you could use spelt flour, rye flour, semolina flour, or the one that you have at home. Another important tip when mixing is to use the paddle instead of the typical hook. This way, you're going to mix the dough more efficiently and faster. And talking about mixing, this is not a matter of time, because it depends on the mixer that we're using, the speed that we're mixing, and of course, the flour that we're using. But what we need to do is to look for this. That's the gluten membrane. That means that the mixing is ready. This recipe uses cow milk and butter. In case you want to change one of these ingredients, you could use almond milk, soy milk, and for the butter you can use canola oil, for example. This loaf weighs 500 grams, and for that I'm going to use this mold, which is 10 inches long, 2 inches tall, and 2 inches wide. But you can also use another kind of mold like this, cake mold, or maybe this one from Richard Bertinet. It's cute. And the last tip that I give you is that when the bread is already baked, it is really easy to slice it, put it in a bag, and take it to the freezer for later. And now let's see the recipe. Remember that you can download my app, Gluten Morgan Baker's Percentage, for free for Android or iPhone. So now it's time to start mixing. In the mixer bowl, we put the bread flour. Now we add the whole wheat flour. And now here comes the sourdough starter, which always needs to be really active. Hold a second. If you want to learn more about sourdough, don't miss my sourdough masterclass, in which I'm going to teach you how to make your sourdough starter from scratch, and with it I'm going to show you how to make an incredible country loaf too. Don't miss this masterclass. Start today. Here is the link. Now a little bit of yeast, totally optional, salt, a few drops of honey, and water. Now we start the mixer. And slowly we add the milk. And as soon we have a dough, we start adding the butter. Now we speed the mixer. Just a few minutes more. And the dough is looking really good. Almost there. And now it's time to check that membrane. Remember the tip that I gave you before? Wow, it's perfectly translucent. That means that the dough is ready. Mixing ready. Now let me put it in a bowl and we'll let it rise. Good, the dough has doubled in size, so now it's time to put it on the counter and start shaping the bread. Now I divide it into 3 pieces. And with each piece, I'm going to shape a ball, giving some tension. Let's go to the second one, really easy. And here is the third one. And with this rolling pin, I'm going to stretch them. Let's go with the first one. Not too much, just a little. Now I'm going to roll it into itself. Let's do it again with the second one. Let's do the last one. And now that they are rolled, we have to do it one more time. Here we go again, but this time we're going to stretch it a little bit more. It's like a tongue. Time for the second. Stretching. Rolling into itself. And the last one. Now it's time to spray some oil in the mold. And now time to put the rolls into the mold. Now there is a lot of room, but this bread is going to grow a lot. The bread is in the mold. Now I'm going to brush it with egg wash. To make the egg wash is really easy. We just need equal parts of egg and milk. Mix it. Time to brush the bread. Yes, we need to cover it all. And here comes, but totally optional, a rain of seeds. And now we just need to let it proof. I want you to pay attention to this. Of course, the bread is ready to go into the oven. But if you look closer, you'll see that it has not risen out of the mold yet. The rest that it needs to grow is going to happen in the oven. And here I present to you this amazing sandwich loaf. And as always, the best part, tasting. Oh, this is bread. So fluffy, moist, incredible. But I think there's still something missing. Yeah, hold a second.
What did I say? Now, this is a complete sandwich loaf. Guten Morgen, everyone.
Is my hair okay? Okay, looking good. You've ever eaten. To vindicate it and make the most fluffy and and with it I'll show you how to bake an incredible salad on the countertop. And as I heard,
Guten Morgen, everyone. Today, I will show you how to...
That took too much. Let me show you the technique.
Guten Morgen, everyone. I'm here again with my friend Richard Bertinet, who is going to show us one of his most known or favorites recipes, right, on the internet.
I know, it's gone crazy. A cinnamon bun, everybody loves cinnamon buns, so I want to share the recipe with you and see what you think.
Yes, okay, let's go.
You're doing it.
I'm doing it again.
So we've got some strong white flour, some sugar, some sea salt, fresh yeast, eggs, milk and butter. So it's quite rich with butter. The dough is not very soft. It's quite what we call pâte bâtarde in French. It's a bastard dough. So it's the too soft, not too hard, so we can roll it out and put the spread on top. So don't put any shell in there, yeah?
Yeah, I tried not to. Walk.
I'm going to rub the yeast in my flour a little bit. That's good. Good. Add the milk on top. So always put the liquid first.
Yes, but with the milk.
And then we're going to add the flour.
Sugar and salt.
Yep.
Don't use the paddle.
No, not the paddle for those. So that goes on, and we're going to put it on a slow speed for 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
So what I want you to do now is the butter has been out of the fridge. You squash it like this. Good. And this will take about 15-20 minutes to mix in a mixer. So if I do croissant, viennoiserie, I use very hard butter.
Today we are not doing slapping and folding.
No, but sure to finish the dough after. No, we're nightmare at night.
You can see my nightmare here in the link.
So it's been 4 minutes now. I'll put the speed up a little bit. Medium speed, like this. I'm waiting for the dough to come all together, nice and clean. So we're at 4 minutes on slow speed, and that's 7 minutes now on medium speed. So it started to come off the side now. But that's nearly done now. But what I do there, usually, I stop it, take it down a bit, and then scrape the side.
Which scraper are you using?
Mine.
In this cup is even better.
I'll give you one take-home move. So when you bake, you can see your length. So you see now, another minute, and that's done. If you listen to the mixer, flapping nose. So that's always a good sign. The dough is not sticking anywhere. Dough is done. You can see how nice and strong this is. I know that dough is beautiful. There's one thing I teach people. You can't take a dough like this and do this. Okay, you can't do that.
You have to give it some tension.
There's always what I call the top and bottom. Okay, so what I do is just form a top, just like this. So I got a nice smooth top in here.
Okay. It's so easy.
Do you want to try it? I'll put it back like it was for you.
Again? I'll show you my way.
Yeah, it's good. There's many ways of doing things. Well, the other way, it's not as good as mine, but it's not bad. And you raise this for an hour or 2 hours, depending on how warm or cold it is. And then we'll be ready to go.
Let me cover it, and I'll see you in a few hours. So Richard, here's the dough. It's already double in size.
You just go for 1 minute.
A minute? That was an addition. Here's still the other dough.
Yes.
Cut it.
So that's been rested. You can rest it overnight also in the fridge.
That will improve the taste.
Well, you get the flavor also. Yeah, but it's quite nice flavor already. So I'm going to put a tiny bit of flour on the table. The leaves is rolling pin. We touching my dough again?
No.
And then you're going to roll it.
Me?
Yeah, in a rectangle.
In a rectangle. Okay. Yes.
So the trick is to, if you want to roll, is to get your rolling pin there, roll it around, and then
okay, yeah.
Move it out.
Okay. Almost there. 5 millimeters.
Cinnamon mix I've got in here is simply made with soft butter. You beat it in the mixer. You add your sugar with it, beat it very well together, and then you finish off with cinnamon powder. And then you're going to spread this over the top, but what you must not do is put too much. If you put too much when you bake, it goes everywhere.
Smells incredible. Yeah, it's not too much.
Everybody put far too much, and they also spill out. You know, it's about the flavor. It's about less is more. This corner in here will reach in here. Hold there, go. Ramon. One job you have to do, one job. And then we do the same over the top now.
Okay.
Then we equalize this, because in the middle is always a bit bigger. So push it down a bit.
Does this dough or the preparation also works for rolls?
Yeah, you can make rolls. You can make we can roll the dough and make some cinnamon rolls.
Cinnamon rolls?
Yeah, I'll fit 2 fingers up, like this.
Like rectangles?
Yeah, big strip. What I do usually, that's my plain side there. I turn them over, flat it up, then do a cut, another cut.
So I get 3 pieces.
3 pieces?
With stripes.
Yeah, and then plait them. So you could leave them like that on the tray. Put some pecan nuts if you want to. But what we do is roll it. So as I roll it, I open it like this on some time, like a little nut.
This is already butter, yes? Right?
Yeah,
or
butter, we can put some spray on it, yeah, whichever.
But you can bake this on a tray, on a regular tray?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Parchment paper?
Yeah. You don't have to have the mold, you can put them in anything. So now we're going to proof them for 1 hour.
Okay.
Okay.
Room temperature.
Cover them. Room temperature is fine. And then we'll glaze them. So I'm going to show you to make my glaze for that. And then that's the rest of it.
Hey, wait a minute. There's something that I have to tell you. While we were recording this video with Richard, we also recorded something incredible that you can't miss. We have recorded a new masterclass. Yes, if you're a beginner or you are an expert in bread baking, you need to watch this class, in which you will learn everything, but everything about bread. Richard, as you might know, is one of the most influential bakers in the world. And then there's me. Richard is going to unveil the secret to his all-purpose sweet dough. With it, he will teach you how to make the most incredible baguette vinoise, fruity tin loaves, donuts, and one of my favorites, the baked brie in brioche. And then I am going to introduce you into the sourdough world. First, I will teach you how to build your own sourdough starter from scratch, and with it we're going to bake the best country loaf and also the crispiest baguettes you've ever eaten. So if you really want to learn, you don't have to miss this masterclass. Remember that the link is in the description and you can click it and start it right now. And now you can continue with this video.
It's very simple glaze. It's the same recipe I used since I was 14 years old in the bakery where I was in Brittany. So if you break the eggs in there and put a very large pinch of salt into it.
I'm an egg breaker.
All eggs, yeah. Okay. Get a very big pinch of salt.
Very pinch of salt, like this. Go.
That's too much. So this is what's happened with in a bakery in France where I was doing. We used to do the egg rolls the day before, for the day after, a big pot of it. And what's happened with the salt, it just cure your eggs and make it change color and make it fluid also. So if you leave it for an hour or so, you don't have to put it through a sieve, you just
interesting, really interesting.
And then you see this one was done a bit earlier. So
it's another color.
Next stage, our little buns been brewing.
Wow, that's mine?
No, I'm on diet, so that's mine.
Okay.
So the eggs in here, you can see how fluid it is now. And just really a good coating of eggs on top like that.
I did like straight. How many of this did you bake at your bakery?
That was 5 years ago. I've sold the bakery. I didn't do them. It's after when I wrote my last book. I came up with the recipe.
So for your new bakery?
No more. No more bakery. In French, we say tu peux pas être au four et au moulin. You can't be at the oven and at the mill at the same time.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah? So do this one.
Thank you.
Okay, and this is going over at 180 degree.
Okay.
And that will take about 20-25 minutes.
Okay, let's go. Oof, I can smell you from kilometers away.
Me?
Yeah, no, that was not.
It's funny. Smell me. Clear.
Wow. Can I touch them?
No.
No.
They get cool down first, okay? So when they cool down, it'll be fine. Just this with that.
Okay, yeah.
What are you doing?
No, nothing.
Can't help yourself. You like a little charm.
Try it.
Oh, it's too hard.
Oh. So, final moment.
Happy with them?
I don't know. Yes.
Will you try one where it's still hot, didn't you remember?
No, it's
So screw down a bit there.
Take a look at this. This is for you.
Well, the small bit.
Well, take it.
No, it's fine, I'm on diet. It's still too warm.
It's still too warm, but I can't resist. There's stuff on the cinnamon, on the butter, Butter. Well, Richard, thank you again for having me for the third time in your kitchen, baking again. And you know, if you want to come here to his kitchen and learn,
most welcome.
Well, they can find you the link in the description. Yeah. And for more information, of course, of courses and whatever you want to learn, in the description, all the links. So see you on the next video.
Ciao.
Good morning, everyone. Today I am baking panettone. Yes, but not the classical Italian recipe. Instead, I'm doing my Gluten Morgan panettone recipe, which uses sourdough starter. I know the Italians use also sourdough, but they use a different one called lievito madre, which is a dry one or it's more solid. I am using just regular sourdough starter, as you can see, super active, ready to start working. And of course, it's hydrated, as you know me, by the eye. The hydration should be around 80-90%. It's not 1-on-1, it's a little bit more drier, but not as dry as the Italian one. So that's another recipe. This is my kind of recipe. And here is the panettone ready to be baked. Take a look at it. It's the right point to be baked today. This panettone weighs 500 grams. And the oven, which is my oven that I use regularly, it's also preheated at 160 degrees Celsius. So, first of all, before I start baking the panettone, you need to wait here a little bit. I need to do the glaze, or which is the frosting, typical frosting of the panettone, which is really easy to use. I put some almond flour here, also powdered sugar, a little bit of cornstarch, and now we add egg whites, and finally a little bit of oil. Now let's mix everything. This is really easy to do. I just need to hydrate everything. And we are going to have this frosting or glaze ready for the panettone. This is going to help the panettone to grow in the oven while we are baking it, so it doesn't get dry really fast. And it's also really, really tasty, really, really sweet. And I also have more sugar. If this was not too much sugar, now I have more granulated sugar, but I'm going to use it on the panettone. Let me mix this. And I'm done. Okay, perfect. Excellent glaze. So now I put this on my panettone. This is the best part. When it's finished, everyone wants to eat the top part of the panettone, which is the sweetest part. Okay, you don't have to use that much because it's going to melt on the panettone. So let me put a little bit on top of it, like this, it's okay. And we'll be ready to go to the oven. Just a little bit there. Let me cover it like this, good. So this is how it looks like. Glaze. And now I put some granulated sugar on top of it. It is never enough. A lot of granulated sugar. And I am ready to take it to the oven. So, as I said, the oven is preheated at 160 degrees Celsius. And here it goes. The fan is working. And I'm going to bake it for around 40 minutes. Let me check. Good, perfect. Okay, panettone in the oven, so let's go with the recipe, which you can see it here. Remember that you can download my app, Gluten Morgan Baker's Percentage, for free for Android and iPhone. And then you put this recipe in Baker's Percentage, and start baking like I do. It is really easy to use. Good. So, what we need to do first is the primo impasto, which is a pre-ferment that we're going to do. It's a dough that we're going to do the day before that we start the final dough with these ingredients. Flour. The flour that I am using is this. It's an Italian flour, do-it-yourself flour, which is perfect for panettone. This means that this kind of flour is more elastic. This is perfect for panettone, so you can make the panettone grow in the oven. That's why I use this Italian panettone, and panettone, of course, is from Italy. So I use this kind of flour. It's 2-0 soft wheat flour. Good. So I have flour. I have a little bit of sugar, egg, sourdough starter, and butter. Yes, this is going to be incredible. So the panettone, it's like a brioche. It's like an Italian brioche. So we're going to have, not in this first dough, the first impasto, the impasto numero uno, which is kind of light, but it's going to get even heavier on the second impasto tomorrow. So we're going to use a lot of eggs and a lot of sugar and a lot of butter. So let's start with the first dough. The primo impasto. I'm also going to use my paddle. I always prefer, when working with this kind of dough, using paddle instead of the hook. So let's go first with the flour. It goes. Now I go with the sourdough starter. Remember that my sourdough starter, as I said, is liquid. It's not the Italian sourdough, which is solid, or they call it lievito madre. And the difference is that they dehydrate it. First, they take this sourdough starter, they dehydrate it, and then they have it dehydrate for a few days, and then they rehydrate it again and use it. That's kind of complicated, so I developed this recipe using just my regular sourdough starter, and it works. Well, I hope so. I don't know what's going on in the oven. Okay, let's continue. So, here I have the sugar, the eggs, and the butter. Let's start mixing. Let me put the paddle there and start at low speed. There. There's no water in this kind of bread. Only the water that comes in the sourdough starter. That's the only water that we're going to have in this dough. Also, the other hydration ingredient is the egg, which I'm about to add it now. Country egg. Beautiful yolk, yellow. As much as yellow it is, the better color is going to have the panettone. The color of the panettone comes from the egg yolk. Okay, speed number 1. Looking good. This is the easiest dough, the first one, the first impasto. Here comes the sugar. Looking good. And the only ingredient that is left is the butter. Then I'm going to add it in a few seconds. Let me move to speed 2. And it's looking good. Okay. Let's go with the dough, with the butter. You don't have to add it all at once. Just go adding slowly. One piece each time. There goes 1, 2. On the next dough, we are going to use much more eggs, much more yolk, more sugar, and of course, a lot of butter. There it goes. And here goes the rest. There. So now we need to get the gluten developed. It doesn't need to be fully developed in this dough. So on the next dough, yes, and it's going to be hard work. So that's why I use the paddle. I always prefer using in this kind of dough, or even if they are very hydrated too, I rather use
the paddle instead of the hook. The hook works, and I think it takes longer, so that's why I use the paddle. The dough is almost ready. Just a few seconds more. Let me check how is Panettone going here. Ooh. It's growing. I don't know if you can see it yet, but it's starting to rise. Good, looking good. So we're going, I think so, we're going to eat some Panettone. Almost there. Let me put it faster. Number 3. And we are almost done. We will have this. Now the dough is looking good. It looks kind of silky. That's what you're looking for. When it looks kind of silky, it is ready. Just a few seconds. 20 seconds. And I'm done. We still have some time, yes. Good. There. It's coming. There. That means lower the speed. And that. Take a look at it. It looks like Italian sorbette. Ice cream. Good. So, first impasto is ready. The only leavening agent that we're using was this, the sourdough starter. There's no yeast, there's nothing else. So the only thing was the sourdough starter. So always when making panettone and the first impasto, remember to use an active, really active sourdough starter. Here in my channel you have many videos talking about sourdough starter, even though you have a masterclass. If you are interested more in sourdough, remember here I leave you the link so you can see and start today my masterclass in sourdough and sourdough bread too, which is, the panettone is also sourdough bread or sourdough brioche. Good, so here is the dough. I want you to look at it. Look, it's beautiful, silky, beautiful. So now I put it here on this bowl, and now we start waiting. Now's the time we start waiting because this dough needs to double in size. It is going to take a while. It's going to take a while. It needs to double in size, so it depends on a few things. First of all, sourdough starter, which should always be really active, and then the room temperature. You need to be in a warm place, so the sourdough, or I mean this first impasto, rises. It needs to double in size. When it's almost ready to double in size, this may take around from 4 hours, maybe 6 hours, 8 hours. It depends on the power of your sourdough starter and of course the room temperature, which I just said should be warm. So I need to cover this and leave it here in the kitchen till it doubles in size, or almost doubles in size. When it doubles in size, then I take it to the fridge till the next day, so it can rest slowly for the second impasto, which comes now. So here I have the fully grown first impasto. This has been cold fermenting since yesterday. Take a look at the bubbles that it has. It's beautiful. It smells incredible. And now comes the second part. The second impasto, or impasto numero 2, number 2, which I also need much more ingredients. So the ingredients for the second impasto are the impasto number 1, more flour, which I am using the same flour as for the first impasto, which is this one, the Oro from Italy, straight from Italy, and of course more sugar, a little bit of salt, a whole egg yolks for the color, and of course butter, lots of butter.
So I need to put first the first impasto in the machine again, in the bowl. Take a look at it, how fluffy it is. And it smells incredible. Great. This is the power, the heart of the panettone. This is what is going to rise our panettone. But is it rising? I don't know. Oh, yes, it's coming there. Not yet. I have like half an hour yet. Okay, so first impasto and more flour. So now I am ready to start with this. And here it comes the paddle again. There, and I'll start mixing. Now the hydration comes only from the egg and the egg yolks. Also the sugar has a little bit of water, and butter has also water. So that's the hydration of the dough. Now comes the hardest part of the recipe. Okay, let me mix the first impasto with the flour, and now I'll start adding slowly the egg. There it goes. This dough is going to take a little bit longer than the first impasto. That is crucial to develop the gluten. That's really important. That's what we're looking for. But always remember to start with a healthy sourdough starter or a levain, if you make a levain also. So that's the power of the panettone. That's the diff. That's why I started doing this recipe instead of the Italian one, because I didn't want it to use another kind of sourdough, the lievito madre, which I told you that you have to dehydrate it and then you roll it and then you hydrate it again. I don't have the problem with that. It's okay, but I tried to use or develop my recipe like if I were baking a regular bread that I bake every day. So that's why I developed this recipe using just my regular sour starter, which is hydrated by the eye. If you see my videos, you'll see that I hydrate by the eye. It should be around 80-90% hydration. I don't know, because I do it by the eye. Okay, looking good. Now I'll add some little sugar and start with the egg yolks. Here they go. One, slowly. You need to do this slowly. Good. There it goes. Another one. The color comes from the egg yolks. So maybe in your country, wherever you are, you can buy already pasteurized egg yolks that comes in a milk box. So, but if you want to use like meat and eggs from the country, from happy chicken, it's okay. There goes the last one. And some more sugar. There, looking good. Now we have to fully develop the gluten. That's what I'm looking for, although it's looking good. So the last ingredients that I have are a little bit of sugar and the butter. Here goes the butter. The lot of the sugar goes in. And finally, I have this butter, which I am going to wait a few seconds or minutes, I don't know. I want to read in comments if you have ever tasted panettone or maybe a brioche like this with fruits. Today I'm going to put here grapes and oranges and a little bit of chocolate too. Sometimes I don't put chocolate. Today I'm going to put a little bit of mix in both, because the traditional one is just grapes and oranges, and then you have the chocolate one. Today I have the best of both worlds in the same one. So let me see in comments, which one is your favorite? Have you ever tasted panettone? Maybe in Italy or maybe wherever you live, you can buy some panettone, or maybe you have already done panettone. It's not an easy dough. I think that panettone, it's a very complicated dough, so you need some kind of skills before you start making panettone. For me, the hardest two breads in bakery are first baguette, which is complicated for France, and then comes the brioche or the panettone from Italy. Those, for me, are the hardest panettone, the ones that I like the most. I love baking baguettes and also making sourdough, making panettone. Good, it's looking good. So now it's time to add the butter. Butter goes in slowly and at a pace. Here it goes. Another thing about the panettone is this panettone from bakers or from pastry? Who is the owner of the panettone? I think that since it's a panettone and pane in Italian means bread, it should be from bakers. But then all the ingredients that you have to give aroma to the bread comes from the pastry side. The perfume, the vanilla, the oranges, the chocolate, that comes from pastry. But the dough, I think, is from the bakers. Let me also see in the comments, what do you think? In which side are you? Or maybe you're in the middle. I'm more on the baker side, you know. Okay. The last piece of butter goes in. Looking really good. Looking really, really good. Ah, there. I missed the salt. Ah, I just found it. There. Ah, almost missed it. Good. All the ingredients in. And I almost ready. Let me put it a little bit in third speed for just a second. And this is coming out right now. Great. Let me pick the rest of the things that I need. This and this. And also this. Get ready. Looking good. There. Let's count to 10, 9, 8, 6, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Wow. Wow. Finally. It took a while, but not that much. Great. So, woo. Now I need to put this on the counter. There. It's looking beautiful. Silky. Always silky because of all the butter that we've used. And the eggs too. Great. Beautiful. Whoop. Second. Let me fix it. Oof. And now that the final dough is ready, called the second impasto 2, or dough number 2, what I'm going to do is to add the flavors. I have here, as I told you before, some oranges, chocolate, and grapes, dried grapes, all mixed together here, and I'm going to put this in the dough. So I have some oil. Here's to help me not sticking it too much to the counter. And let me put this dough there. Don't be scared. It is a little bit sticky. But when you're using the right flour, there is no problem. So a little bit of oil in my hands. And I'll do lamination. This is called lamination. I'm going to open the dough a little bit, not that much. This way so I can add the ingredients to the dough, into the dough. There. This is the best part. Excellent mix of both worlds. Sometimes I'm more an orange guy, and sometimes I'm more a chocolate guy. Depends on the day. Today I'm both. So I have everything. Okay. Close everything. There. There it goes. Now I need to close this. Again. There. Woo. Now you don't have to be afraid. Do it fast. Don't think too much. There. It's a little bit sticky, a little bit messy, but that's the way to work with this dough. Good. And making this. There. So now I'm going to give it the final touch to mix everything right. This, like my friend Richard Bertinet, which you can also see a masterclass that I did with him in England, in Bath, in his kitchen. Here's also the link. We're not making panettone, we're making a few different things there. Really interesting masterclass with Richard Bertinet. So, the dough is ready. Looking beautiful. Good. And here I have a kilo impasto or dough. And here from this dough, I'm going to make 2 pieces. So I have to cut it in 2 equal pieces. I hope so. There. And I also have the molds. One mold, another mold. That's the one you've seen when I started baking the panettone, which is still there. Ooh, looking good. Take a look at it. Wow. Beautiful. Good. So, let me finish this. Okay, there. The other one is here. Do they weigh the same? I think this one is a little bit smaller. I should use a weight, but today I am doing it by the eye. You at home weight the dough always. So, let me give the final shape. Here. There. Look how small the dough is and how big it's going to be when I take it out of the oven. It is going to grow a lot in the oven. So, here I have the mold. And you need to do this really fast. There. Whoa. 1. And now comes the second one. Okay. It's sticky, but if you don't look at too much, you don't think about this that much, you're going to handle it, whoa, well. Ready. Final shape. And here it is, the mold. Here I go. Whoa, there. So, both panettones are now in the molds, and now what we have to do is to wait again. This dough needs to rest double in size, so it's going to be just maybe around the middle of this mold, and then should be the right moment to bake the panettone, which you have already seen at the beginning of this video. And now what I have to do is to wait till this panettone comes out of the oven. In a few seconds, in 15 minutes, I'll see you back. So you might be guessing what I'm doing with this and with this. To come out. Nothing. 15 seconds, 10 seconds, 8, 5, 8, 5, 4, 6, 4, 3. It's the longest minute I've... there. Good. Panettone. It's ready. It's been 40 minutes in the oven. And take a look at it. Woo! So, as I said, this is like a souffle. So I need to flip it immediately. That's why I'm going to use this to hang it upside down so this dome doesn't collapse. So get ready. 1, 2, 3. Whoa! Oh, it's still there. Good. So now I'm going to use this other thing to help me keep it like this. Mission accomplished. Done. Good. So we have the panettone ready. Ready? No, not ready. Yes, it is fully baked, but you cannot open the panettone right now. We need to let it cool down for a few hours. And sometimes it's even better to open it on the next day. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait for a few hours. If you want to do it with me, no problem. Voila! Now it's ready. It's ready to be opened. After a long time, now finally time to taste the panettone and see how it looks like. Looks beautiful. So let me cut it in half. Oh, it's so tender and flassy. Ooh. What do you think about it? Wow. Oh, incredible dough. The crumb is beautiful and it smells. I feel like if I were in Italy right now. I can also hear Santa Claus. And Santa Claus coming, no? Over on Christmas? No. It's what time is it? It's time to taste the panettone. Let me get another half. I can't believe it. Take a look at this. How fluffy. Ooh, and let's take a look at the crumb. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Tears apart. Ooh, can we try it? It smells like sugar, eggs, vanilla, a lot of things, nuts. Smells like, it smells incredible. Oh, and here comes the best part, the frosting part. With this granulated sugar. Oof. Oh, the oranges. Incredible. Well, I hope you have enjoyed my easy panettone recipe. I hope it's not that easy, but it's easier maybe than the other one. Take a look at the results. Good. Woo, woo, woo. So, let me know in comments, what do you think about this recipe? Of another recipe, if you have ever done panettone or panettone with the classical lievito madre or maybe with liquid sourdough starter. So, hope you have enjoyed as much as me, and I'll see you on the next video. Muy buena.